Hey, story seekers. Welcome to God of Hogwarts. Today's gem is titled What If Harry Scanned His Blood at Gringotts and Found Out He Was the High King of Magical Britain. If you find our content valuable, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support inspires us. Now, let the magic of storytelling begin. Chapter 1, Blood and Stone. The ceiling of the smallest bedroom at number 4, Privet Drive had exactly 147 cracks in the plaster. Harry knew because he'd counted them 6 times in the past 2 weeks, lying on his back in the dark while the rest of the house slept, while the rest of the world moved on, while Sirius stayed dead. He rolled onto his side and watched the clock tick past 3 in the morning. The letter from Gringotts sat on his desk, half buried under a copy of the Daily Prophet he hadn't been able to bring himself to read. He'd received it 4 days ago, a formal notification that the last will and testament of Sirius Orion Black had been filed and awaited the designated heir's presence for execution. Crisp parchment. Gold seal. Professional language that reduced a man's entire life to a matter of estate administration. Harry had read it once, set it down, and hadn't touched it since. But he hadn't thrown it away either. He sat up. The floorboards groaned under his feet and he paused, listening for any sound from his aunt and uncle's room. Nothing. Vernon's snoring rattled on like a broken engine. Harry crossed to the desk, picked up the Gringotts letter, and read it again by the thin light filtering through the curtains. Required to present himself in person at Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley, London, for the formal reading and execution of the aforementioned will. As the primary beneficiary of the Black estate, Mr. Potter's presence is mandatory for the transfer of. He set the letter down and looked at Hedwig's empty cage. She was out hunting, the only one of them with the freedom to come and go as she pleased. 2 weeks. 2 weeks since the Department of Mysteries. 2 weeks since Sirius fell through the veil with that look on his face, not fear, Harry remembered, but surprise. As if death were a door he hadn't expected to find open. 2 weeks, and what had Harry done? Sat in this room. Counted cracks. Read and reread Hermione's careful letters and Ron's awkward ones and the Order's maddening non-updates. Stay where you are, Harry. It's not safe, Harry. We'll tell you what you need to know when the time is right, Harry. When the time was right. As if there were a right time. As if Dumbledore hadn't said those exact words before keeping the prophecy from him for 5 years, and Sirius hadn't paid for that silence with his life. Harry's jaw tightened. He folded the Gringotts letter and put it in his pocket. He was done waiting. The next morning, he moved with a quiet efficiency that would have alarmed anyone who knew him well enough to notice. He waited until Vernon left for work, until Petunia drove Dudley to his summer boxing program, and then he dressed, packed his wand, threw on a jacket, and walked out the front door. The night bus nearly clipped a postbox when it screeched to a halt in front of him. Stan Shunpike grinned from the door. "Welcome to the Diagon Alley," Harry said, pressing coins into his hand. "Fast." Stan blinked. "Right, then." The ride was its usual chaos of sliding furniture and impossible physics, but Harry barely noticed. He stood with one hand gripping a brass rail, watching London smear past the windows, and thought about what he was going to do. Claim the inheritance. That was the stated purpose. But underneath it was something simpler and harder to name, a need to act. To make a decision that was his own, about his own life, without asking permission from the people who'd spent 5 years deciding what he was and wasn't ready to hear. He could hear Hermione's voice in his head, "Harry, you should tell someone. You should wait for the order. You should." The night bus lurched to a stop and Harry stepped out into the summer heat of Charing Cross Road. The Leaky Cauldron was quiet at 10:30 on a Tuesday morning. Tom the barkeeper looked up from wiping glasses, did a visible double-take, and opened his mouth. Harry was already through and tapping the bricks before Tom could form a sentence. Diagon Alley opened before him. It looked different. Not physically, the shops were the same, the cobblestones still uneven, the sky still that particular shade of hazy blue you only got above magical London. But there was a tension in the air that hadn't been there before. Shops had closed. Some windows were boarded. The people who were out walked quickly, with their heads down and their hands near their wands. Voldemort was back, and the world was finally starting to believe it. Harry walked straight to Gringotts. The white marble building loomed at the end of the alley, unchanged and uncaring. The goblins had survived Dark Lords before. They'd survive this one. The bronze doors stood open, flanked by armored guards who watched Harry approach with flat, appraising eyes. He walked through the doors, past the silver inscription he'd first read at 11, and into the vast main hall. A goblin at the nearest counter looked up. "Business?" "I'm here regarding the will of Sirius Black," Harry said. He pulled the letter from his pocket and set it on the counter. "I'm Harry Potter." The goblin, long-nosed, sharp-eyed, with fingers like pale spiders, picked up the letter and examined it. His expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. One moment. He stepped down from his stool and disappeared through a door behind the counter. Harry waited. Around him, the hall echoed with the sounds of commerce, quills scratching, coins clinking, the low murmur of transactions in a dozen languages. Two wizards argued about exchange rates at a far counter. A witch in traveling robes was having her wand weighed. Normal. All perfectly normal. The goblin returned, and he wasn't alone. A second goblin walked beside him, taller, older, with deep lines carved into a face that looked like it had been chiseled from granite. He wore armor under his Gringotts uniform, Harry noticed. Not ceremonial armor. The real thing. "Mr. Potter," the second goblin said. "I am Sharpclaw, senior account manager for the House of Black. Follow me." Harry followed him through a door, down a corridor of polished stone, and into an office that was surprisingly comfortable, leather chairs, a fire burning despite the summer heat, and shelves lined with ledgers that looked older than the building. Sharpclaw sat behind his desk and folded his hands. "The will of Sirius Orion Black names you as the primary beneficiary of the entirety of the Black family estate, including all vaults, properties, holdings, artifacts, and the lordship of the most ancient and noble House of Black." He paused. "However, before any transfer can be executed, we require verification of your identity and bloodline. You know who I am. We know who you say you are. Gringotts deals in certainty, Mr. Potter. For an inheritance of this magnitude, a lordship of a most ancient and noble house, we require a full-blood inheritance test. This is non-negotiable." Harry studied the goblin's face. There was no hostility there, just the immovable pragmatism of a species that had spent millennia managing other people's gold and learned that trust was a luxury they couldn't afford. "What does that involve?" Sharpclaw reached into his desk and produced a flat stone tablet about the size of a dinner plate. It was dark gray, almost black, covered in runes so finely carved they looked like scratches. The stone seemed to drink in the firelight. 7 drops of blood on the inheritance stone, Sharpclaw said. The stone reads your blood and maps your lineage, every family, every title, every claim you carry. It is the oldest magic we possess, older than Gringotts itself. The results are absolute and cannot be forged, altered, or contested. Harry looked at the stone. The runes seemed to move at the edges of his vision, like something alive. "And if I have questions about the results? Then you ask them." Sharpclaw produced a silver knife, barely longer than a finger, and set it on the desk beside the stone. "When you're ready." Harry picked up the knife. It was lighter than it looked, perfectly balanced, and so sharp he barely felt it when he drew it across his left palm. Blood welled up, dark and warm, and he held his hand over the stone and let 7 drops fall. The first drop hit the stone and the runes flared white. The second drop, and the glow spread outward like ripples in a pond. By the 7th drop, the entire stone was blazing with light, and the runes were moving, rearranging themselves, forming words and lines and connections that spread across the stone's surface like a family tree writing itself in fire. Harry watched, his cut hand forgotten, as the names appeared. Potter, there, at the top. James Potter. Fremont Potter. The line stretching back centuries. Black, branching off from a different angle, connecting through Sirius's will and through his grandmother Doria Black. Peveril, that one made him blink. The name surfaced from deep in the Potter line, old and almost mythic. And then the stone pulsed. Not glowed. Pulsed. Like a heartbeat. The light shifted from white to gold, and the runes began forming a name that Harry didn't recognize, a name that rose from the deepest layer of the stone as if it had been buried there, waiting. Pendragon. The golden light blazed so bright Harry had to squint. The stone was vibrating now, humming at a frequency he felt in his teeth, in his bones, in something deeper than bones. Sharpclaw had gone rigid in his chair, his eyes fixed on the stone with an expression Harry had never seen on a goblin's face before. Fear. No, not fear. Recognition. What? Harry started. Sharpclaw was already on his feet. Don't move. He was at the door in 2 strides, yanking it open, speaking in rapid gobbledygook to someone in the corridor. Harry caught the tone, urgent, commanding, with a tremor underneath that Sharpclaw was clearly trying and failing to suppress. Harry looked back at the stone. The name Pendragon sat at the foundation of the entire map, connected to Peveril, connected to Potter, a golden thread running from the bottom of the stone all the way to his name at the top. Beside the name was a title, still forming, the runes assembling themselves one by one, High King of Magical Britain. Lord of the Old Compact. Guardian of the Ley Lines of Albion. What the hell, Harry said quietly. The door opened again. Sharpclaw returned with 2 more goblins, both armed, both in full ceremonial armor that gleamed like it had been polished that morning. Between them walked a goblin who was different from any Harry had seen before. He was old. Not elderly, ancient, in the way that mountains are ancient. His face was a map of wrinkles cut so deep they looked like they'd been carved with chisels, and his eyes were black and sharp as obsidian blades. He moved slowly but not feebly, each step deliberate and precise. He wore no armor, just simple dark robes, but the other goblins, Sharpclaw included, stepped aside as if he radiated a force that couldn't be resisted. He stopped in front of Harry and looked at the inheritance stone. Looked at it for a long time. Then he looked at Harry. I am Ragnarok, he said. Director of Gringotts Bank. I have held this position for 97 years. He paused. In that time, I have overseen the inheritance claims of 11 most ancient and noble houses. I have seen bloodlines thought extinct reappear and claims thought impossible be verified. Nothing in those 97 years has prepared me for what I am looking at. He pulled a chair to the desk, sat down across from Harry, and folded his hands in a way that was eerily similar to Sharpclaw. You carry the blood of the Pendragons, Mr. Potter. The last High King of Magical Britain died in 1198. For 800 years, the bloodline has been dormant, not extinct, but sleeping, dispersed through minor lines and buried under centuries of intermarriage. It surfaced in the Peveril line, which passed to the Potters. He nodded at the stone. The magic is unmistakable. You are the heir of Albion. The room was very quiet. Harry could hear the fire crackling. He could hear his own pulse. What does that mean? Harry asked. Practically. What does it actually mean? Ragnarok studied him. Something in Harry's tone, the fact that he'd asked what does it mean instead of what do I get, seemed to register. It means you hold a claim to a title that predates the Ministry of Magic by 6 centuries, Ragnarok said. The High King was not a figurehead. He was the living anchor of the old compact, the treaty signed in blood and magic between wizard kind, goblin kind, the centaur herds, and the merfolk of Britain's waters. The compact bound all magical peoples to a common law, guaranteed rights that could not be revoked by any government, and maintained the balance of magical power across the land. I've never heard of it. No, Ragnarok said. You wouldn't have. After the last High King fell, the compact was abandoned. Wizards created the ministry. They decided they didn't need the other races. They decided, his voice carried something that might have been bitterness if goblins were the sort to indulge in it. That governance was a privilege reserved for wand carriers. Harry sat back. He was trying to fit this into his understanding of the world, and it wasn't fitting. So the ministry exists because there's no High King. The ministry exists because wizards seized the opportunity of the High King's absence to consolidate power for themselves. The Goblin rebellions your textbooks mentioned so briefly. Those were not random uprisings, Mr. Potter. Those were attempts to restore the compact, to force wizards to honor treaties they'd signed in blood. We lost. Every time, we lost. And each time, we lost rights that the compact had guaranteed. The fire popped. Harry looked at the inheritance stone, still glowing softly, the name Pendragon burning gold at its root. What happens if I claim it? Then the old compact can be restored. The ley lines of Britain, the deep channels of magic that flow beneath the land, will recognize you. You will be bound to them, and they to you. You will feel the magical health of the land as if it were your own body. Ragnarok leaned forward. But I will not tell you this as a gift, Mr. Potter. The last High King did not die of old age. The weight of that connection, the responsibility of carrying an entire nation's magic in your blood, it broke him. Or rather, something broke him. The records are unclear on the details, and that uncertainty has haunted my people for 8 centuries. Harry's mind was racing, but he kept his voice steady. What happens if I don't claim it? The magic doesn't care about your claim. It is already waking. Ragnarok's dark eyes bored into him. Your blood touched the inheritance stone, and the stone spoke to the ley lines. They know you exist now. The power will come whether you want it or not. Without understanding, without the rituals and training to channel it, the connection will grow wild. It will overwhelm you. The last person to carry Pendragon blood without claiming the crown went mad within a year. Brilliant, Harry muttered. So my options are take the crown and risk being crushed by it, or refuse the crown and go insane. Essentially. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. Not a happy laugh, a short, sharp bark of something that lived in the space between amusement and exhaustion. You know, he said, I came here to sign some paperwork and collect a key. This is not what I expected. I imagine not. Harry ran his hand through his hair, a gesture Ragnarok would later describe to his advisors as startlingly human for someone who had just learned he was royalty, and blew out a breath. I need to think, he said. You do. Ragnarok stood. But I will tell you one more thing before you go. He reached across the desk and turned the inheritance stone so Harry could see the bottom edge. There, below everything else, was a symbol Harry hadn't noticed, a circle of runes surrounding an empty space. The runes were cracked. These are containment wards, Ragnarok said. They are part of the oldest protections Gringotts maintains. They have been intact for 800 years. He met Harry's eyes. They cracked the moment your blood touched the stone. What are they containing? Ragnarok didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was carefully controlled. We don't know. Something beneath the deepest vaults. Something that has been sleeping. Something that stirred today for the first time since the last Pendragon fell. The silence that followed was the kind that has weight. I would not delay your decision long, Mr. Potter, Ragnarok said quietly. Harry stood. Sharpclaw handed him a thick envelope, the black inheritance documents, which now felt absurdly trivial, and a key to the main black vault. The cut on his palm had healed itself at some point. He hadn't noticed. Ragnarok walked him to the door personally. Just before Harry stepped through, the director spoke again. The black inheritance is considerable, gold, properties, political seats. You may claim all of it. You are the rightful Lord Black by the will of Sirius Black and by blood through your grandmother's line. A pause. But the Pendragon matter is of a different order entirely. This is not about gold, Mr. Potter. This is about the survival of everything we have built. Everything you've built. Or everything we've all built. Ragnar's expression shifted, the barest crack in that ancient granite face. Something that might have been approval. That, he said, is the right question. Harry walked back through the main hall of Gringotts. He noticed it immediately, the change. The goblins were watching him. Not the furtive, dismissive glances he'd gotten on his way in, the standard goblin assessment of another wizard come to move gold around. These were different. These were goblins who knew. Sharpclaw must have said something. Or perhaps they'd felt the inheritance stone activate. Harry didn't know enough about goblin magic to be sure. But as he walked toward the bronze doors, two goblin guards who'd been standing at rigid attention did something Harry had never seen a goblin do for a wizard. They bowed. Not deep bows. Not groveling. A precise, military incline of the head that spoke of recognition rather than submission. Harry returned the nod, it felt right, felt necessary, and pushed through the doors into the sunlight. And the world hit him like a wave. He stumbled on the marble steps, catching himself on the railing, because suddenly he could feel everything. Not see, not hear, feel, in a sense he didn't have a word for. Diagon Alley pulsed with magic, and he'd always known that on some level, but now he could sense the individual threads of it. The enchantments on the shop windows hummed at different frequencies. The cobblestones beneath his feet carried a deep, slow current that ran south toward the Thames. And below that, far below, something enormous moved, a river of raw power flowing through channels carved into the bedrock of London before London was London, before Romans, before anyone. Ley lines. He was feeling the ley lines. Harry gripped the railing and breathed. The sensation was overwhelming in the way that stepping into bright sunlight after a dark room is overwhelming, not painful, but too much, too big, filling spaces he hadn't known were empty. Slowly, it settled. Not fading, but becoming manageable, like his senses were recalibrating to accommodate an entirely new input. The ley lines were still there, still flowing, but now they sat at the edge of his awareness instead of flooding the center of it. He let go of the railing. His hands were steady. That surprised him. He was halfway down the steps when he noticed the girl. She was standing near the base of the stairs with an older man who shared her coloring, dark blonde hair, sharp features, the kind of face that was built for composure. She wore simple robes in a shade of dark blue that probably cost more than everything Harry owned, and she was staring at him with an expression of focused curiosity that reminded him, oddly, of Hermione, but colder. More controlled. Harry didn't recognize her immediately. She was his age, clearly a Hogwarts student, but his mental catalogue of classmates was heavily weighted toward Gryffindor and mostly useless for anyone he hadn't personally fought alongside or against. What he did notice was that she'd been watching the doors. She'd seen the goblin guards bow. Their eyes met. He saw her file the moment away, saw the calculation happen in real time, the question forming and being deliberately set aside for later analysis. Then she turned back to her father and continued up the steps as if nothing had happened. Her father glanced at Harry as they passed. A brief, assessing look, the kind powerful people gave each other. Then he was gone, through the bronze doors, and Harry was walking down into Diagon Alley with the ley lines humming beneath his feet and a title he'd never asked for burning in his blood. He needed time. He needed quiet. He needed to think about this before anyone else found out and tried to manage him. He made it as far as the leaky cauldron. Tom had a room available, always got a room for you, Mr. Potter, no trouble at all, and Harry took it, climbing the narrow stairs to a small, clean room with a window overlooking Charing Cross Road. He sat on the bed, pulled out the envelope of black inheritance documents, and started reading. He got through about 3 pages before the fireplace in the corner of the room flared green. Harry's wand was in his hand before the flames had fully changed color. He was on his feet, positioned at an angle to the fireplace, the bed between him and whoever was coming through. The reflexes were automatic now. The Department of Mysteries had burned away whatever was left of the boy who hadn't expected danger. A head appeared in the flames. Long white beard. Half-moon spectacles. Blue eyes that twinkled even in fire. Harry, my boy. Harry didn't lower his wand. Professor. Dumbledore's expression was calm, but Harry had learned, painfully, slowly, at enormous cost, to look past the calm to what was underneath. The headmaster's eyes were moving quickly. Assessing. Calculating. I've received word from Gringotts that you visited the bank today, Dumbledore said. As your magical guardian, I was notified of certain developments. Were you? May I come through? I believe we should discuss this in person. Harry thought about it. Part of him wanted to say no, wanted to slam that door shut the way Dumbledore had slammed doors shut on Harry for years. But anger wasn't strategy, and Harry was beginning to understand the difference. Come through, he said. He didn't lower his wand. Dumbledore stepped from the fireplace with the grace of a man who'd been traveling by flow for a century and a half. He brushed a bit of ash from his sleeve, looked around the small room, and conjured himself a comfortable armchair without asking. He sat down and folded his hands in his lap. Harry remained standing. The goblins informed me of the blood inheritance test, Dumbledore said. They were not specific about the results. Gringotts guards its clients' privacy with admirable ferocity, but they indicated that the results were, in their words, of significant political consequence, and that I should be made aware as your guardian. Former guardian, Harry said. I've claimed the lordship of House Black. I'm legally emancipated. Something flickered across Dumbledore's face. That is, technically correct. The claiming of a lordship does confer legal adulthood under magical law. He paused. Harry, will you tell me what the test revealed? Harry looked at the old man. Albus Dumbledore. The greatest wizard of the age. The leader of the Order of the Phoenix. The man who had known about the prophecy since before Harry was born and had decided, year after year, that Harry wasn't ready to know. The man who had loved Sirius and let Sirius rot in a house he hated because it was strategically useful. The man who had, in the end, told Harry the truth and wept while doing it. Harry wrestled with himself for a long moment. Then he sat on the edge of the bed, wand still loosely held, and said, Pendragon. Dumbledore went very still. In the years Harry had known him, he'd seen Dumbledore surprised exactly twice, once in the graveyard aftermath of fourth year, and once in his office after the Department of Mysteries. Both times, the surprise had lasted less than a second before being locked away behind those twinkling eyes and that gentle smile. This time, Dumbledore stayed still for almost 10 seconds. His face didn't move. His eyes didn't twinkle. He looked, for perhaps the first time in Harry's experience, like a man who had been genuinely caught off guard by the universe. Pendragon, Dumbledore repeated. High King of Magical Britain, Harry said. Lord of the Old Compact. Guardian of the Ley Lines of Albion. That's what the stone said. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright, not twinkling, not performing, but genuinely, deeply affected. I knew your bloodline ran deep, he said quietly. The Peveril connection, I suspected, though I never confirmed. But Pendragon. He shook his head. The Pendragon line was believed extinct. I have studied the old bloodlines extensively. There was no indication, the goblins said it was dormant. Hidden. Sleeping in the Potter line for centuries. Yes. Yes, that would explain, Dumbledore stopped himself. Harry could see the wheels turning, the brilliant mind clicking through implications at a speed that would have been impressive if Harry hadn't been so tired of being 3 steps behind this man's thoughts. You knew about the old compact, Harry said. It wasn't a question. I am aware of it historically, yes. It is not widely taught, the ministry has spent 8 centuries ensuring it is not widely taught, but I have read the original documents. They are kept in the Hogwarts restricted section, though I doubt even Madame Pants knows what they truly are. And you never thought to mention any of this. I did not know you carried the bloodline, Harry. You knew about the Peverils. You knew about the cloak. You knew about the Hallows. Dumbledore inclined his head. I did. And you kept it to yourself. I did. Harry felt the anger rise, hot and familiar and justified. But he held it. Anger wasn't strategy. Professor, he said, and his voice was steady in a way that surprised them both, you kept the prophecy from me. You kept Sirius as well from me. I had to learn about this from a letter from Gringotts. You've kept me locked in a box of ignorance for 5 years, and every time I broke out, it was because the world forced my hand and people died. He stood. That's done. Dumbledore looked up at him. Harry, I'm not asking for your permission. I'm not asking for your guidance. If you have information that's relevant to my survival or the survival of the people I care about, you'll share it freely and completely, or you won't be part of this at all. The room was quiet. The fire crackled. Dumbledore's expression went through several changes, surprise, something that might have been pride, something that might have been grief, and finally, a kind of settling. Acceptance. You sound, Dumbledore said softly, like a king. I sound like someone who's done being handled. Yes. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Yes, I suppose you do. He was quiet for a moment. What do you intend to do? Learn. Before I do anything public, before I make any claims or grand announcements, I need to understand what this means. Not the politics, the magic. What the ley lines are, how the connection works, what the compact actually says. I'm not walking into a room full of politicians and declaring myself king without understanding what that word means. A wise approach. It's a basic approach. It's what anyone with sense would do. The fact that it seems wise to you tells me a lot about the people you're used to dealing with. Dumbledore's lips twitched. You have your mother's gift for cutting observation. I have my own gift for it. My mother's dead because of a war you've been fighting for 30 years without finishing. Maybe keep the comparisons to a minimum. The twitch disappeared. Dumbledore bowed his head. Fair. Harry walked to the window and looked out. Charing Cross Road shimmered with summer heat. Below the pavement, he could feel the ley line, a slow, deep pulse, like the heartbeat of something vast. It was oddly comforting. Steady. Real. I need you to do something for me, Harry said, not turning around. Name it. Don't tell the Order. Don't tell the Wizengamot. Don't tell anyone. I'll decide when and how this comes out, and I'll do it on my terms. Can you do that? A pause. I can. Though I must warn you, the goblins are unlikely to keep this entirely confidential. Director Ragnarok will be discreet, but the Goblin Nation has waited 8 centuries for this. Word will spread through their channels. I know. I'll deal with the goblins. That's a relationship I need to build anyway. He turned from the window. Can I trust you to keep this to yourself? Dumbledore met his eyes. For once, there was no legitimacy, no gentle probing, no subtle assessment. Just an old man looking at a young one and making a choice. You can, he said. You have my word, Harry. And I know that my word has lost much of its value to you. I will endeavor to earn it back. Harry nodded. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't trust. It was a beginning, and they both knew it. Dumbledore stood, vanished his conjured chair, and moved to the fireplace. He paused with a pinch of Floo powder in his hand. For what it is worth, he said, I believe the magic chose well. He threw the powder, spoke his destination, and was gone in a swirl of green flame. Harry sat back down on the bed. The room felt different with Dumbledore gone, smaller, quieter, more his own. He looked at his palm where the knife had cut him. The skin was smooth and unmarked, as if the cut had never existed. He pulled out the Gringotts letter again. Lord Black. That was real, tangible, something he could work with now. The Pendragon business was bigger, oceanic in scope, but the Black Lordship was a concrete step. It gave him legal standing, financial resources, a seat on the Wizengamot. Tools. He needed tools before he needed a crown. Harry worked through the Black inheritance documents for the next 2 hours, making notes, flagging questions for Sharpclaw. The estate was staggering, 17 vaults of varying sizes, properties including Grimmauld Place and a manor in Wales, investments in both magical and Muggle enterprises, and the Wizengamot seat that had sat empty since Sirius's imprisonment. But his mind kept drifting back to what Ragnarok had said. The ley lines of Britain will recognize you. You will feel the magical health of the land as if it were your own body. He could already feel it. Sitting in this tiny room above a pub, he could feel the pulse of magical London like a second heartbeat. He could sense the enchantments in the walls, old, layered, built up over centuries of magical habitation. And beneath all of it, that deep river of power flowing through channels older than civilization. But there were gaps. Places where the flow stuttered, where the pulse weakened, where something felt wrong. Like pressing on a bruise you didn't know you had. He could feel them scattered across his awareness, dark spots in the web of light, places where the ley lines were sick or blocked or damaged. He thought about what Ragnarok had said about the containment wards cracking. About something stirring in the deep. Harry set down the documents and pressed his hands flat against the floor. The floorboards were warm, not from the fire but from the magic beneath them, the ley line running under Charing Cross Road like an underground river. He closed his eyes and pushed his awareness down, following the current. It was like diving into deep water. The everyday noise of the room, the creak of the building, the murmur of the pub below, the sound of traffic outside, faded, and in its place rose a vast, slow music. The ley lines didn't sing exactly, but they resonated at a frequency that felt like music, like something that had been playing since the world was young. And in that music, he heard the wrong notes. Faint. Distant. But there. A dissonance, a sourness, like a string on a guitar that had been slowly going out of tune for so long that you'd stop noticing unless you really listened. Something was wrong with the land's magic. Something had been wrong for a long time. Harry pulled his awareness back and opened his eyes. His hands were shaking slightly. He needed to understand this. Not tomorrow, not next week, now. But Dumbledore wasn't the right teacher, and neither were the professors at Hogwarts. They taught wand magic, structured magic, the kind of magic that existed in the space between spells and textbooks. What Harry was feeling was something older and deeper and completely outside the Hogwarts curriculum. He needed someone who understood the old ways. The girl on the Gringotts steps came to mind unbidden. Dark blonde hair, controlled expression, robes that spoke of old money and old magic. She'd watched the goblin guards bow and she'd understood that it meant something. He'd seen that understanding in her eyes, the quick intelligence processing a piece of information that didn't fit the world as she knew it. He didn't know her name. But the man she'd been with, her father, almost certainly, had the bearing of someone rooted in the old magical world, the pre-ministry traditions that Dumbledore studied from an academic distance but that some families still lived. He'd find out who she was. Not today, today he had enough to process. But soon. Harry stood, stretched, and walked to the window again. The sun was getting low, painting Charing Cross Road in shades of amber and gold. Below him, Muggles walked past the leaky cauldron without seeing it, their lives bounded by a reality that didn't include ley lines or ancient compacts or 16-year-old kings. He rested his forehead against the cool glass and closed his eyes. Sirius would have loved this. Harry could picture it perfectly, that bark of laughter, the grin that transformed his gaunt face, the immediate and total delight at the sheer absurdity of it. Harry Bloody Potter, High King of Magical Britain. Wait until the Ministry hears about this. Wait until Snevelis hears about this. The grief hit him like a physical blow. He gripped the windowsill and breathed through it, the way he'd learned to breathe through the Cruciatus curse, not fighting it, not trying to make it stop, just enduring until the worst of it passed. It passed. It always passed. That was the worst thing about grief, it kept passing, and you kept surviving it, and the person you were grieving stayed gone. Harry opened his eyes. Outside, it had started to rain. He frowned. The sky had been clear 5 minutes ago, bright summer blue, not a cloud in sight. But now rain was falling in warm, gentle sheets, pattering against the window, darkening the pavement, catching the last of the sunlight so that each drop glowed gold as it fell. Harry watched it. The rain was doing something strange. It wasn't falling uniformly, it was heavier here, around the leaky cauldron, around him, and lighter further away, as if the storm had a center and the center was his window. He held out his hand and felt the ley line pulse beneath the building. Felt the connection between his grief and the sky. Felt the rain respond to something inside him that he hadn't consciously expressed. The weather was responding to his emotions. "Oh," Harry said quietly. "That's new." He took a breath. Let the grief settle. Let the anger settle. Focused on something calmer, the steady rhythm of the ley lines, the deep pulse of the land, the simple fact that he was alive and the world was still turning. The rain eased. Didn't stop entirely, there was a genuineness to it now that went beyond his emotional state, as if he'd started something the sky decided to continue on its own, but it softened, gentled, became the kind of warm summer rain that made people smile and children run outside with their arms spread. Harry pulled his hand back and stared at it. Same hand. Same skin. Same scars from years of Quidditch and curse work in life. But not the same. Not anymore. He sat back down on the bed and thought about what he was going to do. Not the grand, sweeping, High King of Magical Britain things, those would come later, when he'd learned enough to not make catastrophic mistakes. The immediate things. The next steps. First, the Black Lordship. Claim it formally, access the resources, take the Wisengamot seat. Build a foundation. Second, learn about the old magic. Find someone who understood it, who could teach him what the ley lines were and how to work with them without blowing himself up or going mad. Third, the compact. If the goblins had been waiting 800 years for a High King, there were going to be expectations. He needed to understand those expectations before he either met them or renegotiated them. Fourth, and this one sat heavy in his stomach, Voldemort. The Dark Lord was still out there, still hunting him, and the prophecy still bound them together. The Pendragon bloodline didn't change that. If anything, it made Harry a bigger target. But it also made him harder to kill. Harry picked up his wand. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, the brother wand to Voldemort's own. He turned it in his fingers, feeling its familiar warmth, and then, on instinct, pressed its tip against the floor. Magic surged. Not from the wand, through it, from the ley line below, channeled through the Holly and Phoenix Feather like water through a pipe. His wand blazed with golden light, and for a moment, Harry felt the full scope of what was happening to him, the immensity of the power beneath his feet, the web of ley lines spreading across Britain like a nervous system, the land itself alive and aware and turning its ancient attention toward him. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. It was the most natural thing he'd ever felt. He lifted the wand. The light faded. His hand was steady. Harry Potter, Lord Black, heir of Peveril, scion of the Pendragon line, set his wand on the bedside table, lay back on the thin pillow, and stared at the ceiling. No cracks in this plaster. Just smooth white paint and the faint sounds of a pub and a city and a world that didn't know yet how much it was about to change. Outside, the rain fell soft and warm, and the ley lines of London hummed a welcome that had been 800 years in the making. The next morning, Harry was up before dawn. He dressed in the same clothes, he hadn't packed for an overnight stay, and he wasn't going back to Privet Drive to collect things. The black vaults would have everything he needed, and if they didn't, he had the gold to buy it. He washed his face in cold water, dragged his fingers through his hair in the approximation of grooming that was the best it ever got, and went downstairs. Tom was already behind the bar, because Tom was always behind the bar. Harry suspected the man was some kind of permanent enchantment rather than a human being. "Breakfast, Mr. Potter." "Just tea, thanks." He sat in a corner booth and pulled out the notebook he'd been writing in last night. Lists. Questions. Names. The organizational skills Hermione had been trying to beat into him for 5 years had finally found a worthy opponent in his own reluctance, and lost. He was reviewing his notes on the old compact, fragments he'd pulled from memory based on Ragnarok's description, when the front door of the Leaky Cauldron opened and 2 people walked in. Harry recognized them immediately. The man and the girl from the Gringotts steps. In the morning light, without the distraction of the ley lines overwhelming his senses, he got a better look at them. The man was tall, slim, with the kind of effortless bearing that came from generations of being important. His robes were understated but impeccable, dark gray, well cut, with a family crest embroidered so subtly on the breast that you'd only see it if you knew to look. His hair was dark blonde threaded with silver, and his eyes were a shade of blue-gray that missed nothing. The girl was his daughter, the resemblance was unmistakable. She had the same sharp features, the same controlled composure, but on her it read differently. On him it was authority. On her it was armor. She was pretty, Harry noticed, in a way that didn't announce itself. It was the kind of prettiness you discovered gradually, the clean line of her jaw, the intelligence in her gray-blue eyes, the way she held herself like she was ready for anything the world might throw at her and had already planned 3 responses to each possibility. She noticed him looking. Her expression didn't change, but something shifted in her eyes, a sharpening of attention, a recognition that she was being assessed and a decision to assess right back. Her father spoke quietly to Tom, who pointed them toward a table near the fireplace. As they crossed the room, the man's gaze landed on Harry and stayed. He slowed. Stopped. "Mr. Potter," he said. His voice was measured, cultured, and gave away absolutely nothing. "I don't believe we've been introduced." "Cyrus Greengrass. This is my daughter, Daphne." Harry stood. "Mr. Greengrass." He offered his hand, which Cyrus took with a firm, brief grip. Harry turned to the girl. "Daphne. Potter." She took his hand too. Her grip was cool and precise. "You're a long way from Gryffindor Tower. And you're a long way from the dungeons." A fractional raising of one eyebrow. "Slytherin jokes already? We've barely said hello." "I wasn't joking. The Slytherin common room is in the dungeons. It's just a geographical observation." The corner of her mouth twitched. It wasn't a smile, but it was adjacent to one. "How observant of you." Cyrus was watching this exchange with the practiced stillness of a man who'd spent a lifetime in political rooms. His eyes moved from Harry to Daphne and back again. "We don't wish to intrude on your morning," Cyrus said. "We're here on family business." "Of course." Harry paused. Then, because the decision had been forming since last night and the opportunity was here now, he said, "Mr. Greengrass, I wonder if I might have a word." "When your business is concluded." Cyrus's expression didn't flicker, but there was a quality to his stillness that told Harry the man was surprised. "Regarding?" "The old ways," Harry said simply. Now Cyrus reacted. It was small, a slight tightening around the eyes, a minute shift in posture, but Harry caught it, and so did Daphne. "That is not a subject I'd expect to interest you, Mr. Potter," Cyrus said carefully. "I'm finding that a lot of things I didn't expect are becoming relevant very quickly." Another silence. Cyrus studied him. Whatever he was looking for, he seemed to find some version of it, because he inclined his head. I have business at Gringotts this morning. I should be finished by midday. We could speak then, if that's agreeable. I'll be here, Harry said. Thank you. Cyrus nodded and moved toward their table. Daphne lingered for a half-second, long enough to give Harry a look that was equal parts curiosity and warning, then followed her father. Harry sat back down with his tea. His heart was beating faster than it should have been. Not because of nerves, he'd faced Voldemort, he wasn't going to fall apart over a conversation, but because something had just started. A thread had been pulled, and he could feel the weave of events beginning to shift around it. He went back to his notes and waited. The morning passed. Harry spent it alternating between the Black Inheritance documents and experimentation with his ley line awareness. He found that if he concentrated, he could narrow his perception, focus on the ley line directly below the pub and ignore the broader network. It was like learning to listen to one conversation in a crowded room. Difficult, but possible. He also discovered, somewhat by accident, that his magic was behaving differently. Small things, his lumos was brighter than it should have been, his accio pulled the target to him faster and from further away. Not dramatically, but noticeably. The ley line connection was feeding his core, supplementing his natural magic with the ambient power of the land. The implications of that in a fight were not lost on him. At noon, Cyrus and Daphne returned from Gringotts. Cyrus found Harry in the corner booth, and Harry invited them both to sit. Tea appeared. Tom was many things, but inattentive wasn't one of them. You mentioned the old ways, Cyrus said, settling into his chair with the composure of a man who could be comfortable anywhere. That's a broad subject, Mr. Potter. Could you be more specific? Harry had thought about this. He'd thought about how much to reveal, how much to keep back, how much trust to extend to a man he'd just met. The answer, he'd decided, was, enough truth to establish credibility, but not so much that he lost control of the narrative. I had a blood inheritance test at Gringotts yesterday, Harry said. The results were more extensive than I expected. I'm not ready to discuss the specifics, but one of the things it revealed was a connection to magical traditions that predate the ministry. The old compact. The ley line network. Things that aren't taught at Hogwarts and aren't discussed in modern magical society. Cyrus was very still. Daphne was watching Harry with an intensity that he found both disconcerting and oddly flattering. The Greengrass family has kept the old traditions longer than most, Harry continued. That's not widely known, but it's true, isn't it? How do you know that? Daphne asked. Ragnarok told me. If Harry had dropped a live dragon on the table, the reaction couldn't have been more dramatic. Cyrus set down his teacup with exaggerated care. Daphne's composure cracked for the first time, her eyes widened and her lips parted. Director Ragnarok, Cyrus said slowly, spoke to you personally. At length. About the Greengrass family. About the families who still maintain connections to the old ways. Yours was at the top of his list. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, that Greengrass neutrality has always been built on a foundation older than the current conflict, and that your family understands things about magical Britain that most wizards have forgotten. Cyrus was quiet for a long moment. Harry could almost see the calculations happening behind those blue-gray eyes, the weighing of risks and benefits, the assessment of Harry's sincerity, the political implications of whatever came next. My family has maintained certain traditions, yes, Cyrus said finally. We celebrate the old festivals. We honor the old agreements. We remember the compact. He paused. Most of magical society considers this quaint at best and suspicious at worst. The ministry has spent centuries positioning the old ways as backward, as associated with dark magic, when in truth they are simply older magic. Deeper magic. The magic of the land itself. I need to understand that magic, Harry said. Not in theory, practically. Something is happening to me, and it's connected to the ley lines, and if I don't learn to control it, it's going to control me. Something is happening to you, Daphne repeated. She was leaning forward slightly, her armor forgotten. What kind of something? Harry held out his hand, palm up, and concentrated. He reached down through the floor, found the ley line, and pulled, gently, carefully, the way you draw water from a well. Golden light gathered in his palm. Not wand light, something warmer, deeper, alive in a way that spell light wasn't. It pulsed with the same rhythm as the ley line below, a slow heartbeat of ancient power. Cyrus went white. Not pale, white. The blood drained from his face so completely that Harry was momentarily worried the man was going to pass out. Daphne stared at the light in Harry's hand. Then she looked up at his face. Then back at the light. That's not possible, she said. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Harry closed his hand and the light faded. I've been told that a lot in my life. It's never stopped anything from happening. Cyrus was gripping the edge of the table. His composure was gone, stripped away by something that clearly went far beyond political calculation into something deeper, something foundational to his understanding of the world. Only one bloodline, Cyrus said, and his voice was rough, could channel raw ley energy without a ritual focus. Only one bloodline in the history of magical Britain. I know. Pendragon, Daphne breathed. The word hung in the air between them. Harry watched them both, the father's shock transforming slowly into something that looked like awe, the daughter's sharp mind visibly racing through implications. The blood test, Cyrus said. That's what it showed. That's why Ragnarok spoke to you himself. Yes. And you came to us. Cyrus's voice had changed. The careful political distance was gone, replaced by something raw and genuine. You could have gone to Dumbledore. You could have gone to the Ministry. You came to us. Dumbledore knows. He showed up last night, the goblins told him I was at the bank, though not why. I told him the truth. He's agreed to keep it quiet. Harry leaned forward. But Dumbledore can't teach me what I need to know. He studies the old ways from the outside. Your family lives them. That's different. Daphne was looking at him as if seeing him for the first time. Not the boy who lived, not the Gryffindor golden boy, not the troubled teenager the prophet loved to tear down. Something else entirely. You really have no idea what this means, do you? She said. Politically. Historically. The Pendragon line returning, this changes everything. Every power structure in magical Britain is built on the assumption that the High King is gone. The Ministry, the Wisengamot, the Sacred 28, the entire system, I know it changes things. That's why I'm being careful about who I tell and when. Careful, she repeated, and there was something almost like respect in her voice. Harry Potter is being careful. That might be the most surprising thing you've said today. People keep expecting me to charge in screaming. It hasn't worked out well so far. That got a real smile, brief, unexpected, transforming her face in a way that made Harry's stomach do something that was entirely unrelated to ley lines or ancient bloodlines. Mr. Greengrass, Harry said, pulling his attention back to the matter at hand, I need a teacher. Someone who understands the old magic, the old protocols, the history that the Ministry tried to erase. I'm not asking you to swear loyalty or pick a side. I'm asking you to help me understand what I am before the rest of the world finds out and tries to use it. Cyrus looked at him for a long time. Then he looked at his daughter. Something passed between them, a conversation in glances that Harry couldn't read but could feel the weight of. The Greengrass family has been neutral for centuries, Cyrus said. We survived the Grindelwald War and the First War against Voldemort by refusing to take sides. It has cost us influence but preserved us intact. What you are asking would end that neutrality. No, Harry said. It wouldn't. I'm not asking you to fight for me. I'm asking you to teach me. When the time comes for sides to be chosen, you'll make that decision for yourself, on your own terms. I won't ask for more than you're willing to give. You say that now. I mean it now. And I'll mean it later, because it's not in my interest to compel people. I've spent my whole life being compelled by people who thought they knew better. I'm not going to turn around and do that to someone else. Another silence. Then Cyrus nodded, a single, decisive movement. Very well. I will teach you what my family knows. The old festivals, the ley line traditions, the compact's history and protocols. In return, I ask one thing. Name it. When the time comes, and it will come, Mr. Potter, make no mistake, when you stand before the Wisengamot and claim what is yours, the Greengrass family's ancient rights under the compact will be honored. We were one of the founding families. We were signatories to the original treaty. Our rights have been eroded for 800 years. I want them restored. When the compact is renewed, Harry said, every signatory family's rights will be honored. Not just yours. Everyone's. That's the point. Cyrus studied him. Then, for the first time, he smiled. It was a small smile, careful and measured, but it reached his eyes. Your grandmother was a black, Cyrus said. Your mother was a Muggleborn. But you sound like a Pendragon. I don't know what a Pendragon sounds like. Like someone who means what they say. They talked for another hour. Cyrus outlined what the old traditions entailed, not just history, but practical magical exercises, meditation techniques for connecting with the ley lines, the protocols for interacting with other magical races under the compact. Daphne contributed increasingly, her initial reserve melting as the conversation moved into territory she was clearly passionate about. She knew more than Harry would have expected. More than most adults, probably. She'd grown up immersed in these traditions, the solstice rituals, the equinox meditations, the family histories that stretched back to before the ministry existed. She spoke about the ley lines the way a musician spoke about an instrument, with technical precision and genuine love. The ley lines aren't just power, she told him, leaning forward with her elbows on the table, all pretense of political distance forgotten. They're alive. Not conscious exactly, but aware. They respond to the magical creatures and beings who live near them. They carry information, emotional resonance, magical signatures, the health of the land. A skilled practitioner can read a ley line the way you'd read a book. I can feel them already, Harry said. Since the blood test. They're loud. Loud is normal at first. It'll settle. But you need to learn to filter, to choose what you're listening to instead of hearing everything at once. Otherwise it'll overwhelm you. She hesitated. Can I ask, what does it feel like? For you specifically? Harry thought about it. Like standing in a river. The current is always there, always moving. If I focus, I can feel where it's strong and where it's weak. And there are places where it's wrong. Dark spots. Like bruises. Daphne and Cyrus exchanged a look. Dead zones, Cyrus said. We've noticed them too. Places where the old magic has been blocked or corrupted. They've been growing more common over the past few decades. Nobody knows why. Harry thought about what Ragnarok had said about the containment wards cracking. About something stirring beneath the deepest vaults. He thought about the dissonance he'd felt in the ley lines, the wrong notes in the deep music of the land. He didn't share those thoughts. Not yet. Some things needed to be understood before they could be explained. By mid-afternoon, they'd established a plan. Harry would visit the Greengrass estate twice a week for instruction. Cyrus would handle the old protocols and history. Daphne, who was better at the practical magical exercises than either of them expected, would work with Harry on ley line meditation and filtering. 2 conditions, Daphne said as they were wrapping up. First, you don't tell anyone where you're going. Not Dumbledore, not Granger, not Weasley. My family's safety depends on our neutrality appearing intact. Agreed. Second, you don't waste my time. If I'm teaching you, I expect you to practice. I expect you to take this seriously. I don't care that you're the boy who lived. If you don't put in the work, I'm done. Also agreed. She studied him. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? Honestly? More hair-trigger temper and less actual thinking. I get that a lot. It's not a compliment. It means you've been hiding your intelligence behind your reputation, and that's a waste. Harry blinked. He wasn't sure anyone had ever called him intelligent before. Brave, yes. Lucky, frequently. Reckless, constantly. But intelligent? That was new. I look forward to working with you, Greengrass, he said. Daphne, she corrected. If we're going to be spending time together, we should at least be civil about it. Daphne, then. He extended his hand. Harry. She took it. Her grip was still cool, still precise, but this time she held it a beat longer than necessary. Don't make me regret this, Harry, she said. No promises. That got another smile, the real one, the brief flash that changed her whole face, and Harry thought, with the part of his brain that wasn't occupied with ley lines and ancient bloodlines and the weight of a crown he hadn't asked for, oh. That could be a problem. The Greengrasses left through the flue. Harry sat alone in the corner booth with cold tea and a head full of information and the ley lines of London humming beneath his feet. He had a plan. He had allies, tentative, conditional, but real. He had resources he hadn't had yesterday and knowledge he hadn't had this morning. The path forward was clearer than it had been in years, even if it was also more terrifying. Harry pulled out his notebook and wrote 2 words at the top of a fresh page. What next? Beneath it, he began to write. Not plans, not yet. Questions. The questions he needed answered before he could plan. What are the dead zones? What's causing them? What happened to the last High King? Ragnarok said, something broke him, what? The containment wards at Gringotts, what are they holding? Why did they crack when my blood hit the stone? How does the ley line connection interact with the prophecy? With the scar? With Voldemort? Who else knows about the Pendragon bloodline? Who will find out? How fast? He stared at the list. 5 questions. Each one had the potential to change everything. And underneath all of them, unwritten but present, the question that mattered most, am I ready for this? He didn't know the answer. But he knew something else, something simpler and more important. He was going to find out. Not by waiting, not by being protected, not by letting other people decide what he was ready for. By acting. By choosing. By stepping into the fire and seeing what he was made of. Harry closed the notebook, finished his cold tea, and went to the window. The rain had stopped overnight, but the pavement was still damp, still gleaming in the afternoon sun. The ley line beneath the street pulsed its slow, steady rhythm. He pressed his hand against the glass and felt the warmth of the magic flowing through the ancient city. Felt the land's awareness brush against his own, vast, patient, waiting. Not demanding. Not compelling. Just, present. As if it had been holding a space open for 800 years, and someone had finally arrived to fill it. Okay, Harry said quietly, to the city, to the ley lines, to the land itself. I'm here. Let's see what we can do. Somewhere deep beneath London, deeper than the tube, deeper than the sewers, deeper than the buried rivers, the ley lines carried his words down into the dark. Down past the bedrock. Down past the ancient wards. Down to a place where something vast and patient stirred in its sleep. A crack in old stone widened by a fraction of an inch. A whisper of something that hadn't breathed in 8 centuries moved through the darkness like a cold wind. And far above, in a room over a pub, a 16-year-old boy who'd just learned he was a king stared out at the city he might one day have to save, and felt, for the first time in weeks, something that wasn't grief. It felt like purpose. The rain-washed streets of London glittered in the afternoon sun, and the ley lines hummed, and the world turned toward whatever was coming next. Chapter 2, The Old Ways. The Greengrass estate sat in the rolling hills of Wiltshire, hidden behind wards so old they'd become part of the landscape. You couldn't find it unless you were invited, and even then, the magic tested you, a subtle pressure against the skin as you crossed the boundary, like walking through a curtain of warm water. Harry felt the wards recognize him on his first visit, felt them catalogue his magical signature, and felt something deeper happen too. The ley line that ran beneath the property reached up toward him like a hand greeting a friend. The house itself was modest by pure-blood standards, stone and timber, 3 stories, covered in climbing roses that bloomed in colors Harry was fairly sure didn't exist in nature. No peacocks. No ostentatious gates. The wealth of the Greengrass family was expressed not in display but in age. Everything was old, everything was real, and everything hummed with centuries of accumulated magic. Daphne met him at the door on that first morning, 3 days after their conversation in the leaky cauldron. She was dressed differently than he'd ever seen her, no robes, just a simple white shirt and dark trousers, her hair pulled back from her face. She looked younger without the armor of Slytherin formality. More human. "You're early," she said. "You told me not to waste your time. Being early wastes it just as much." "I wasn't ready." "You look ready." "Appearances can be deceiving, Potter." First lesson of Slytherin House. She stepped aside to let him in. "Father's in the study. He wants to start with history. Try not to fall asleep." "Is it boring?" "It's 800 years of political maneuvering and magical theory. I find it fascinating, but I've been told I have unusual tastes." Harry followed her through a hallway lined with portraits that watched him with open curiosity. Unlike the Hogwarts portraits, these didn't speak, they simply observed, their painted eyes tracking him with an attention that felt more real than painted canvas should allow. "They're warded to silence when we have guests," Daphne said, catching his look. "Family privacy. Great Aunt Alara has opinions about everyone and no filter whatsoever." A portrait of a severe-looking woman with Daphne's jawline made a rude gesture from her frame. Daphne ignored it with practiced ease. Cyrus's study was exactly what Harry would have expected, books covering every wall, a massive oak desk buried in parchment, and the lingering smell of old paper and expensive tea. What he hadn't expected was the floor. The entire study floor was a single slab of grey stone, polished smooth, covered in carved runes that spiraled outward from the center of the room in concentric circles. The runes were inactive, just carvings in rock, but Harry could feel them waiting. Ready to wake up if someone asked them to. "Sit," Cyrus said from behind his desk. He was already surrounded by books with markers in them, and a tea service that looked old enough to be an artifact in its own right. Harry sat. Daphne took the chair beside him, curling into it sideways with her legs tucked under her in a way that was distinctly un-Slytherin. "We'll start with what the Ministry doesn't want you to know," Cyrus said. "Which is most of it." The history of magical Britain, as Cyrus told it, bore almost no resemblance to what Binns droned about at Hogwarts. The old compact had been signed in 396 AD, not by wizards alone, but by representatives of every magical race in Britain. Wizards, goblins, centaurs, merfolk, and others that modern magical society had forgotten or deliberately erased from the record. The compact established the High King as the arbitrator between races, the guarantor of shared rights, and the living connection between the magical population and the land itself. The High King wasn't a ruler in the way you'd understand it from Muggle history, Cyrus said. He didn't command armies or levy taxes. His authority was relational. He maintained a balance between groups that had very different needs and very different magical traditions. The goblins needed access to the deep earth and the mineral ley lines. The centaurs needed the forests and the star-linked nodes. The merfolk needed the water channels. Wizards needed the surface lines and the ambient magic. All of these overlap. All of them conflict. The High King held the web together. And when the last one died, the web fell apart, Harry said. Cyrus hesitated. The last High King didn't die. Not exactly. The records are contested. The Goblin account says he was consumed by something. The Wizard account says he went mad and had to be put down. The Centaur account, which Forenza shared with me years ago, though he shouldn't have, says the stars wept for 7 nights and then went silent. Something consumed him, Harry repeated. He thought about Ragnarok's containment wards. The cracks. The stirring in the deep. Whatever happened, the Pendragon line vanished from known genealogy afterward. The other families, those who would later form the Wisengamot, moved quickly. Within a generation, the Ministry of Magic was established, the compact was declared void, and the other races were classified as beings, beasts, or, in the Centaur's case, both at different times depending on who was in charge. And the ley lines continued to exist, obviously. But without a High King to maintain the network, they began to degrade. Slowly, so slowly that no single generation noticed the change. But compare magical power levels from historical records to modern measurements and the decline is unmistakable. Magic in Britain is weaker than it was 800 years ago. Not dramatically, but measurably. Harry stared at him. Magic itself is getting weaker. The land's magic is getting weaker. Individual wizards still vary, but the baseline, the ambient magical energy available to everyone, has been dropping for centuries. The dead zones you've been sensing are the most extreme expression of it. Places where the ley lines have dried up entirely. Daphne leaned forward. I've been mapping them. The dead zones. There are 47 that I know of, scattered across Britain. Most are small, a few square meters. But they're growing, and new ones keep appearing. What causes them? Daphne glanced at her father. Cyrus nodded. We don't know for certain, she said. But we have a theory. The ley lines carry magic, but they also carry corruption. Dark magic, if performed on or near a ley line, leaves a residue, like silt in a river. Over time, enough residue can block the flow entirely. Create a dead zone. She paused. And over the past 50 years, someone has been performing extremely dark magic in locations that just happen to sit on major ley line intersections. The room went quiet. Harry felt a cold certainty settle in his stomach. Voldemort's Horcruxes, he said. Cyrus and Daphne both flinched at the name, but Daphne recovered fast. We don't know what specifically. We just know the dead zones accelerated dramatically starting in the 1950s and again in the 1970s. Whatever was done, it was dark enough and powerful enough to poison ley lines that had been healthy for millennia. Harry filed that away. He didn't know enough about the Horcruxes yet, their locations, their nature, how they interacted with the ley lines, but the connection was too precise to be coincidence. Voldemort had been unknowingly destroying the magical infrastructure of the country he wanted to rule. Or maybe not unknowingly. Maybe he didn't care. They worked through the morning, Cyrus laying out the structure of the old compact in methodical detail while Daphne added practical context and Harry asked questions that surprised them both. He had a gift for cutting through abstraction to practical implication. What does this mean for the goblins specifically? What rights did centaurs have that they've lost? How would the merfolk react if approached about renewal? That spoke to an intelligence neither Greengrass had expected from the Gryffindor who was famous for charging into danger. Around midday, Cyrus excused himself to handle family business, and Daphne took Harry outside for what she called the practical portion. The Greengrass grounds included a walled garden that sat directly over a ley line junction, a place where 3 lines crossed, creating a node of concentrated magical energy. Even without trying, Harry could feel it, a warmth that rose through the soles of his shoes, a hum that vibrated in his chest. Sit, Daphne said, dropping cross-legged onto the grass. Harry sat across from her. The garden was quiet, birdsong, wind, the distant sound of water from a stream somewhere beyond the walls. It was a profoundly peaceful place. Close your eyes. Find the ley line. Harry closed his eyes. Finding the ley line was easy now, it was like finding a river when you were standing in it. The energy flowed around him, through the junction, pulsing with that deep, steady rhythm he'd come to associate with the land's magic. I can feel it. Good. Now instead of just feeling it, try to listen. The ley line carries information, emotional resonance, magical signatures, the state of the land. You've been sensing it as noise. I want you to start hearing it as language. Harry pushed deeper. The ley line's pulse filled his awareness, warm, vast, alive. He tried to move past the raw sensation to the content underneath, the way you'd move past the sound of a voice to hear the words. At first, there was nothing. Just energy, formless and enormous. But then, faint, at the very edge of perception, shapes began to form. Not images, exactly. More like feelings with texture. The garden was content. That was the only word for it. The plants, the soil, the stone walls, all of it was suffused with a deep, settled satisfaction, the way a cat feels curled up in a sunbeam. Beyond the garden, the land stretched out in his awareness. Fields and forests and hills, each with their own emotional texture. A village to the south felt busy, not in a human sense, but in the way a beehive is busy, humming with small magics and daily enchantments. The forest to the north felt watchful. And far away, at the very edge of what he could reach, one of the dead zones. Cold. Numb. Like a gap in a smile where a tooth used to be. Harry opened his eyes. Daphne was watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. "What did you hear?" she asked. "The garden is happy. The village south of here is busy. There's a dead zone about 20 miles northeast." Daphne stared at him. 23 miles. Near Avebury. I could feel it. It's like a hole in the network. Everything flows around it but nothing flows through it. She was quiet for a moment. It took my father 6 months of daily practice to sense a ley line junction. It took me 3 weeks. You're doing it on your first try. I think the blood test accelerated things. Ragnarok said the ley lines recognized me when my blood hit the stone. Even so. The sensitivity you're describing, the emotional read, the range, the ability to sense dead zones from this distance, that's not normal for a beginner. That's not normal for anyone. I'm getting a lot of "that's not normal" lately. Get used to it. They spent the next 2 hours working on control, specifically, on Harry's ability to open and close his ley line awareness at will instead of being passively immersed in it. It was harder than he expected. The ley lines wanted to talk to him, wanted to flood him with information, and learning to moderate the flow was like learning to partially close a fire hydrant. You could do it, but the pressure was always there, always pushing. Daphne was a demanding teacher. She corrected his technique precisely, didn't accept excuses, and had a sharp tongue when he got frustrated. "You're forcing it," she said after his third failed attempt to narrow his focus to a single ley line. "Magic isn't a fist. Stop clenching." "I'm not clenching." "You are. Metaphysically. You're trying to grab the ley line and squeeze it into shape. That's wand wizard thinking, point, command, force. Ley magic doesn't work like that. It's relational. You have to ask. Ask a ley line. Ask the magic. It's aware, remember. Not intelligent, but aware. It responds to intention, not force. So instead of trying to make it obey you, try inviting it." Harry took a breath. Let go of the wand magic instinct that said power meant control. Reached out to the ley line not with demand but with openness. Curiosity. "Show me." The ley line responded. Not with the overwhelming flood of before, but with a measured flow, a stream instead of a river, carrying specific information instead of everything at once. Harry felt the junction beneath him in precise detail, 3 lines crossing, each carrying different types of energy, different resonances, different stories. "There," Daphne said softly. "Hold that." Harry held it. The ley line hummed against his awareness like a purring cat, content to be noticed, willing to share. The sensation was extraordinary, intimate and vast at the same time, like being alone in a cathedral. "That's it," Daphne said, and there was something in her voice that went beyond teaching. Something close to wonder. Harry opened his eyes. They were sitting very close, closer than he'd realized. Daphne's eyes were wide, her lips slightly parted, and for a moment, the armor was completely gone. She was just a girl sitting in a garden, looking at a boy who could do something impossible, and the expression on her face was one of pure, unguarded amazement. Then she caught herself. The composure reassembled, the walls went back up, and she leaned back with studied casualness. "Not bad for a Gryffindor," she said. "High praise from a snake. Don't push it." But she was smiling. Harry wrote to Neville that evening. He sat in the room at the leaky cauldron. He'd taken it on a semi-permanent basis, preferring it to Privet Drive for reasons that required no explanation, and drafted 3 versions of the letter before settling on one that was honest without being reckless. "Neville, I need to talk to you about something important. It's about your family, about what the Longbottoms were, before the ministry rewrote the history books. I can't explain in a letter, but I can tell you this: you're more than you think you are. You've always been more than you think you are. Can you meet me at the Leaky Cauldron this Saturday? Come alone. Don't tell anyone, not your grandmother, not the Order, not anyone. I know that sounds paranoid. I have reasons." Harry tied the letter to Hedwig's leg and watched her disappear into the evening sky. The ley lines pulsed beneath him, steady, patient, the heartbeat of a land that was slowly waking up. Then he wrote a second letter. This one was harder. "Dear Hermione, I'm fine. I'm not at the Dursleys, I've claimed the Black inheritance and I'm staying in London. Before you panic, I'm safe, I'm being careful, and I'm not doing anything reckless. Actually, that last part might be a lie. But it's calculated recklessness, which I've been told is different. I can't tell you everything yet. I will, soon. I need you to trust me, and I know I'm asking a lot because I'm not giving you much in return. But something's happened, something big, and I need to handle it my way before other people start trying to handle it for me. Tell Ron I'm alive and to stop worrying. Or keep worrying. It's sort of endearing. Harry P.S. Look up the old compact in the Hogwarts library. The original documents, not the ministry-approved summaries. I think they're in the restricted section, but I also think you can get McGonagall to give you access if you frame it as a History of Magic extra credit project. You'll find it interesting. Trust me. He sent that one with a borrowed owl from the pub's small owlery. Hermione would have questions. She always had questions. But she'd also start researching, and when the time came to bring her fully into this, she'd already have the foundation. Harry thought about writing to Ron, but decided against it. Ron's loyalty was absolute and unquestionable, but his ability to keep secrets was limited, especially with the entire Weasley family around. There'd be time. Instead, Harry pulled out the notes he'd been keeping and added to them. The list of questions was growing, but so was the list of answers. He was beginning to see the shape of the situation, not the whole picture, but enough edges and corners to know it was bigger than anyone realized. The dead zones were spreading. The ley lines were weakening. Something ancient was stirring beneath Gringotts. And Voldemort's dark magic was poisoning the very fabric of magical Britain in ways that went far beyond the political. This wasn't just a war between a Dark Lord and his opposition. This was an entire world slowly dying from the inside out, and nobody had noticed because nobody could feel it. Nobody except, apparently, Harry. He pressed his palm flat against the wall and felt the ley line beneath the pub. It was healthy here, strong, steady, warm. But even in its strength, he could feel the faintest tremor. A vibration that shouldn't have been there. Like a bridge that looked solid but had a crack in one of its supports. "Hold together," he muttered. "Just hold together a little longer." The ley line pulsed. It might have been coincidence. It might have been acknowledgement. Harry went to sleep with the sound of ancient magic humming in his bones. The days fell into a rhythm. Mornings at the Greengrass estate, learning history from Cyrus and practical magic from Daphne. Afternoons at Gringotts, working with Sharpclaw on the Black estate and meeting with Ragnarok on the Pendragon implications. Evenings in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, studying, practicing, planning. He was learning faster than anyone expected, including himself. The ley line work came naturally, too naturally, Daphne said, watching him with narrowed eyes as he channeled raw earth magic on his fourth session without breaking a sweat. Normal practitioners train for years to do what you're doing in days. The Pendragon blood is accelerating your connection. But be careful, there's a difference between capacity and control. Meaning you can channel an ocean of power, but if you can't direct it precisely, you'll drown yourself and everyone around you. So they focused on precision. Daphne had him practice increasingly fine manipulations, sensing individual plants in the garden, feeling the magical signatures of specific wards, reading emotional resonances from the ley line without being overwhelmed by them. It was tedious, exacting work, and Harry loved it. He'd never had a teacher who challenged him like this. Lupin had been gentle and encouraging. Moody had been intense but impersonal. Daphne was neither. She was demanding and specific and didn't let him get away with anything, but she also genuinely enjoyed the work. When he got something right, her eyes lit up in a way that made the hours of practice worthwhile. "You're grinning," she said one afternoon, catching him in the middle of a ley line meditation. "Am I not allowed?" "You're supposed to be concentrating." "I am concentrating. I can concentrate and grin at the same time. It's a gift. It's irritating. Also a gift." She threw a handful of grass at him, which was so un-Slytherin that they both started laughing. It was the first time Harry had laughed properly since Sirius died, and the realization hit him mid-laugh and turned it bittersweet. But he didn't stop. Sirius would have wanted him to laugh. Sirius had spent 12 years in Azkaban and still knew how to laugh. Daphne noticed the shift. She didn't say anything, no awkward condolences, no probing questions. She just moved the lesson forward, giving him something to focus on besides the grief, and Harry appreciated that more than he could have expressed. They were becoming friends. Real friends, not the polite alliance of mutual interest that Cyrus had envisioned. They argued about Quidditch, she was a Falcon supporter, which Harry found personally offensive, and debated magical theory, and she told him about the politics of Slytherin House with a dry, biting humor that made him understand for the first time what it was like to navigate that snake pit. "Malfoy's the loudest," she said, "but he's not the most dangerous. Theo Knott is smarter, Blaise Zabini is more connected, and Tracy Davis plays stupid so effectively that half the house doesn't realize she's the one controlling the gossip network. And where do you fit? I'm the one they can't figure out. I don't play their games, I don't join their factions, and I'm well enough connected that they can't afford to antagonize me. It drives them mad. Must be lonely." She gave him a sharp look. Then something in her expression softened. "Sometimes." That was as close to vulnerability as she got, and Harry respected it by not pushing. But he remembered it. Filed it away in the part of his mind that was learning to read people the way Daphne read ley lines, with attention and patience and a willingness to see what was actually there instead of what you expected. Saturday came, and with it, Neville. He arrived at the Leaky Cauldron looking exactly like Neville always looked, slightly rumpled, slightly nervous, with an earnest round face that couldn't hide an emotion to save its life. But there was something different about him too. Something that had been there since the Department of Mysteries, since he'd stood beside Harry with a broken nose and a borrowed wand and refused to leave. Neville had found his spine. He was still looking for the rest of it. Harry. They shook hands, and Neville's grip was firmer than Harry remembered. "Your letter was cryptic." "I know. I'm sorry. I couldn't risk putting the details in writing." They took a private room upstairs. Harry cast privacy wards, properly, thoroughly, with a competence that made Neville's eyebrows rise, and sat down across from his friend. "What I'm about to tell you stays between us," Harry said. "Not forever, but for now, until I'm ready to go public. Can you promise me that?" "Of course. Even from your grandmother." Neville hesitated. His relationship with Augusta Longbottom was complicated. She was his guardian, his family, and his harshest critic, all wrapped in a vulture-topped hat. Keeping secrets from her was not something he did easily or often. "If you're asking, it must be important," Neville said. "It is." "Then yes. I promise." Harry told him. Not everything, not the Hollow King, not the containment wards, not the deepest fears, but the core of it. The blood test. The Pendragon line. The High King. The old compact. Neville listened in absolute silence. His face went through a journey, confusion, shock, awe, and then something Harry didn't expect. Recognition. "Neville." "The Longbottom shield," Neville said. His voice was strange, distant, as if he was hearing something far away. "Gran keeps it in the family vault. She showed it to me once when I was 10. It's old, really old, covered in runes nobody can read anymore. She said it was a family heirloom, but she never explained what it was for." Harry leaned forward. The Longbottom family were the shield of the High King. The sworn champions who stood at the king's right hand. They protected the Pendragon line for 400 years. Neville stared at him. "The shield in your family vault is the symbol of that office," Harry continued. "Ragnarok told me about it. He said it was forged by goblinsmiths in the 5th century and enchanted by the High King himself. It's been dormant since the last Pendragon fell. But if the bloodline is active again, it might wake up," Neville finished. He was pale but steady. "Harry, are you sure about this?" "About me? The magic is sure. The blood is sure. Whether you want the role, that's your choice. I won't ask you to do anything you're not ready for. I broke a Death Eater's kneecap with my bare hands 3 weeks ago. I remember. I'm ready." There was no bravado in it. No false courage. Just Neville Longbottom, overlooked, underestimated, dismissed by almost everyone who'd ever known him, looking Harry in the eye and saying what they both knew was true: he'd been waiting for something like this his whole life. Not the title. Not the glory. The purpose. Harry felt something click into place. A piece of the puzzle he hadn't known was missing. The ley lines beneath the pub pulsed, and for a moment, he could have sworn he felt an echo, a second heartbeat, fainter than his own, resonating in harmony. "We need to get the shield," Neville said. "If it's connected to your bloodline, it might respond to your presence. Can you get it without your grandmother knowing?" Neville gave him a look that was pure Gryffindor stubbornness. "I'll manage." They talked for another hour, about the compact, about the ley lines, about what was coming. Neville was quiet through most of it, absorbing, processing, occasionally asking a question that was sharper than people gave him credit for. Harry was reminded, not for the first time, that the Sorting Hat hadn't considered Neville for Gryffindor by accident. The courage was always there. It just needed something worth being brave for. When Neville left, Harry sat alone in the private room and felt the weight of what he'd just done. He'd brought someone into this. Made it real in a way that his own internal experience couldn't. Another person knew. Another person was committed. The loneliness that had been his constant companion since Sirius died eased by a fraction. Not much. But enough to notice. Rumor, Harry learned, moves at the speed of gossip, which in the magical world is roughly the speed of light. He'd expected some word to leak from Gringotts, Dumbledore had warned him, and Ragnarok had been honest about the limits of goblin discretion. What he hadn't expected was the direction it came from. Tom the barkeeper heard it from a Gringotts clerk who'd heard it from a guard who'd been on duty when the inheritance stone activated. The clerk didn't know the specifics, just that Harry Potter had undergone an inheritance test, that the results had caused a commotion, and that Director Ragnarok himself had been involved. Tom told 3 people. Those 3 people told 12. Within a week, Diagon Alley was buzzing with speculation. The Daily Prophet ran a small piece on page 6, Potter heir claims additional lordship. That was maddeningly vague and entirely accurate. Someone had confirmed the black inheritance, though not the rest of it. The article quoted unnamed ministry sources, expressing concern about the concentration of political influence in the hands of a minor. Harry read the article over breakfast and felt the first stirrings of the political storm he'd known was coming. The letter from the Wisengamot arrived 3 days later. He was at the Greengrass estate when it came, a formal scroll delivered by an official ministry owl to the Leaky Cauldron, which Tom forwarded to him via flow message. Harry read it in Cyrus's study with Daphne looking over his shoulder. Mr. Harry James Potter, by order of the Wisengamot's Committee on Ancient and Noble Houses, you are hereby requested to appear before the committee to address concerns regarding your recent claim to the lordship of the most ancient and noble House of Black, and to clarify reports of additional hereditary claims that may have bearing on the political composition of the Wisengamot. This inquiry is convened under Article 17 of the Wisengamot Charter, which grants the committee authority to investigate and verify all claims to noble house status. Your appearance is requested on the 15th of July at 10 a.m. The inquiry will be chaired by Councillor Thaddeus Vane, head of the Committee on Ancient and Noble Houses. Respectfully, Office of the Wisengamot. Harry read it twice. Then he looked at Cyrus. Thaddeus Vane, he said. Tell me about him. Cyrus set down his tea. His expression had gone carefully neutral, the political mask he wore when he was calculating. Thaddeus Vane is 72 years old. He's been on the Wisengamot for 41 years. He chairs 3 committees, sits on 5 more, and has been the quiet power behind the last 4 ministers for magic. He is, by any reasonable measure, the most politically powerful person in magical Britain who doesn't hold an elected or appointed office. Is he with Voldemort? No. Absolutely not. Vane despises Voldemort, despises all Dark Lords, in fact. He's a constitutionalist. He believes in the Wisengamot as an institution, in the rule of law, in democratic governance. He spent his career building systems that prevent the concentration of power in any single person. Which means he'll see me as a threat. You are a threat. Not intentionally, but the Pendragon claim, if it becomes public, threatens the foundational legitimacy of the entire Ministry of Magic. Vane has devoted his life to the current system. He will fight to preserve it. Harry looked at the letter again. This is just about the Black Lordship. He doesn't know about Pendragon yet. No. But he's digging. Vane doesn't move without information, and the fact that he's already convened a committee inquiry tells me he suspects there's more to the story. What kind of man is he? Harry asked. Not politically. Personally. Cyrus considered this. Principled. Intelligent. Patient. He doesn't grandstand or posture, he builds cases methodically and strikes when he's certain. He's fair, in his way. He genuinely believes he's protecting the wizarding world from the dangers of unchecked power. And he has, historically, been proven right more often than wrong. So he's not a villain. He's an adversary. There's a difference. Daphne had been reading the letter over Harry's shoulder. Now she straightened up and said, you need to be prepared for this. Vane won't come at you with insults or threats, he'll come at you with law, precedent, and logic. He'll make his case seem reasonable because it is reasonable. You can't fight him with anger or moral authority. You need to fight him with better arguments. I have 2 weeks. Then we'd better start now. Over the next 10 days, Harry's education shifted from magical history to political warfare. Daphne turned out to be terrifyingly good at this. She understood political maneuvering the way Harry understood a Quidditch pitch, instinctively, dimensionally, seeing angles and trajectories that other people missed. She drilled him on Wisengamot procedure, on the legal framework of noble house claims, on the specific precedents Vane was likely to invoke. He'll cite the Marius Decree of 1587, she said during one late-night session, both of them hunched over legal texts in Cyrus's study. It limits the number of Wisengamot seats any individual can hold to 2. You're claiming black, and if he suspects there's more, he'll use Marius to argue that additional claims should be frozen pending review. Can he do that? Legally? It's a gray area. The Marius Decree was written for normal circumstances. A Pendragon claim is about as far from normal circumstances as you can get. But Vane is excellent at stretching gray areas until they snap. So what do I do? Don't give him the chance. Go in claiming only black. Be cooperative, transparent, boring. Answer every question thoroughly and calmly. Don't let him provoke you, and don't volunteer information he hasn't asked for. The Pendragon claim stays hidden until you're ready to reveal it on your terms, not his. Harry studied her. You're good at this. I've been watching Wisengamot politics since I was 12. My father takes notes on every session. I've read them all. Why? She looked at him as if the answer were obvious. Because power affects everyone, and if you don't understand how it works, you're just another piece on someone else's board. He held her gaze. You don't want to be a piece. Do you? I've been a piece for 15 years. A pawn. Dumbledore's weapon against Voldemort, the Ministry's political football, the Prophet's punching bag. I'm done with it. Good. She handed him another legal text. Then read chapter 7. And don't skip the footnotes, Vane loves footnotes. They worked until midnight, and when Daphne finally stood and stretched, yawning, Harry caught himself watching the line of her neck where her hair fell away from it. He looked away quickly. Same time tomorrow? She asked. If you're willing. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. She paused at the door. Harry. Yeah. Don't let him rattle you. Vane is good at finding the emotional lever and pulling it. He'll bring up your parents, or Sirius, or Voldemort, whatever he thinks will make you react. You can't let him. I've faced Voldemort 4 times. I think I can handle a politician. Politicians are worse. Voldemort wants to kill you. Vane wants to make you irrelevant. Guess which one is harder to fight? She left. Harry sat in the empty study and stared at the legal texts and thought about what she'd said. Then he picked up the next chapter and started reading. But the Wisengamot inquiry wasn't the only conflict brewing. For days before the hearing, Ragnarok sent a message requesting Harry's presence at Gringotts. When Harry arrived, the atmosphere in the bank was tense. Goblins moved with clipped efficiency, their usual professional neutrality replaced by something that looked a lot like barely contained anger. Sharpclaw met him at the door and escorted him not to Ragnarok's office but to a conference room deep within the bank. The room was carved from living rock, lit by crystals embedded in the walls, and contained a long stone table around which sat 5 goblins in full armor and, to Harry's surprise, 2 wizards in ministry robes. The wizards looked uncomfortable. The goblins looked furious. Ragnarok sat at the head of the table. He didn't stand when Harry entered, but the other goblins did, a subtle but unmistakable gesture of respect that the ministry wizards definitely noticed. Mr. Potter, Ragnarok said. Thank you for coming. We have a situation. The situation, it turned out, was a mining rights dispute that had been simmering for months and had finally boiled over. A goblin mining delegation had been excavating near Hogsmeade, work they'd been conducting under a permit that predated the ministry by 3 centuries. The ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures had decided that the permit was invalid because it referenced the old compact, which the ministry did not recognize as current law. More importantly, the ministry had seized a cache of goblin-crafted items from the mining site, weapons and tools that the goblins considered their sovereign property but the ministry classified as magical artifacts subject to ministry oversight. "We have attempted negotiation," Ragnarok said. His voice was controlled, but the tendons in his neck stood out like cables. "We have attempted legal channels. The ministry has responded to both with bureaucratic delay and institutional contempt. This morning, the department sent orders to enforce the permit revocation. Our workers were removed from the site by force." One of the ministry wizards, a nervous-looking man with thinning hair, raised his hand. "The department followed established procedure. The department violated a 900-year-old treaty," Ragnarok said, and his voice cut through the room like a blade. "Your established procedure was written by men who decided that goblin sovereignty was inconvenient and goblin property was negotiable. Neither is true. Neither has ever been true." The room was very tense. Harry could feel it in the ley lines: anger, frustration, the old wound of injustice pressed upon until it bled fresh. "What are the specifics of the seized items?" Harry asked. Everyone looked at him. The goblins with expectation. The wizards with confusion. 7 ceremonial blades, Ragnarok said. 12 mining tools of goblin design and manufacture. And a set of ward stones that have been in continuous goblin use for 400 years. Ward stones that were on goblin land. On land covered by the original permit, yes. And the ministry's position is that the permit is void because it references the old compact? The nervous wizard nodded. The old compact is not recognized under current ministry law. Is the old compact explicitly repealed under current ministry law? Harry asked. Silence. The wizard blinked. "I don't believe there's a specific repeal statute, no. It's simply not recognized, then it hasn't been repealed. It's been ignored. There's a legal difference." Harry turned to Ragnarok. "The original permit, is it recorded in the Gringotts archives?" "It is. And it references specific articles of the compact. Articles 7 and 12. The right of goblin access to mineral resources and the protection of goblin-crafted items as sovereign property." Harry looked at the ministry wizards. "The ministry is enforcing a position based on the assumption that the old compact is null. But the compact was never formally abrogated. No law was passed to revoke it. The ministry simply stopped honoring it. That's not the same as it ceasing to exist." The nervous wizard was sweating. His colleague, a heavier man with a walrus mustache who'd been silent until now, spoke up. "With respect, Mr. Potter, the old compact is a historical curiosity. It hasn't been observed for 800 years, which means the goblins have been deprived of their treaty rights for 800 years. That's not an argument for continued deprivation. It's an argument for restitution." The room went very quiet. Harry hadn't planned this. He hadn't walked in with a strategy or a legal brief. He was thinking on his feet, drawing on what Cyrus had taught him and what Daphne had drilled into him and what he'd learned from a lifetime of navigating situations where the people with power used it against the people without. "Here's what I think should happen," Harry said. "The seized items are returned to the goblin delegation immediately. They're goblin crafted, they were on goblin permitted land, and taking them was an overreach. The mining permit stays in effect pending a formal legal review, not a ministry internal review, but an independent one, with goblin representation. And the Aurors who used force against the mining workers issue a formal apology." "An apology," the walrus-mustached wizard sputtered. "Armed Aurors removed unarmed miners from their workplace by force," Harry said. "In the Muggle world, that's called state violence against workers. I don't see why the magical world should have a lower standard." Ragnarok's face was unreadable, but the other goblins were exchanging looks that Harry could feel more than see, the weight of a moment they'd been waiting for. "Mr. Potter," the walrus wizard said, drawing himself up, "you have no authority to make these recommendations. You are not a member of the Wisengamot, you do not represent the department, he represents the House of Black, Ragnarok said quietly. One of the founding signatories of the old compact. Under the treaty, any signatory house may intervene in disputes involving compact rights. It is, in fact, their obligation. Harry hadn't known that. He filed it away and kept his face neutral. The Ministry wizards were cornered. They knew it. Harry could see them calculating, the political cost of refusing versus the political cost of conceding. A standoff with Gringotts was the last thing the Ministry needed right now, with Voldemort returned and public confidence already shattered. I'll take these recommendations to the department head, the nervous wizard said. Today, Harry said. Today. And the seized items? A long, painful pause. I'll authorize their return pending review. Harry nodded. Thank you. The Ministry wizards left. When the door closed behind them, the tension in the room didn't dissipate, it transformed. The goblins were looking at Harry with an intensity that made him understand, viscerally, what Ragnarok had meant about 800 years of waiting. That was well done, Ragnarok said. You didn't command. You mediated. I didn't do anything, Harry said. The law was on your side. I just made sure they couldn't ignore it. That, Ragnarok said, is what a High King does. Harry walked out of Gringotts an hour later with the sun in his eyes and the ley lines singing beneath his feet. He felt good. Not triumphant, not powerful, just good. The way you feel when you've done something right. Something that mattered. He was halfway down the Gringotts steps when Daphne appeared beside him. She'd been at the bank for family business, at least, that was what she said. Harry suspected she'd been loitering near the conference room, because she looked entirely too informed about what had just happened. Mediating Goblin Ministry disputes now, she said, falling into step beside him. Busy morning. Word travels fast in Gringotts. Word travels fast everywhere. That's sort of the problem. She glanced at him. You handled that well. The legal argument about the compact not being formally repealed, that was clever. I learned from a good teacher. Flattery won't get you out of tonight's practice session. Wasn't trying. They walked through Diagon Alley together, drawing a few curious looks but nothing more. Two teenagers walking through a shopping district wasn't newsworthy, even if one of them was Harry Potter. The hearing's in 4 days, Daphne said. Are you ready? Getting there. Harry. She stopped and turned to face him. They were standing outside Flourish and Blots, and the morning crowd parted around them like water around stones. I need you to understand something about Vane. He's not going to be like those ministry functionaries in there. You won't be able to outmaneuver him with legal technicalities and moral clarity. He's smarter than them, he's better prepared, and he's been doing this for 40 years. So what do I do? You be honest. Completely, disarmingly, uncomfortably honest. Don't try to be clever, he'll out-clever you. Don't try to be political, he'll out-politic you. Be the thing he can't be. Which is genuine. You're not a politician, Harry. You're a 16-year-old who's been handed something enormous and is trying to do the right thing with it. That's your strength. Don't waste it trying to play his game. Harry looked at her. The morning light caught her hair, turning it gold at the edges, and her grey-blue eyes were intent and serious and beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with politics or strategy. Thank you, he said. For what? For all of this. The teaching, the preparation, the... He gestured vaguely. Telling me when I'm being an idiot. You haven't been an idiot. That's what worries me. I was prepared for idiocy. This competence is unsettling. I'll try to make some stupid decisions to balance it out. Please don't. They stood there for a moment. The crowd moved around them. The ley lines pulsed. And something shifted between them, subtle, delicate, the way a plant turns toward sunlight. Not a declaration. Not a moment of grand romance. Just two people standing a little closer than friends needed to, looking at each other a little longer than the conversation required, and feeling something warm and fragile and new take root in the space between them. Daphne broke the moment first. She always did. Practice session. Tonight. 7 o'clock. Don't be late. I'm never late. You were late last Tuesday. That was Ron's fault. Ron wasn't there. His influence transcends physical presence. She laughed, a real laugh, bright and unexpected and completely at odds with the composed Slytherin mask she wore for the rest of the world. Harry felt something in his chest expand at the sound of it. Then she was walking away, and he was standing in the middle of Diagon Alley with the sun on his face and a smile he couldn't quite control. That evening, Harry felt the first real pulse of wrongness from the ley lines. He was in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, practicing the filtering exercises Daphne had taught him, when the ley line beneath the pub jolted. Not pulsed, jolted, like a nerve being struck. Harry's awareness snapped into focus, and he felt it, a wave of something dark and cold rolling through the network, originating from somewhere to the north and spreading outward like ink in water. It lasted 3 seconds. Then it was gone. Harry sat very still, his hands pressed flat against the floor, his heart hammering. He reached out along the ley line, searching for the source of the disturbance, but whatever had caused it had vanished as quickly as it appeared. The ley line was normal again, normal except for a faint residue, like the afterimage of a bright light. Cold. That was the word. The residue felt cold, in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. It was the cold of absence, of something that consumed heat and light and magic and left nothing behind. Harry thought about Ragnarok's containment wards. The cracks. The stirring. He thought about Daphne's voice, the Hollow King. That's why the last Pendragon fell. She hadn't told him about the Hollow King yet, not in detail. She'd mentioned it once, in passing, referencing an old Greengrass family text, but they hadn't had time to discuss it properly. Now Harry wished they had. He grabbed a quill and wrote 2 quick notes. The first to Ragnarok, felt a disturbance in the ley lines tonight. Northern origin, approximately 9:47 p.m. Cold signature. Your containment wards, are they holding? The second to Daphne, the Hollow King. Tell me everything your family texts say. This isn't academic anymore. He sent both by owl and sat back down on the floor. The ley line was calm now, its steady pulse undisturbed. But Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something had looked at him through the network. Something vast and patient and endlessly hungry. Something that had been waiting 800 years for the door to open. Harry didn't sleep that night. He sat cross-legged on the floor with his awareness sunk into the ley lines, monitoring, listening, waiting for the cold to come again. It didn't. But just before dawn, he felt something else, faint, distant, but unmistakable. A spike of rage and confusion from somewhere far to the north, transmitted not through the ley lines but through his scar. Voldemort. The Dark Lord was awake, and he was feeling the ley lines shift beneath him, and he didn't understand what was happening. Harry caught fragments of thought, not words, not images, but emotional textures. Paranoia. Fury. The particular species of anger that came from encountering something you couldn't control or comprehend. Voldemort could feel the changes in the ley lines. He didn't know what they meant, but he knew something was wrong. And he was going to find out. Harry pressed his palms flat against the floor and pushed the scar connection closed, hard, deliberately, the way Daphne had taught him to close his ley line awareness. The connection snapped shut like a door slamming. He sat in the pre-dawn silence and thought about the timeline. Vane's inquiry in 4 days. The Hollow King stirring below. Voldemort sensing the changes above. The ley lines weakening, the dead zone spreading, and Harry sitting in the middle of it all, the only person who could feel every thread of the web. He needed to move faster. Ragnarok's reply came at breakfast, the containment wards are holding. Barely. The disturbance you felt originated from deep beneath the Scottish Highlands, far from Gringotts, but on the same ley line network. We are monitoring. Come to the bank at your earliest convenience. There are things I should have told you sooner. Daphne's reply came an hour later, carried by a greengrass family owl that was sleek and dark and gave Harry a disdainful look before consenting to accept a treat. The Hollow King isn't a king. It's what's left of one. Family texts are fragmentary, but what we have suggests it was the entity that consumed the last Pendragon, something that entered through the ley lines and hollowed him out from the inside. It feeds on corrupted magic. It grows stronger when the ley lines are poisoned. It's been sleeping because there was no Pendragon to wake it up. Until now. Come to the estate today. We need to talk about this properly. And Harry, be careful. If this thing is stirring, it can feel you the same way you can feel it. Harry read the note twice. Then he folded it carefully and put it in his pocket beside Ragnar's reply. The two most important allies he had were telling him the same thing: the clock was ticking, and whatever was waking up below wasn't going to wait for him to be ready. He thought about the Wisengamot hearing. 4 days. Vane's careful, methodical challenge to his black lordship. The political theater of an institution defending its own power. It seemed absurdly small compared to what was stirring in the deep. But it wasn't. That was what Daphne had been trying to teach him. The political and the magical were connected. The ministry existed because there was no High King. The ley lines were dying because the ministry had abandoned the compact. The Hollow King was waking because the ley lines were poisoned. Everything was connected. Pull one thread and the whole tapestry moved. He couldn't fight the Hollow King without political legitimacy. He couldn't claim legitimacy without navigating Vane. He couldn't navigate Vane without understanding the system he'd built. And he couldn't understand the system without understanding why it existed, which brought him right back to the fall of the last Pendragon and the thing that had consumed him. Circle. Everything came back to the same circle. Harry went to the Greengrass estate. Then to Gringotts. Then back to the leaky cauldron. Ragnar showed him the containment wards, not the physical wards beneath the bank, but a monitoring system that tracked their integrity. The wards were covered in hairline fractures, like a windshield after a stone impact. Still holding. But stressed. The entity, whatever it is, has been dormant for 8 centuries, Ragnar said. But it has not been inert. It feeds on the corruption in the ley lines. Slowly, over centuries, it has been accumulating power. The poison in the network, the dark magic you believe is connected to Voldemort's activities, has accelerated the process dramatically. How long do we have before the wards fail? At the current rate of degradation, months. Perhaps a year. But if Voldemort continues to conduct dark rituals on ley line nodes, or if the entity is further stimulated, by my existence. By the return of the Pendragon blood, yes. Then the timeline shortens. How much? Ragnar met his eyes. I don't know. And that is what frightens me. Harry had never heard a goblin admit to fear before. The fact that Ragnar said it plainly, without shame or caveat, told him more about the severity of the situation than any amount of data could have. At the Greengrass estate, Daphne spread ancient texts across her father's desk and walked Harry through what her family knew about the Hollow King. It wasn't much: fragments from journals, references in old ritual guides, a single extended passage in a text called The Last Days of Albion that was so old the parchment crumbled at the edges. It's not a creature, Daphne said. It's more like a corruption. A sentient corruption that lives in the spaces between ley lines, feeding on dark magic and magical decay. The texts describe it as the shadow of sovereignty, the dark reflection of the High King's power. The High King channels the land's magic for protection and balance. The Hollow King channels it for consumption and entropy. So it's the opposite of what I'm supposed to be. In a sense. The last Pendragon apparently tried to fight it directly. He channeled the full power of the ley lines against it and, lost. The texts say he was hollowed, his magic, his mind, his self consumed from the inside out, leaving nothing but a shell. A shell that the entity then wore. Daphne nodded. For a brief time, before the remaining magical races managed to contain it. That's when the containment wards were placed. Not to destroy it, they couldn't destroy it. Just to put it to sleep. Harry stared at the ancient texts without seeing them. He was thinking about the cold pulse he'd felt in the ley lines. The sensation of being watched. The knowledge that something vast and hungry was turning its attention toward him. How do I fight something that eats magic? He asked. I don't know, Daphne said. The texts don't say. The last Pendragon tried brute force and it didn't work. But he was alone, the compact had already begun to fray by that point, and the other races had pulled back their support. He faced it without allies. Then I won't make that mistake. She looked at him. You're not scared. I'm terrified. But I've been terrified before. It's never stopped me. That's either very brave or very stupid. I'm told it's usually both. She didn't laugh. She reached out and took his hand, a quick, impulsive gesture that seemed to surprise her as much as it surprised him. Her fingers were warm and her grip was firm and the contact lasted only a few seconds before she pulled away, but Harry felt it resonate through his ley line awareness like a bell being struck. Don't get yourself killed, she said. I'm not done teaching you yet. Wouldn't dream of it. She turned back to the texts, her composure restored, but Harry noticed the faint color in her cheeks and the way she held her head just slightly too still, as if she was deliberately not looking at him. He filed it away. Along with the warmth of her hand. Along with the feeling that whatever was growing between them, this fragile, impossible thing built on honest conversations and late-night study sessions and the shared weight of ancient secrets, was becoming more important than either of them had planned. 3 days before the hearing, Neville came through. He arrived at the leaky cauldron carrying a leather case that was old enough to be an artifact in its own right. Inside, wrapped in cloth that shimmered faintly with preserved enchantments, was the Longbottom shield. It was smaller than Harry had expected, not a tower shield or a kite shield but a round buckler, about 2 feet across, made of a metal that looked like steel but felt like something else entirely. The surface was covered in runes that were unmistakably goblin work, precise, angular, carved with a skill that modern craftsmen would struggle to replicate. The center bore the Longbottom crest, a lion rampant holding a flowering branch. Gran doesn't know I took it, Neville said. He was nervous but resolute. She keeps it in the deep family vault. I told her I needed to visit the vault for something else and borrowed it. How did you get past the vault wards? They're keyed to Longbottom blood. Gran always said the shield was mine by right. Turns out she was more correct than she knew, it came right to my hand. Nearly gave the Goblin Vault manager a heart attack. Harry took the shield carefully. The moment his fingers touched the metal, the runes flared gold. The same gold as the inheritance stone. The same gold as the ley line energy he'd been learning to channel. The shield recognized him, recognized the Pendragon blood, and responded with a pulse of warmth and welcome that traveled up his arms and into his chest. But the shield wasn't reaching for Harry. It was reaching through Harry, toward Neville. Using the Pendragon connection as a bridge to find its master. Harry held the shield out to Neville. Take it. Neville wrapped his hands around the edges. The runes blazed brighter, impossibly bright, filling the small room with golden light. Neville gasped. Harry felt it through the ley lines, a connection snapping into place, ancient and unbreakable, the magical bond between the shield and its bearer reforging itself after 8 centuries of dormancy. The light faded. Neville was holding the shield with both hands, and his face was transformed. Not physically, he was still Neville, still round-faced and earnest and slightly rumpled. But something in his eyes had changed. A steadiness that hadn't been there before. A certainty. I can feel it, Neville whispered. It's Harry, it's talking to me. Not in words, but I can feel what it wants. It wants to protect. That's all it is. That's all it's ever been. It wants to stand between danger and the people behind it and hold the line. Harry's throat felt tight. Because Neville was describing himself. That's who Neville had always been, the boy who stood in the corridor and faced down his friends in first year, who fought in the Department of Mysteries with a broken nose and a borrowed wand, who'd never been the strongest or the bravest but who had never, ever stepped aside when someone needed protecting. The shield hadn't chosen Neville. It had recognized him. How does it feel? Harry asked. Neville looked at him, and for the first time in all the years Harry had known him, Neville Longbottom didn't look uncertain. Like coming home, he said. They spent the next hour testing the shield's capabilities. It was more than a physical defense, it projected a magical barrier that could absorb spell fire, deflect curses, and create a protective dome over anyone standing behind its bearer. The barrier scaled with the bearer's magical strength and conviction, which meant it was directly tied to Neville's emotional state. When Neville was confident, the barrier was almost impenetrable. When he doubted himself, it wavered. Then don't doubt yourself, Harry said simply. Neville gave him a look that said easy for you to say, but he squared his shoulders and tried again, and this time the barrier held steady, a dome of golden light that filled the room with warmth. You'll need to practice, Harry said. The hearing is in 3 days. I don't know if there'll be trouble, but I'll be ready. Harry studied his friend. The boy who'd been bullied by Snape, dismissed by classmates, overlooked by a grandmother who compared him to his father and found him wanting. That boy was still there, but he was being joined by something new, a man who was beginning to understand what he was made of. I know you will, Harry said. And meant it. The night before the hearing, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, feeling the ley lines pulse beneath the building, and thought about everything that had happened in the past 2 weeks. The blood test. The Pendragon revelation. Daphne's teaching. Neville's shield. The goblin mediation. The Hollow King stirring in the deep. 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, his entire understanding of the world had been rewritten. 2 weeks ago, he'd been a grieving teenager staring at a ceiling, counting cracks in plaster, waiting for someone to tell him what to do next. Now he was lying in a different room, staring at a different ceiling, and the only person telling him what to do was himself. It was terrifying. It was liberating. It was the most alive he'd felt since Sirius died. He thought about Sirius. Not the grief, the man. The reckless, brilliant, damaged man who'd broken out of Azkaban through sheer force of will, who'd lived in a house he hated to be close to the people he loved, who died fighting because that was the only way he knew how to live. What would you think of this, Padfoot? Your godson, the High King. You'd laugh. You'd make some terrible joke about my head getting too big for the crown. And then you'd get serious, no pun intended, and you'd tell me to trust the people around me and fight for the things that matter and not let the bastards grind me down. Harry closed his eyes. The ley lines hummed their deep, steady note. The city slept. The world turned. Tomorrow, he would walk into the Wizengamot and face a man who wanted to make him irrelevant. He would be calm and honest and careful, because Daphne had taught him that those things were weapons too. He would claim only what he was ready to claim and reveal only what he was ready to reveal. And he would begin the long, dangerous, necessary process of becoming the thing that magical Britain needed but didn't know it wanted. Not a savior. Not a weapon. Not a pawn. A king. Harry opened his eyes. Through the window, the first grey light of dawn was beginning to creep across the London sky. The ley lines shifted, a subtle change in their rhythm, like the land itself was drawing a breath. He got up. Dressed. Looked at himself in the mirror, messy hair, green eyes, the scar that had defined his life for 15 years. He didn't look like a king. He looked like a 16-year-old who hadn't slept enough. Then he smiled. Because looking like an underdog was something he had extensive experience with, and it had never stopped him yet. He picked up the summons from the Wiesengemot. Read it one last time. Folded it and put it in his pocket. Then he went downstairs, ordered tea, and waited for the day to begin. Daphne arrived at 8. She was dressed for battle, formal robes in greengrass colors, her hair up, her expression composed and fierce. She looked Harry over with a critical eye. Those robes are terrible. They're all I have. They're school robes. You're about to face the Wiesengemot. I'm about to face a committee inquiry about the black inheritance. There's no dress code. There's always a dress code. The way you present yourself is the first argument you make, and right now you're arguing that you don't take this seriously. Harry looked down at his robes. She had a point. 20 minutes later, he was wearing black family formal robes that Sharpclaw had delivered from the vault, deep charcoal with silver trim, cut in a style that was traditional without being ostentatious. They fit perfectly, which meant they were probably enchanted to do so. Daphne looked him over again. Better. You almost look like you belong there. High praise. I set a low bar. They walked to the ministry together, through the leaky cauldron, into Muggle London, down to the visitors' entrance. Harry could have used the flu, but he wanted the walk. Wanted the time. Wanted to feel the ley lines beneath the London streets and draw strength from their steady pulse. At the phone booth entrance, Daphne stopped. I can't go in with you, she said. Greengrass neutrality. If I'm seen at your side in the Wiesengemot, it sends a message my family isn't ready to send yet. I understand. But I'll be listening. I have contacts inside. If anything goes wrong, it won't. She studied him. Then she reached out and straightened the collar of his robes, a small, intimate gesture that felt more significant than it should have. Be the thing he can't be, she said quietly. Be genuine. I will. And Harry? Yeah. She held his gaze. For a moment, the armor dropped completely. No composure, no calculation, no Slytherin mask. Just Daphne Greengrass, looking at Harry Potter with something raw and unguarded and terrifying in her eyes. Come back, she said. The weight of those two words. The simplicity of them. Harry felt them land in his chest and take root beside all the other things she'd given him, the knowledge, the preparation, the fierce, demanding, genuine belief that he could do this. I will, he said. And meant it the way she'd meant come back, not as a statement of fact, but as a promise. She nodded once, turned, and walked away without looking back. Harry watched her go. The morning sun caught her hair, turning it to gold, and then she was around the corner and gone. Harry turned to the phone booth. Picked up the receiver. Dialed 62442. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic, the cool female voice said. Please state your name and the nature of your business. Harry took a breath. The ley lines of London pulsed beneath his feet. The shield of the High King was with Neville, waiting. The crown of the Pendragons was a heartbeat in his blood. And somewhere in the building below him, a 72-year-old man who believed in systems and laws and the danger of kings was waiting to meet the boy who might prove him right. Or might prove him wrong. Harry Potter, he said. I'm here for a hearing. The phone booth descended into the earth, and the ley lines sang him down into the deep. Chapter 3, Trial by Fire. The ministry atrium was quieter than Harry remembered. The last time he'd been here, it had been the middle of the night, Death Eaters at his heels, the world cracking apart around him. Now it was mid-morning, the golden fireplaces flickering with incoming workers, the rebuilt fountain of magical brethren gleaming in the center of the hall. They'd replaced the original after Dumbledore and Voldemort had destroyed it. This version was nearly identical, though Harry noticed the goblin figure had been made slightly smaller. Of course it had. He walked through the atrium with his head up and his pace steady. People noticed him, they always noticed him, but today the looks were different. Not the usual mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Something sharper. Word of the hearing had gotten out, and the ministry was watching. Harry took the lift to level 10. The doors opened onto a stone corridor he recognized from his hearing the summer before, the courtrooms. But instead of the cramped courtroom 10 where Fudge had tried to expel him, he was directed to the Gringotts' main chamber. The chamber was circular, lined with tiered benches that rose toward a vaulted ceiling covered in enchanted murals depicting the history of magical governance. The benches were about a third full. This was a committee hearing, not a full session, but enough members had shown up to make it clear that the political world was paying attention. Harry recognized some faces. Amelia Bones sat in the upper tier, watching with the sharp neutrality of a woman who ran the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and had seen everything twice. Augusta Longbottom was 3 rows down, her vulture hat unmistakable, her expression fierce and protective. Lucius Malfoy's seat was empty. Azkaban would do that, but several members Harry associated with the old pure-blood faction were present, their faces carefully blank. And at the center of the committee bench, sitting with the patient stillness of a man who had been waiting for this moment and was in no hurry to rush it, was Thaddeus Vane. Harry's first thought was that Vane didn't look like a threat. He was thin, gray-haired, with a face that was more scholarly than imposing. He wore simple dark robes without ornamentation, no family crest, no insignia of office, nothing that drew attention to power or status. His hands were folded on the bench before him, and his eyes, pale gray, almost colorless, were fixed on Harry with an attention that was absolute. Those eyes were the tell. Everything else about Vane was deliberately unremarkable. The eyes were where the intelligence lived, and they were sharp enough to cut. "Mr. Potter," Vane said. His voice was measured, unhurried, carrying easily through the chamber without any apparent effort. "Thank you for appearing before this committee. Please take the respondent's chair." Harry walked to the chair at the center of the chamber floor, a straight-backed wooden seat facing the committee bench. He sat down. The chair was deliberately positioned lower than the committee's benches, forcing the respondent to look up. A small thing. A calculated thing. Harry adjusted his posture and met Vane's eyes levelly. He wouldn't play the supplicant. Vane noticed the faintest shift in his expression, not displeasure, exactly. Acknowledgement. "This hearing is convened under Article 17 of the Gringotts Charter," Vane began. "The purpose is to verify and evaluate the claim of Mr. Harry James Potter to the lordship of the most ancient and noble House of Black, and to address any additional hereditary claims that may affect the political composition of this body." He opened a leather folder on the bench before him. "Mr. Potter, you underwent a blood inheritance test at Gringotts Bank on July 1st of this year. Is that correct?" "It is. And the test confirmed your claim to the House of Black through the will of the late Sirius Orion Black and through the blood connection via your paternal grandmother, Doria Potter Black." "It did. The committee has verified these results through independent consultation with Gringotts. The Black lordship claim appears valid." Vane paused. Turned a page. "However, the committee has received reports suggesting that the inheritance test revealed additional claims beyond House Black. Can you address this?" Here it was. The moment Daphne had prepared him for. Harry had 2 choices. He could reveal the Pendragon claim now, on Vane's terms, in response to Vane's question, with Vane controlling the narrative. Or he could deflect, keep the secret, and buy more time. He'd planned to deflect. That was the strategy: reveal nothing, claim only Black, be cooperative and boring. But sitting in this chamber, feeling the ley lines of London pulsing beneath the ministry, feeling the weight of 800 years of abandoned treaties and broken promises pressing down on the enchanted ceiling, Harry made a different choice. Daphne had told him to be genuine. Genuine didn't mean cautious. Genuine meant true. The test revealed several additional bloodline connections, Harry said. Potter, which was expected. Peveril, which was less expected but historically documented. He paused. Let the chamber settle. And Pendragon. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. It lasted 3 full seconds. Then the chamber erupted. Voices exploded from every tier: shock, disbelief, outrage, excitement. Augusta Longbottom's hand went to her mouth. Amelia Bones leaned forward with her eyes wide. The pureblood faction members were on their feet, shouting over each other in a cacophony of protest and astonishment. Vane didn't move. He sat with his hands folded and his pale eyes fixed on Harry, and he waited. The storm raged around him and he was the still point at its center. When the noise showed no sign of abating, Vane raised one hand. Just one hand, palm out, unhurried. The chamber fell silent. Not immediately, it took a few seconds, but the authority behind that gesture was absolute. 41 years on the Wizengamot. This was his room. Pendragon, Vane said. His voice was unchanged, same measured tone, same unhurried pace. But his eyes had gone very, very sharp. You are claiming descent from the Pendragon line. The royal line. The bloodline of the High Kings of magical Britain. I'm not claiming it. The blood test confirmed it. The inheritance stone at Gringotts is the oldest and most reliable genealogical instrument in the magical world. It cannot be forged, altered, or contested. Director Ragnarok verified the results personally. The Pendragon line has been extinct for 800 years. Dormant. Not extinct. The bloodline passed through the Peveril line to the Potters. It was inactive, sleeping, if you prefer, until the inheritance test activated it. Vane studied him. Harry could almost see the man's mind working, not racing, not panicking, but methodically processing implications, evaluating responses, adjusting strategy in real time. Mr. Potter, Vane said, I want to be very clear about what you're suggesting. The Pendragon claim is not merely another lordship. It is a claim to sovereignty over magical Britain. A claim that, if recognized, would supersede the authority of the Wizengamot, the Ministry of Magic, and every governing institution built in the 8 centuries since the last High King fell. I'm aware of what it means. Are you? Because you're 16 years old, Mr. Potter. You have not completed your education. You have no political experience. You have no military command. And you are standing before this body claiming the right to rule. I'm not claiming the right to rule, Harry said. I'm claiming the right to exist. The bloodline is real. The ley line connection is real. Whether anyone in this room likes it or not, the magic has recognized me. I didn't choose this. But I'm not going to pretend it isn't happening because it makes people uncomfortable. A murmur ran through the chamber. Harry caught Augusta Longbottom's eye. She was watching him with an expression he'd never seen on her face before. Something between hope and terror. Vane leaned back. His expression was unreadable, but Harry sensed a shift. The man had been testing him with the initial challenge, probing for emotional reactions, and Harry hadn't given him one. Now Vane was recalculating. The committee will take a brief recess, Vane said. 15 minutes. The chamber stirred. People stood, clustered into groups, began talking in urgent whispers. Harry stayed in his chair. He could feel the ley lines reacting to the emotional energy in the room, the ancient magic beneath the ministry responding to the concentrated magical signatures of dozens of agitated wizards and witches. The ley lines didn't care about politics. They cared about power and intention, and right now the room was full of both. Augusta Longbottom descended from her tier and crossed the chamber floor to Harry's chair. She moved like a woman on a mission, her vulture hat cutting through the crowd like a prow. Mr. Potter, she said, and her voice was low enough that only Harry could hear. My grandson sent me a letter this morning. He told me to come to this hearing. He told me to bring an open mind. Her eyes were bright and hard. I confess I did not expect this. Neither did I, when I found out. The Longbottom shield, she said. Neville has it. He does. Her composure cracked. Just for a moment, a tremor in her lower lip, a brightness in her eyes that might have been tears. Then it was gone, locked away behind decades of practiced strength. His parents would be proud, she said. They should already be proud. He fought in the Department of Mysteries with a broken nose and didn't quit. The shield doesn't make him brave, Lady Longbottom. It just recognizes what was already there. Augusta stared at him. Then she nodded once, sharply, and returned to her seat. The recess ended. The chamber resettled. Vane resumed his position with the same patient stillness. "Mr. Potter," he said. "During the recess, I consulted the Wisengamot's charter regarding historical precedents for royal bloodline claims. There are precisely 0 precedents, because no such claim has been made since the founding of this body. That's because the bloodline was dormant until now. Quite. Which presents us with a significant institutional challenge. This body has no procedure for evaluating a claim to a title that predates its existence. We cannot simply accept or reject it based on a blood test, however reliable. The implications are too vast." He paused. Turned a page in his folder. "However, the old law, the law that existed before the Wisengamot, does have such a procedure. It is called the right of challenge." The chamber went very still. "Under the right of challenge," Vane continued, "any claim to the Pendragon title may be tested through the 3 trials of Albion. These trials were established by the original compact as the means by which a contested succession would be resolved. They test valor, wisdom, and sacrifice." He looked up from his folder and met Harry's eyes. "I invoke the right of challenge." The words hit the room like a physical force. Harry felt the ley lines surge beneath the floor, a pulse of something ancient and powerful, responding to the invocation of old law. The enchanted murals on the ceiling flickered. Several Wisengamot members grabbed the edges of their benches. "The old magic recognizes the invocation," Vane said. He didn't sound surprised. He'd known what would happen. He'd prepared for this. The 3 trials of Albion will determine the validity of Harry Potter's claim to the Pendragon title. If he passes all 3, his claim is irrefutable under both old law and new. If he fails... Vane paused. If he fails, the claim is void, and the Pendragon line returns to dormancy. Harry felt the weight of that settle onto him. Pass or fail. Prove yourself or lose everything. He looked at Vane. The old man's expression was composed, professional, revealing nothing. But Harry could read the intention beneath it. Vane wasn't trying to destroy him. He was trying to test him. If Harry was going to claim the most powerful title in magical Britain, Vane wanted to be damn sure he deserved it. It was, in its way, a form of respect. "I accept the challenge," Harry said. The ley lines pulsed. The ceiling murals blazed with golden light. The chamber filled with a resonance that Harry felt in his bones, the old magic acknowledging the compact between challenger and challenged. Vane nodded. "The first trial, the trial of valor, will commence immediately. Mr. Potter, please descend to the trial floor." The chamber floor transformed. Harry didn't know how, the magic was beyond anything he'd seen at Hogwarts, older and deeper and more fundamental. The benches didn't move, but the floor sank, creating a circular pit about 30 feet across, lined with the same dark stone as the inheritance stone at Gringotts. Runes blazed to life along the edges, forming a containment circle that hummed with power. Harry stood at one end of the pit. At the other end, a door opened in the stone wall. The man who walked through was everything Neville might have been in 30 years if life had been crueler and kinder at the same time. Tall, broad-shouldered, with close-cropped gray hair and a face that was all hard angles and old scars. He moved like a predator, controlled, efficient, every step placed with purpose. Marcus Blackwood. Retired senior Auror. Master duelist. And, based on the expression on his face, someone who had very strong feelings about what was happening. "Mr. Potter, Blackwood said. His voice was rough, graveled by decades of combat and command. I've been asked to serve as the Gringotts champion in the Trial of Valor. You volunteered, Harry said. He could see it in the man's posture. This wasn't duty. It was personal. Blackwood's jaw tightened. My family was destroyed by Grindelwald. My parents. My sister. My niece. All killed by a man who believed his power gave him the right to rule. He drew his wand, dark wood, long, well-worn. I've spent my career making sure that never happens again. So yes. I volunteered. Harry drew his own wand. Holly and Phoenix Feather. The brother wand to Voldemort's. The wand that had been with him since he was 11, that had saved his life and failed to save others, that had become as much a part of him as his own hand. I understand, Harry said. And he did. Blackwood wasn't fighting out of malice. He was fighting out of conviction. But I'm not Grindelwald. That remains to be seen. Vane's voice echoed from above. The Trial of Valor tests the claimant's right to lead through combat. The duel continues until one party yields, is disarmed, or is rendered unable to continue. Lethal force is not permitted. Unforgivable curses are not permitted. All other magic is allowed. A pause. Then, begin. Blackwood struck first. There was no warning, no salute, no ritual bow. One moment he was standing at the far end of the pit, and the next a chain of spells was tearing through the air toward Harry, 3 curses in rapid succession, so fast they blurred together into a single stream of violent light. Harry moved. Not thought, moved. His body responded before his conscious mind caught up, dropping into a sideways roll that took him under the first curse, coming up with his wand already tracking, his shield snapping into place in time to catch the second. The third he batted aside with a precise flick that redirected it into the stone wall, where it left a scorch mark the size of a dinner plate. Blackwood was already moving, circling left, his wand tracing patterns that spoke of decades of muscle memory. He was fast, faster than anyone Harry had fought except maybe Voldemort. And he was technically brilliant, each spell flowing into the next with a fluidity that left no gaps, no pauses, no moments to breathe. Harry fought back with everything Moody had taught him, everything Lupin had started, everything he'd learned from survival. He fired back a blistering reductor that Blackwood sidestepped, followed it with a stunner that was deflected, then abandoned wand-to-wand entirely and went physical, closing the distance in 3 running steps and forcing Blackwood to adjust from dueling range to close combat. The shift caught Blackwood off guard. Aurors trained for close combat, but they trained for it as a last resort. Harry used it as a primary tool, because a childhood of running from Dudley's gang and surviving deadly situations had taught him that distance was a luxury you couldn't always afford. He got inside Blackwood's wand arc and threw an elbow that the older man blocked with his forearm. They grappled briefly. Blackwood was stronger, but Harry was faster and more slippery, before Blackwood kicked him back and created distance with a concussive blast that sent Harry sliding across the stone floor. Harry rolled to his feet. His ribs ached from the blast. Blood trickled from a cut on his temple where he'd hit the ground. Blackwood pressed the advantage. 3 more spells, a bone breaker, a binding curse, and something non-verbal that crackled with electricity. Harry shielded the first, dodged the second, and was half a second too slow on the third. The electrical curse caught his left shoulder and the pain was extraordinary, white-hot, nerve-shredding, the kind of pain that made your muscles lock up and your vision go gray. Harry gasped. His left arm went dead from shoulder to fingertips. Blackwood advanced. His face was set, professional, showing no pleasure in the damage he was dealing. "Yield," he said. Harry's left arm hung useless at his side. His wand was in his right hand. His shoulder was screaming. He didn't yield. Instead, he did something he hadn't consciously decided to do. He reached down, not physically, but magically. Through the stone floor, into the ley line that ran beneath the ministry, the deep current of earth magic that had been pulsing in his awareness since the trial began. The ley line responded. Power surged up through the stone, through his feet, through his body. Not a tidal wave, a stream, focused and directed, flowing into his damaged shoulder and his depleted core. His left arm tingled, then burned, then moved. The nerve damage wasn't healed, he could still feel the injury, but the ley line energy was bypassing it, flooding the muscles with raw magic that substituted for electrical impulses. Harry raised his left hand. Golden light crackled around his fingers. Blackwood's eyes widened. Harry attacked. Not with spells, with the ley line itself. He drove his hand against the stone floor and sent a pulse of earth magic through the trial pit, cracking the stone in a line that raced toward Blackwood like a striking snake. The stone buckled under the Auror's feet, throwing him off balance. Harry followed with a volley of spellwork that was faster and harder than anything he'd produced before, the ley line connection amplifying his magic, making each spell hit with twice the force. Stunners that cracked Blackwood's shields. Disarmers that forced him to dodge rather than deflect. A banisher that caught him mid-dodge and slammed him into the pit wall hard enough to crack the stone. Blackwood was hurt. Harry could see it, the way he favored his left side, the grimace he couldn't quite hide, the fractional slowness in his wand arm. But the man was a veteran. He'd been fighting dark wizards since before Harry was born. He didn't panic. He dropped to one knee and cast something Harry had never seen, a spell that pulled at the ambient magic of the room, creating a vortex of counterforce that disrupted Harry's ley line connection like static disrupting a radio signal. Harry felt the ley line slip away from him. His amplified magic cut out. He was back to his own power, substantial, but not overwhelming. Not enough to brute force his way through a master duelist's defenses. Blackwood stood, bleeding from a cut on his forehead, and attacked with renewed fury. The next 60 seconds were the most intense combat Harry had ever experienced. Faster than the graveyard. More technical than the Department of Mysteries. Blackwood threw everything he had, 40 years of Auror combat, master-level spell chains, tricks and techniques that weren't in any textbook. Harry survived by being what he'd always been, adaptive, unpredictable, and absolutely unwilling to go down. He couldn't match Blackwood's technique, so he stopped trying. Instead, he fought dirty, feinted left and attacked right, threw non-verbal spells from unexpected angles, used the terrain of the cracked pit floor to create obstacles and bottlenecks. He transfigured broken stone into barriers, banished debris at Blackwood's face, and at one point turned his own robes into a weighted projectile that tangled Blackwood's wand arm for a critical half-second. In that half-second, Harry struck. Not with a spell, with a tackle. Full body, no finesse, the kind of raw physical assault that no dueling manual covered because it was beneath the dignity of proper wizarding combat. He hit Blackwood at the waist and they both went down hard, sliding across the broken stone, grappling for position. Blackwood was bigger and stronger. Harry was younger and more desperate. They rolled across the pit floor in a chaos of elbows and knees and snarled breath, and Harry, remembering a move he'd seen Dudley's boxing coach demonstrate through the window of the gym, hooked Blackwood's wand arm, locked the elbow, and twisted. Blackwood's wand clattered across the stone. Harry pointed his own wand at Blackwood's throat. They were both on the ground, both bleeding, both breathing hard. Blackwood's arm was pinned at an angle that had to be excruciating. "Yield," Harry said. Blackwood stared up at him. The rage was gone from his eyes, replaced by something Harry hadn't expected, surprise. And underneath the surprise, the grudging glow of professional respect. "You fight like someone protecting something," Blackwood said. Harry held his gaze. "I am." A beat. 2. The chamber was utterly silent. "I yield," Marcus Blackwood said. Harry released his arm and stood. Then he held out his hand. Blackwood looked at it. Looked at Harry. Then he took it and let the 16-year-old who'd just beaten him pull him to his feet. "You're not Grindelwald," Blackwood said quietly. I'll give you that. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Valor's the easy one. The rooms around the pit flared gold. The first trial was complete. The chamber needed 20 minutes to resettle. Healers attended to both combatants. Harry's shoulder was properly healed, the cut on his temple cleaned, the various bruises and scrapes from the ground fight treated. Blackwood was led away limping but upright, and Harry caught the man giving him a backward glance that held no animosity. Harry sat in the respondent's chair and drank water and felt the ley lines pulse their approval. The trial pit had reshaped itself, the floors smooth again, the cracks sealed, and the runes had changed, reconfiguring from the combat containment pattern to something more complex. Vane remained at his bench, watching Harry with those pale eyes. If the outcome of the first trial had surprised him, he didn't show it. The second trial, Vane announced, is the trial of wisdom. Mr. Potter, please step into the circle. Harry descended to the pit floor. The runes formed a circle about 10 feet across at the center, carved into stone that looked older than the ministry itself. As he stepped inside the circle, the air changed. Sound faded. The chamber above him, the benches, the watching faces, the whispered conversations, became distant and indistinct, as if viewed through fogged glass. He was alone in the circle. Alone with the stone. And the stone spoke. Not in words. The communication was deeper than language, images, emotions, sensations that formed in Harry's mind with the vividness of lived experience. The stone was asking him questions, and the answers would not be spoken. They would be felt. The first question came as a vision. Harry was standing in Dumbledore's office. The pensieve was on the desk. Dumbledore was across from him, old and weary and genuinely sorrowful, and the words of the prophecy were hanging in the air between them. Neither can live while the other survives. The stone asked, "Your anger at this man, is it righteous or is it selfish?" Harry felt the question settle into him. Not a test with a right answer, a mirror held up to his own heart. He thought about Dumbledore. The lies. The omissions. The chess master manipulation that had shaped Harry's entire life. The man who had known about the prophecy since before Harry was born and had chosen, again and again, to keep Harry in the dark. The anger was real. God, it was real. It burned in his chest every time he thought about the years of ignorance, the preventable suffering, the friends who'd been hurt because Harry didn't have information he should have had. But was it righteous? Harry looked deeper. Past the anger to what was underneath. Fear. That's what was under the anger. Fear that Dumbledore had been right, that Harry couldn't be trusted with the truth. Fear that, given the information earlier, he wouldn't have been strong enough or wise enough to handle it. Fear that the old man's caution wasn't just about control but about genuine, well-founded doubt in Harry's capacity. And deeper still, the admission that some of the anger was selfish. Not all of it. Dumbledore had made real mistakes, and people had really died because of them. But some of the rage was about Harry's ego. About being kept in the dark not because it was wrong, but because it made him feel small. Unimportant. Like a tool instead of a person. The distinction mattered. Righteous anger was fuel. Selfish anger was poison. Harry let the vision see both. The justified fury and the petty resentment. He didn't try to separate them or present only the noble parts. He let the stone see the whole truth. Both, he said. It's both. And I'm working on knowing the difference. The vision dissolved. The stone pulsed warm beneath his feet. The second question. He was in the Department of Mysteries. The veil was before him, that terrible stone archway with its fluttering curtain, the whispered voices just beyond hearing. And Sirius was there. Not falling through, standing beside it, looking at Harry with that reckless grin, alive and real and whole. Your guilt over this man's death, do you carry it because you failed him, or because accepting that he made his own choice means accepting that you couldn't save him? The grief hit Harry like a wall. He staggered. The vision was so real, Sirius right there, close enough to touch, with his bark laugh and his scarred hands and the fierce, unshakable love that had been the first real family Harry had ever known. Harry wanted to reach out. Wanted to say I'm sorry, I should have checked the mirror, should have been smarter, should have saved you. But that wasn't the question. The question was why he carried the guilt. And the honest answer, the one that cost him something to admit, was that it was easier to blame himself than to accept the truth. Sirius had made his own choice. He'd come to the ministry because he loved Harry and couldn't stand by while his godson was in danger. That was who Sirius was. It was who he'd always been, reckless, brave, incapable of staying safe when the people he loved were at risk. Harry couldn't have stopped him. Even if he'd checked the mirror, even if he'd been smarter about Voldemort's trap, Sirius would have come. Because that's what Sirius did. That's what love did. It made you run toward danger instead of away from it. The guilt Harry carried wasn't about failure. It was about control. If he'd failed Sirius, then he could have done better. If Sirius had made his own choice, then Harry had to accept that love meant watching people you cared about take risks you couldn't prevent. That was harder. That was the real wound. He chose to come, Harry said. His voice cracked. He didn't try to hide it. He chose to fight. He chose to stand beside me because that's who he was. And I hate that I couldn't save him, but I can't turn his choice into my failure. That dishonors him. He deserves better than being someone I carry out of guilt. He deserves to be someone I carry out of love. The vision of Sirius smiled. Not the reckless grin, a real smile, gentle and proud and full of the warmth that Harry had seen so rarely and treasured so deeply. Then he was gone. The veil was gone. The stone pulsed. The third question. Harry was alone in a room he didn't recognize. It was dark, featureless, and the only light came from his own hands, the golden glow of ley line energy, the Pendragon power burning in his blood. He was standing on a throne platform, and the crown was before him, not a physical object, but a concept, a weight, a choice. Your fear of power, do you want this crown, or do you want control? The hardest question. The one that cut closest to the bone. Harry stared at the invisible crown and searched himself with a ruthlessness he'd learned from Daphne, no comfortable lies, no noble self-deception. Did he want power? Yes. The honest answer was yes. He'd spent 15 years powerless, locked in a cupboard, manipulated by adults, told what to do and where to go and who to fight. The idea of having authority, of being the one who decided instead of the one who obeyed, was intoxicating. But that wasn't the same as wanting the crown. The crown wasn't about Harry's power. It was about everyone else's safety. The ley lines, the compact, the balance between races that had been broken for 8 centuries. The crown meant serving something bigger than himself. Did he want that? He thought about the goblin miners, ejected from their worksite by Aurors enforcing unjust laws. He thought about the centaurs, classified as beasts by a ministry that had violated every treaty it signed. He thought about the dead zones, the poisoned ley lines, the hollow king stirring in the deep. He thought about Neville holding the shield and saying it feels like coming home. He thought about Daphne's eyes when she told him to be genuine. He thought about Ragnarok's voice. This is about the survival of everything we have built. I want the crown because someone needs to fix this, Harry said. Not because I'm special. Not because I deserve it. Because it's broken and I can feel it and I can't walk away from something I can feel. He paused. Then, because the stone demanded total honesty, and yes, part of me wants the control. Part of me is tired of being powerless and wants to be the one who decides. I won't pretend that part doesn't exist. But it's not the part that's driving this. If someone else could do this, if there were another Pendragon, someone older, wiser, more qualified, I'd hand it to them in a heartbeat. There isn't. So here I am. The darkness shifted. The invisible crown pulsed. And the stone beneath his feet made its judgment. The answer was not correct. The answers were never correct or incorrect. They were true. Harry had stood in the circle of old magic and told the truth about himself, his anger, his grief, his fear, his desire, without flinching. He'd shown the stone not a hero but a person. Flawed, complicated, honest. The stone accepted him. Not because he was worthy, because he was real. The runes blazed gold. The sound of the chamber rushed back in like a wave. Harry blinked, disoriented, and found himself standing in the center of the trial circle with the entire Wizengamot staring at him. He didn't know how long he'd been in the vision. It had felt like hours. It might have been minutes. His face was wet. He touched his cheek and his fingers came away damp. He'd been crying, and he hadn't noticed, and the entire chamber had watched. He didn't care. Let them see. Let them see that the boy who claimed the crown had tears on his face and honesty in his blood and was afraid and was doing it anyway. Vane's expression had changed. For the first time, the composed mask showed a crack, something human underneath, something that might have been doubt. Not doubt in Harry's claim, but doubt in his own opposition to it. The second trial is complete, Vane said. His voice was quieter than before. The stone has accepted the claimant's answers. A murmur ran through the chamber. Harry climbed out of the pit and returned to the respondent's chair. His legs were shaky. The emotional gutting of the trial of wisdom had taken more out of him than the fight with Blackwood. He sat and breathed and waited. The third trial, Vane said, is the trial of sacrifice. This trial cannot be administered by the committee. It is administered by the old magic itself, and the chamber shook. Not a gentle tremor. A violent, bone-jarring impact that cracked the stone benches and sent several Wizengamot members stumbling. The enchanted murals on the ceiling flickered and went dark. The crystal lights swayed wildly. Harry was on his feet instantly, wand in hand. The ley lines beneath the ministry were screaming, a sound he felt rather than heard, a frequency of alarm and pain that cut through his awareness like a knife. What? Vane started. The chamber doors exploded inward. An Auror, young, bleeding from a head wound, her robes torn, staggered through the wreckage. Attack, she gasped. Diagon Alley, Death Eaters, dozens of them, the wards are down, the room erupted. Wizengamot members were on their feet, shouting, reaching for wands. Amelia Bones was already moving toward the door, barking orders at the Auror stationed in the corridor. Augusta Longbottom had drawn her wand and was descending the tiers with a speed that belied her age. Harry turned to Vane. The old man was standing behind his bench, his face pale, his hand gripping the edge of the wood. The trial, Vane said, can wait. If you leave now, the trial is incomplete. The old magic may not, people are dying. Harry didn't wait for a response. He turned and ran. He hit the corridor at a sprint, moving faster than he should have been able to, the ley lines feeding energy into his legs. The ministry was chaos, workers fleeing, Aurors mobilizing, the sound of distant explosions carrying through the building's ancient wards. He reached the atrium and found Neville. Neville Longbottom stood at the base of the fountain, the Longbottom shield on his arm, blazing with golden light. He looked terrified and absolutely immovable. I felt it, Neville said. His voice was tight but steady. Through the shield. The ley lines, something's wrong. Not just the attack. Something deeper. I know. Harry gripped Neville's shoulder. We need to get to Diagon Alley. Now. They fled to the leaky cauldron and stepped into hell. Diagon Alley was burning. Not metaphorically, actually, physically burning. Shops were ablaze, their enchanted facades crumbling. The cobblestones were cracked and scorched. Bodies lay in the street, some moving, some not. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid smell of dark magic. Death Eaters moved through the destruction in organized squads, 3 or 4 together, systematically destroying everything in their path. They weren't looting. They weren't making demands. They were demolishing. Breaking the alley apart with methodical, almost military precision. Harry counted at least 20. Maybe more, hidden by smoke and chaos. At the far end of the alley, near Gringotts, a larger group of Death Eaters was engaged with the goblin guards. The goblins were fighting with a ferocity that was almost beautiful, small, fast, wielding weapons and magic that most wizards had never seen. But they were outnumbered and being pushed back. "Neville, take the left side," Harry said. "Clear the civilians, get them to the leaky cauldron. Shield anyone who can't fight." Neville nodded and moved without hesitation, the shield's golden barrier extending outward to create a corridor of safety. A terrified witch clutching 2 children saw the golden light and ran toward it. Neville gathered them behind him and kept moving. Harry went right. The first squad of Death Eaters didn't see him coming. He took them from behind, a stunner to the first, a disarmer to the second, and a reductor to the ground beneath the third that sent him flying. The fourth turned, mask gleaming, wand raised. Harry's spell hit him in the chest before he completed the turn. 4 down in 6 seconds. He kept moving. The ley lines beneath Diagon Alley were in agony, the dark magic being thrown around was burning them the way acid burns skin. Harry could feel each curse as a spike of pain in his awareness, each dark spell leaving another scar on the magical network. But the ley lines were also responding to his presence. As he moved through the alley, the ambient magic strengthened around him, spells hit harder, shields held firmer. He was the High King's heir standing on the land's ancient magic, and the land was rising to meet him. 2 more Death Eaters appeared from behind a burning shopfront. Harry dueled them simultaneously, one in each hand, his wand in his right and raw ley line energy crackling in his left. The golden light of the earth magic deflected curses and shattered shields and lit up the smoky alley like a flare. 1 Death Eater went down to a stunner. The other, bigger, more skilled, pressed Harry with a volley of dark curses that were designed to cause maximum suffering. Harry recognized the Cruciatus variant and the blood-boiling curse and dodged both, then punched through the Death Eater's shield with a blast of ley line force that sent the man crashing through a shop window. Harry was sweating, breathing hard, but moving. Always moving. If you stopped moving in a fight like this, you died. He found Daphne at the entrance to Nocturne Alley. She was fighting 2 Death Eaters by herself, and she was winning. Her wand work was precise and lethal, not the flashy, dramatic dueling of a tournament fighter but the efficient, devastating spellcraft of someone who'd been trained by a family that took combat seriously. She used the narrow entrance of Nocturne as a choke point, forcing the Death Eaters to come at her one at a time, and picked them apart with surgical accuracy. As Harry arrived, she dropped the first Death Eater with a stunner that hit him mid-stride and sent him sprawling. The second tried to flank her and she pivoted, smooth as water, and caught him with a binding curse that wrapped him in invisible chains. Then she turned and saw Harry, and the relief on her face was so raw and unguarded that it hit him harder than any spell. "You're alive," she said. "You're fighting in Diagon Alley. What happened to greengrass neutrality? Neutrality doesn't mean standing by while people are murdered." She fell into step beside him. "What's the situation?" "At least 20 Death Eaters, maybe more. They're focused on destruction, not capture. Neville's evacuating civilians from the left side. The goblins are holding near Gringotts but they're outnumbered." "The Aurors?" Amelia Bones was mobilizing at the ministry. "They should be here soon. Then we hold until they arrive." They moved through the alley together, and something happened that neither of them could have planned or predicted. They fought as a unit. Not the coordinated teamwork of trained soldiers, something more intuitive, more natural. Harry attacked and Daphne covered. Daphne advanced and Harry shielded. They read each other's movements without verbal communication, anticipating angles and timing as if they'd been fighting side by side for years. It wasn't technique. It was connection. The ley line bond that Harry carried and Daphne understood, the trust they'd built through weeks of honest conversation and shared purpose, translated into combat synergy that made them terrifyingly effective together. 3 Death Eaters came around a corner and ran into them. Harry took the center one with a stunner while Daphne flanked left and dropped the second with a hex that turned his legs to jelly. The third got off one curse, it sailed between them, missing by inches, before Harry's disarmor ripped the wand from his hand and Daphne's follow-up stunner put him down. They kept moving. Past burning shops and shattered glass and the terrible, acrid smell of dark magic. Past bodies that Harry couldn't help, not yet, not now, later, he'd grieve later. Past the sounds of combat from further up the alley where the goblin guards were making their stand. At the center of the alley, near the ruined fountain that served as the main landmark, they found the main force. 8 Death Eaters in formation, led by a figure in robes that were darker than the rest, whose mask was silver instead of white. The leader moved with a familiar arrogant grace that Harry recognized even through the mask. Bellatrix Lestrange. The woman who had killed Sirius. Harry's vision narrowed. The ley lines surged in response to his fury, a tidal pull of power rising through the stone, through his feet, through his blood. For one white-hot moment, he wanted nothing more than to tear her apart. To channel every drop of ley line energy into a single devastating strike and end the woman who had taken his godfather from him. Daphne's hand closed on his wrist. "Don't," she said, low and fierce. "She wants you angry. Anger makes you stupid." "You're not stupid, Harry." The red haze receded. Not completely. Bellatrix's presence was a wound that wouldn't stop bleeding, but enough. Enough to think. Enough to plan. 8 against 2, Harry said. "Neville's behind us somewhere. And the Aurors are coming. We can't wait for the Aurors. Those Death Eaters are between us and the civilians they're trying to kill." Daphne was quiet for exactly 1 second. Then she said, "On 3. I go right, draw their fire. You go through the middle. Through. Through. You've got the ley lines. Use them. I'll cover your flanks." "That's insane. Welcome to my afternoon." 1. 2. 3. Daphne broke right, firing a rapid chain of spells that lit up the smoke-filled alley like fireworks. The Death Eaters reacted exactly as she'd predicted, turning toward the visible threat, raising shields, returning fire. Harry went through the middle. He channeled the ley line as he ran, not the careful, measured flow that Daphne had taught him, but a raw, desperate surge of power that blazed through his body and erupted from his wand and his free hand simultaneously. Golden light carved a path through the Death Eater formation like a blade. Shields shattered. Spells deflected. 2 Death Eaters were blasted off their feet by the sheer force of the ley line pulse. Bellatrix spun toward him with a shriek of recognition. "Little Potter. Come to avenge the mongrel." She fired the killing curse. Green light screamed toward his face. Harry didn't dodge. He planted his feet, reached down into the ley line, and pulled. The stone of Diagon Alley rose in front of him, a slab of cobblestone 3 feet thick, ripping free of the street with a groan of tortured rock. The killing curse struck it and the stone exploded, but the curse's energy dissipated in the impact, spent against the ancient magic-saturated rock. Through the cloud of stone dust, Harry fired 3 stunners in rapid succession. Bellatrix deflected the first 2 with contemptuous ease. The third she had to dodge, which put her off balance for the critical half-second that Harry needed. He pulled the ley line again. Not up this time, sideways. A wave of force swept through the street, catching 4 Death Eaters and slamming them into the walls. 2 went limp. 2 staggered up, dazed. Daphne was on the dazed ones before they recovered. Her spell work was devastating at close range, a stunner and a full body bind delivered with the cold precision of a surgeon. That left Bellatrix and 2 others. One of the remaining Death Eaters made the mistake of turning his back on the side street where Neville had been evacuating civilians. The Longbottom shield's golden barrier slammed into him from behind and he went down like he'd been hit by a truck. Neville stepped over his unconscious body, shield blazing, face set in an expression that said he was absolutely terrified and absolutely not leaving. Bellatrix was surrounded. Harry in front. Daphne to her right. Neville to her left. The last Death Eater at her side looked around, made a quick calculation, and disapparated with a crack. Bellatrix didn't run. She was grinning, the feral, unhinged grin that Harry saw in his nightmares. 3 little children, she crooned. How sweet. The baby Potter, the blood trader's daughter, and the fat boy whose mummy screamed so prettily. Neville made a sound low in his throat. The shield flared. Don't, Harry said to Neville. To Bellatrix, it's over. Drop your wand. Bellatrix laughed. Nothing is over, little king. The Dark Lord sends his regards. She raised her wand and cast something that wasn't a combat spell. It was a signal, a bolt of dark red light that shot straight up into the sky and exploded in a pattern that Harry recognized as the Dark Mark, but twisted, wrong, pulsing with a malevolence that went beyond symbol into substance. Then she disapparated. The alley fell quiet. Not silent, there were still fires burning, people moaning, the distant clash of combat near Gringotts, but the main attack was over. The Death Eaters were retreating, disapparating in ones and twos as the first Auror squads finally began arriving in force. Harry stood in the middle of the ruined alley, breathing hard, his wand hand trembling with adrenaline and residual ley line energy. Daphne moved to his side. Neville lowered the shield. Everyone okay? Harry asked. I'm fine, Daphne said. Her voice was controlled but her hands were shaking. She was hiding them in her robe pockets. Alive, Neville said. He looked at where Bellatrix had been standing. His face was hard. She mentioned my mum. She's trying to get inside your head. Don't let her. I'm not. Neville took a breath. Let it out. I'm not letting her have that. Not anymore. Aurors were flooding the alley now, red robes, wands drawn, spreading out to secure the area and tend to the wounded. Amelia Bones appeared at the head of a squad, took one look at the 3 teenagers standing in the middle of what looked like a war zone, and stopped dead. Potter. What the bloody hell happened here? Death Eater attack. At least 20, maybe more. Organized, planned, focused on destruction rather than capture. They hit the alley from multiple entry points simultaneously. Goblin guards engaged near Gringotts, you should reinforce them. Harry paused. We stopped what we could. Bones stared at him. Then she looked at the unconscious Death Eaters scattered around the alley. Harry counted 9 from his position alone. She looked at Neville with his glowing shield and Daphne with her composed, bloodless face. She looked at the massive crater in the street where Harry had ripped up the cobblestones. Report to me at the ministry tomorrow, she said. All 3 of you. In the meantime, don't leave London. Yes, ma'am. Bones moved off, shouting orders. Harry felt the adrenaline begin to fade, replaced by an exhaustion so deep it felt like it was coming from the ley lines themselves. The land's magic was hurt, the dark spells cast during the attack had left fresh wounds in the network, new burns on top of old scars. He knelt beside a fallen shopkeeper, an older wizard who'd been caught in the initial attack. The man was breathing, but his robes were singed and his face was gray with shock. Harry put a hand on his shoulder and felt the ley line energy flow through the contact, a trickle of warmth and healing that he wasn't sure he was doing consciously. The man's breathing steadied. Color returned to his face. He blinked up at Harry. Thank you, the man whispered. Harry helped him sit up and flagged a passing Auror. But he was already looking at the next casualty. And the next. There were so many. Daphne found him 20 minutes later, kneeling beside an unconscious woman whose arm was broken in 3 places. Healers from St. Mungo's had arrived and were working through the casualties systematically, but there were more wounded than healers, and Harry had been doing what he could, stabilizing injuries with ley line energy, keeping people conscious, stopping bleeding through raw magical will. His nose was bleeding. He hadn't noticed. Harry. Daphne knelt beside him and took his hands. They were shaking badly. Harry, stop. You're depleting yourself. There are still people, the healers are here. They'll handle it. You've done enough. It's not enough. Look at this. He gestured at the ruined alley, the fires being extinguished, the bodies being tended, the shattered remnants of a place that had been the heart of magical Britain for centuries. I should have been faster. I should have, stop. Her voice was quiet but immovable. You saved lives today. You and Neville held this alley until the Aurors arrived. You fought Bellatrix Lestrange and you didn't flinch. You did enough. Harry looked at her. Her face was streaked with smoke and her hair had come loose from its arrangement, and there was a cut on her cheek that she hadn't noticed or hadn't bothered to heal. She was beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with beauty, the way a blade is beautiful, the way a storm is beautiful, the way anything is beautiful when it shows you exactly what it's made of. You fought today, he said. Greengrass neutrality, ended the moment I decided I cared about something more than being safe. She squeezed his hands. More than being smart. More than watching from the sidelines while she stopped. Swallowed. Started again. While people needed help. The unfinished sentence hung between them. Harry heard what she'd almost said. She knew he heard it. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me. Just don't die. I'll do my best. Your best is historically terrible. Improve it. He laughed. It was exhausted and raw and slightly hysterical, and it felt like the most real thing that had happened all day. Neville appeared, the shield dim on his arm now, his round face drawn with fatigue. Gringotts is secure. The goblin guards held. Ragnarok sent a message, he wants to see you tomorrow. He looked at Harry and Daphne's clasped hands. A small smile crossed his face. Am I interrupting? No, they said simultaneously, and didn't let go. The sun was setting over Diagon Alley. The fires were out. The wounded were being transported to St. Mungo's. The dead, 7, in the final count, 7 people who'd been shopping or working or simply living their lives when the world exploded, were being gently, carefully tended by ministry personnel. Harry stood in the ruins and felt every single one of those deaths as a wound in the ley lines. 7 absences. 7 gaps where magical signatures had been and now weren't. The land mourned them in its slow, deep way, and Harry mourned with it. He hadn't saved everyone. He couldn't save everyone. That knowledge sat in his chest like a stone. But he'd saved some. And that had to be enough, because if it wasn't, the weight would crush him before the Hollow King ever got the chance. The ministry was subdued when Harry returned the next morning. He'd slept at the Leaky Cauldron, or rather, he'd lain in his bed at the Leaky Cauldron while his body tried to sleep and his ley line awareness kept jolting him awake with echoes of the day's violence. Every time he closed his eyes, he felt the dark magic residue burning in the network, felt the fresh dead zones where the worst curses had landed, felt the land's pain like it was his own. He gave up on sleep around 4 in the morning and spent the dark hours meditating instead, using Daphne's techniques to filter the ley line input and calm his own frayed nerves. It helped. Not enough, but it helped. At the ministry, he went to Amelia Bones first. The debriefing was thorough and professional. Bones was not a woman who wasted time on politics when there was work to be done. Harry gave his account of the battle clearly and completely, and Bones took notes without interrupting. You channeled raw ley line energy, she said when he'd finished. It wasn't a question. Yes. That's not possible. And yet. She studied him. Amelia Bones was not the kind of woman who frightened easily, but Harry saw something in her eyes that might have been the precursor to fear, not of him, but of the implications. "The hearing," she said. "The Pendragon claim. It's real. It's real." She was quiet for a long moment. "Then, the Wisengamot will want to reconvene. Vane has called a special session for this afternoon. The third trial. Was it completed? I don't know. He found out that afternoon. The Wisengamot chamber had been repaired, the cracks sealed, the doors replaced, the murals restored. But the damage to the institution was harder to fix. The attack on Diagon Alley, brazen, devastating, aimed at the heart of magical commerce, had shaken the wizarding world in a way that Voldemort's return announcement hadn't quite managed. This was real. This was here. This was people's shops and livelihoods and lives. Harry took the respondent's chair. The chamber was fuller than yesterday, nearly every seat occupied, the air thick with tension and grief and the particular species of fear that comes from realizing you're not as safe as you thought. Vane was at his bench. He looked tired. The attack had happened on his watch, during his hearing, and the political implications of that were not lost on anyone. "This session is reconvened to address the status of the third trial of Albion," Vane said. His voice was steady but lacked the measured confidence of the previous day. The trial of sacrifice was interrupted by the attack on Diagon Alley. Mr. Potter left the chamber before the trial could be administered. He paused. Looked at Harry. Under the old law, departure from the trial chamber before a trial's completion constitutes forfeiture. The claimants, the chamber shook. Not from an attack this time. From below. From the stone itself. The ancient rock beneath the ministry, the same rock that formed the trial circle, that held the runes of the old magic, began to glow. Golden light seeped through the cracks in the floor, through the seams between stones, through the very substance of the chamber walls. The runes in the trial pit blazed to life without anyone stepping into them. The air hummed with a frequency that made Harry's teeth ache and his blood sing. The old magic was speaking. It spoke not in words but in certainty, a truth so fundamental it didn't need language. The truth filled the chamber like water fills a cup, pressing against every mind present, undeniable and absolute. The trial of sacrifice has been answered. Harry felt it. Felt the judgment settle into his bones. He understood, with a clarity that went beyond understanding, what the trial had been asking and why his departure was the answer. The trial of sacrifice didn't ask what will you give up. It asked what matters more than the crown. Harry had been given a choice, stay and secure the throne, or leave and save lives. He hadn't hesitated. Hadn't calculated. Hadn't weighed the political costs or the personal benefits. He'd heard that people were dying and he'd run. The crown means nothing if you won't bleed for the people who live under it. That was the answer. Not spoken, not articulated, not reasoned out. Lived. Demonstrated. Proven in blood and smoke and the 7 lives lost and the dozens saved and the boy who'd knelt beside a dying shopkeeper with his own nose bleeding because he couldn't stop trying to help. The golden light intensified. The runes in the trial pit rearranged themselves one final time, forming a pattern that Harry recognized from the inheritance stone, a circle of runes surrounding a central symbol. The symbol of the Pendragon. The chamber was silent. Every eye was on the glowing floor. Every mind was touching the truth the old magic had shared. Vane stood at his bench, his hands gripping the wood, his face painted gold by the light below. His expression was unlike anything Harry had seen on him, the confident politician, the careful strategist, the principled constitutionalist, all stripped away. What was left was a man confronting something he couldn't argue with, couldn't outmaneuver, couldn't legislate out of existence. The old magic was real. The trials were real. The Pendragon claim was real. And the boy sitting in the respondent's chair had just been declared worthy by a force older than the ministry, older than the Wisengamot, older than every institution Thaddeus Vane had spent his life building and defending. The light faded slowly. The runes dimmed. The chamber returned to its normal state, stone and wood and the warm glow of crystal lights. Nobody spoke for almost 30 seconds. Then Vane said, very quietly, "The 3 trials of Albion are complete. The old magic has recognized the claimant." He paused. Something moved behind his pale eyes, grief, maybe, or the death of a certainty he'd carried for 40 years. Harry James Potter's claim to the Pendragon title is validated. The words cost him something. Harry could see it, the way Vane's jaw tightened, the way his hands pressed flat against the bench, the way he held himself very still as if movement might shatter his composure. Harry stood up from the respondent's chair. The chamber watched him. "Counselor Vane," he said. Vane looked at him. "I want you to know that I heard your argument. The danger of concentrated power. The right of this body to question anyone who claims authority over it. Those are important principles, and I won't forget them." Vane stared at him. "I'm not here to replace the Wisengamot," Harry continued. "I'm not here to be a dictator or a dark lord or any of the things you're afraid of. I'm here because the old compact is broken, the ley lines are dying, and something ancient and terrible is waking up beneath this country. I need this body's help to fix it. Not its submission. Its help." The chamber was very still. "That is, not what I expected you to say," Vane said. "What did you expect?" A pause. Then, with the ghost of a wry smile, something about divine right and bending the knee. "I don't want anyone to bend the knee. I want people to stand up. There's a difference." Vane studied him for a long time. The chamber held its breath. "I reserve judgment," Vane said finally. "The trials are satisfied. The law is clear. But I will be watching, Mr. Potter. If the crown makes you into the thing I fear, I will oppose you with everything I have." "I'd expect nothing less." A beat of silence. Then Vane nodded, a single, sharp inclination of his head that was not a bow and not an endorsement but was, perhaps, the beginning of respect. "This session is adjourned." Harry walked out of the Wisengamot chamber and into the corridor, where Neville and Daphne were waiting. They'd been listening through the charmed gallery that let visitors observe chamber proceedings. Daphne's face was flushed. Neville was grinning. "You told the most powerful political body in magical Britain that you don't want them to bend the knee," Daphne said. "In their own chamber. While they were still glowing from the old magic's endorsement. Too much." "No." She shook her head. "It was exactly right. Vane needed to hear that you're not going to bulldoze him. The chamber needed to hear that you understand the difference between authority and tyranny. And the part about the ley lines dying and something waking up beneath the country." Her expression sobered. "That's the part we need to talk about. Because you felt it during the battle yesterday, didn't you? Not just the dark magic. Something underneath it." Harry nodded. "The Hollow King. It was feeding on the chaos. The fear, the violence, the dark magic, it all went into the ley lines, and something down there was drinking it in." Daphne went pale. "How strong?" "I don't know. But it's not sleeping anymore. It's dozing. There's a difference." Neville looked between them. "Someone want to fill me in on what the Hollow King is?" They found a private room. Harry and Daphne told Neville everything, the ancient entity, the consumed Pendragon, the containment wards, the dead zones, the connection to Voldemort's dark magic. Neville listened without interruption. When they finished, he was quiet for a moment, then said, "So we've got 2 enemies. Voldemort, who's trying to conquer magical Britain. And this thing, which is trying to eat it. And they're connected," Harry said. "Voldemort's Horcruxes are poisoning the ley lines. The poison feeds the Hollow King. The Hollow King's growing strength weakens the ley lines further, which weakens magic across Britain, which makes Voldemort harder to stop. It's a cycle." And me claiming the Pendragon bloodline accelerated the Hollow King's awakening, because it can sense me the way I can sense it. So by trying to fix one problem, I've made the other worse. The room was quiet. Typical, Neville said. Despite everything, Harry laughed. Right, Neville said, and his voice had that new steadiness, the shield-bearer certainty that was becoming more natural every day. So what's the plan? We need to find the Horcruxes, Harry said. If we destroy them, we cut off the Hollow King's food supply and we make Voldemort mortal. 2 birds, 1 stone. How many are there? I don't know. But I think Dumbledore does, or at least has theories. It's time to have that conversation with him. No more secrets, no more delays. And the Hollow King itself? Harry looked at Daphne. She looked back at him, and he could see the wheels turning behind her grey-blue eyes, the sharp mind that had been trained on ancient texts and old magic and the history of a world that most wizards had forgotten. The last Pendragon tried to fight it with brute force, she said. He channeled the full power of the ley lines against it and lost. So brute force isn't the answer. What is? I don't know yet. But I know where to look. My family's texts mention something called the Crown of Albion, not a physical crown, but a magical state. A full merging with the ley lines. The last Pendragon never achieved it because the compact had already begun to fray and he didn't have the support of all the magical races. So the crown requires the compact to be whole, Harry said. That's my theory. The High King's power isn't just his own, it's the combined magical will of every race bound by the compact. Alone, a Pendragon is powerful. With the full compact behind him. She trailed off. What? Theoretically, with the full compact, the High King doesn't just fight the corruption. He becomes the land's immune system. He can heal the ley lines, seal the dead zones, and contain anything that threatens the network. So I need to renew the compact, Harry said. Get the goblins, the centaurs, the merfolk, and the wizards all back on the same page. A page they haven't shared in 800 years. While simultaneously hunting Horcruxes and preventing Voldemort from destroying what's left of magical Britain. And convincing Thaddeus Vane not to undermine me at every turn. They all looked at each other. Well, Neville said, at least we won't be bored. Outside the ministry, the sun was setting. London's ley lines pulsed their steady rhythm, hurt, scared, but still flowing. Still alive. Still carrying the magic that had sustained a world for millennia. Harry stood on the pavement and felt all of it, the damage and the resilience, the fear and the hope, the ancient power and the present danger. He felt Neville beside him, solid and sure. He felt Daphne's presence like a warmth at his shoulder, her sharp mind already working on the next problem, the next solution, the next step. And beneath it all, far below, in the spaces between ley lines where light didn't reach and magic went wrong, the Hollow King stirred. Not sleeping anymore. Not quite awake. But turning, shifting, feeling the new Pendragon's presence in the network like a predator sensing prey. It had consumed the last one. It was hungry for another. Harry felt its attention brush against his awareness, cold, vast, patient. The touch of something that had been waiting 800 years and could wait a little longer, because it knew the boy would come to it eventually. They always came. The crown demanded it. Harry pushed the awareness away. Sealed his ley line connection down to a trickle. Breathed. You felt it, Daphne said. Not a question. It knows I'm here. Are you afraid? Yes. She took his hand. Her fingers were cold from the evening air, but her grip was fierce. Good, she said. Fear means you're paying attention. They stood together on a London street while the sun went down and the ley lines hummed and the world balanced on the edge of something vast and dangerous and new. Behind them, the Ministry of Magic held a political system that was about to be challenged by forces older than itself. Before them, the war against Voldemort waited with all its horror and necessity. Below them, the Hollow King dreamed its hungry dreams. And above them, for the first time in 800 years, the stars shifted. In the forbidden forest, Firenze looked up from the stream where he stood and felt it, the celestial change, the stellar recognition that he'd been trained since foalhood to watch for and never expected to see. The stars had moved. Not physically, magically. Their light fell differently now, bending toward a point in London where a 16-year-old boy stood between his two closest allies and felt the weight of a crown that hadn't been worn in 8 centuries. Firenze closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright with something ancient and terrifying and wonderful. "So it begins," he murmured. The forest listened. The centaur elder, Megorian, standing in the shadows between the old oaks, heard the words and felt the truth of them in his bones. He placed a hand against the nearest tree and felt the ley line that ran beneath its roots pulse with new energy. Damaged, yes. Corrupted, yes. But alive in a way it hadn't been for centuries. Alive, and reaching toward something. Megorian's expression didn't change. But his hand tightened on the trunk, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of a people who had been waiting far longer than the goblins. "Send runners to the southern herds," he said. "Tell them the stars have spoken. The Pendragon has returned. Deep beneath Gringotts, in the vault below the vaults, in the darkness that predated goblin and wizard and the very concept of magical civilization, the containment wards cracked again. The fissures spread like lightning through ancient stone. Runes that had held for 800 years flickered, dimmed, held, barely. The entity behind them pressed against the weakening barrier with a patience that was geological in scale. It could feel the new Pendragon. Young. Raw. Powerful in ways he didn't yet understand. Connected to the ley lines in ways the last one hadn't been until the very end. Connected. Vulnerable. Delicious. The Hollow King settled back against its prison walls and waited. Not long now. The wards were failing. The poison was doing its work. And the boy, the foolish, brave, genuine boy who thought he could fix what was broken, would come to it eventually. They always came to the dark in the end. But in the warm London evening, Harry Potter stood with Daphne Greengrass's hand in his and Neville Longbottom's shoulder against his own, and felt something that the Hollow King had never understood and never would. Not power. Not courage. Not the blazing certainty of a king. Hope. Simple, stubborn, unreasonable hope. The ley lines carried it down into the deep, and somewhere in the darkness, the Hollow King flinched. Chapter 4, The Gathering Storm. The crown didn't come with a coronation. It came with paperwork. Harry sat in the back room of the Leaky Cauldron 3 days after the Wizengamot hearing, surrounded by scrolls and parchments and formal requests from people and creatures he'd never met, and tried not to drown. The Goblin Nation wanted to discuss mining rights, trade agreements, and the formal renewal of 17 separate articles of the old compact. The Centaur herds, plural, there were apparently 4 major herds in Britain, had sent runners requesting an audience with the Pendragon heir. The merfolk of the Black Lake had communicated through Dumbledore that they wished to present their grievances, which dated back to 1342 and filled 9 scrolls of underwater parchment that smelled faintly of seaweed. And that was just the non-human delegations. The wizard mail was worse. 11 noble houses had written to express their cautious interest in the Pendragon claim, which Daphne translated as, "We want to know what's in it for us before we commit to anything." 7 houses had written to express their grave concerns, which she translated as, "We're afraid you'll take our power away." 3 houses had sent marriage proposals. Marriage proposals, Harry said flatly, holding up the parchment from the Selwyn family. "You're an unmarried king," Daphne said from across the table, where she was sorting correspondence with the efficient ruthlessness of someone who'd been trained to manage exactly this kind of political chaos. Or near enough. "Every family with a daughter of marriageable age is going to try. I'm 16. That's marriageable age in magical law. Has been for centuries. That's disturbing. That's politics." She took the Selwyn letter from his hand, scanned it, and dropped it in the pile she'd labeled "Decline with courtesy." The Selwyn daughter is 14, by the way. They're not even pretending to be subtle. Harry rubbed his face with both hands. How did the old High Kings deal with this? They had staff. Advisors, chancellors, a full court apparatus. You have me, Neville, and a room above a pub. And you wonder why I look tired. She didn't smile, but her eyes warmed. Drink your tea. We've got 3 hours before the Centaur delegation arrives, and you need to understand their protocols or they'll trample you. Possibly literally. The Centaur meeting was held in the Forbidden Forest. Harry had arranged it through Firenze, who served as intermediary with obvious discomfort. His position among the herds was complicated at best, having been exiled for cooperating with Dumbledore. But the message had gotten through, and Megorian had agreed to a meeting at the forest's central clearing, where the oldest ley line in Scotland surfaced briefly before plunging back underground. Harry arrived at sunset with Neville at his side. Daphne had wanted to come, but the centaurs had specified, the Pendragon and his shield. No one else. Centaur protocol was not negotiable. The Forbidden Forest at dusk was a different world from the one Harry had blundered through in first year. The trees were ancient, not just old, but aware, their roots intertwined with ley lines that gave them a slow, deep sentience. They watched Harry pass with an attention that felt like judgment. The central clearing was larger than Harry expected, a natural amphitheater of old growth, the ground carpeted with moss that glowed faintly silver in the fading light. The ley line surfaced here as a shimmer in the air, visible even without magical sight, a column of soft light that rose from the earth and dissipated into the canopy above. Megorian waited at the clearing center. He was massive. Harry had known centaurs were large, but Megorian made Firenze look slight. His human torso was heavily muscled, scarred from fights Harry could only imagine, and his horse body was the deep black of old iron. His face was weathered and hard, with eyes that reflected starlight even when the stars weren't visible. Behind him, arranged in a loose semicircle, stood perhaps 30 centaurs. Warriors, Harry realized. The largest and strongest of the herd. This wasn't a diplomatic reception. It was an assessment. Megorian studied Harry for a long time without speaking. Harry stood still and let himself be studied. The ley line pulsed beside them, warm and steady. You are small, Megorian said finally. I've been told. The last Pendragon was a giant among his kind. 7 feet tall. Voice like thunder. Magic that made the forest bow. I'm 5'8" and my voice cracks when I'm nervous. The forest seems to be standing up fine. A ripple went through the centaur warriors. Not quite laughter, centaurs didn't laugh the way humans did, but a shifting of weight, a loosening of tension that said Harry had passed some initial test. Megorian's expression didn't change. Firenze tells me you can feel the ley lines. I can. Show me. Harry knelt. Pressed his palms flat against the moss-covered ground. Reached down. The ley line was different here. Richer, wilder, less shaped by human habitation. In London, the ley lines had been channeled and redirected by centuries of magical construction, wards and enchantments layering over the natural flow like pipes over a river. Here, the magic ran free. It was older and deeper and more powerful, and it didn't behave politely. It surged into him like a breaking wave, and Harry gasped. The forest's magic was vast, millennia of accumulated power, fed by the trees and the creatures and the rain and the slow turning of the earth. It filled him until he thought he'd burst, and then kept filling. He fought for control. Found Daphne's voice in his memory, don't clench, ask, and stopped fighting. Let the magic flow through him instead of trying to hold it. Became a channel instead of a container. The golden light bloomed from his hands, spread across the moss, sank into the earth. The clearing hummed. The ley line column brightened, its shimmer becoming a glow, the magic visibly strengthening in response to Harry's presence. Megorian's warriors shifted. Several of them stepped back. One, young, nervous, raised a spear before an older centaur pushed it down. Harry opened his senses to the forest. Felt the individual trees, each one a node in the forest's network, each connected to the ley line like capillaries to a vein. Felt the creatures, thestrals in the deep woods, bowtruckles in the higher branches, something vast and slow and ancient sleeping in the darkest part of the forest that he chose not to examine too closely. And he felt what Megorian wanted him to feel. The forest was afraid. Not of Harry. Not of the centaurs or the spiders or the darkness. The forest was afraid of what was happening beneath it, the slow poisoning, the creeping corruption, the dead zones that were spreading through the ley lines like rot through wood. The oldest trees could feel it. They'd been feeling it for years, growing weaker, their magic thinning, their roots reaching for power that wasn't there anymore. Harry opened his eyes. Looked up at Megorian. The forest is afraid, he said. The ley lines are sick. The corruption is spreading from the southeast, from multiple points, concentrated at sites of dark magic. It's been getting worse for decades, but the last year has accelerated it dramatically. Megorian stared at him. The old trees know, Harry continued. The ones near the eastern edge, they're dying. Not from disease or age. Their magic is being drained. The ley line that feeds them is almost dry. Silence. Absolute, forest deep silence. Even the wind had stopped. Then Megorian did something Harry didn't expect. The centaur elder looked up at the sky, at the first stars appearing in the darkening blue, and his hard face cracked. Not softened. Cracked, like a dam breaking. The stars said you would come, Megorian said. His voice was rough. I did not believe them. The stars say a lot of things. They do. And they are seldom wrong. Megorian lowered his gaze. The herds have argued about this for months. Whether the star signs meant what we thought they meant. Whether the Pendragon blood still existed. Whether it mattered. He stamped one hoof, a crack like a gunshot against the clearing floor. It matters. Will the herds join the compact? The herds never left the compact. Wizards left. We remained. We have honored the old agreements every day for 800 years, even when no one honored them back. The bitterness in his voice was 8 centuries deep. Harry heard it and didn't flinch from it. Then the compact owes you a debt, Harry said. 800 years of unreciprocated honor. I can't repay that. No one can. But I can make sure it doesn't happen again. Megorian studied him. The other centaurs watched with the particular intensity of people witnessing something they'd tell their children about. What do you want from us? Megorian asked. Your knowledge. Your strength. Your willingness to stand with the other races when the time comes. The corruption in the ley lines isn't going to stop on its own. Neither is the thing it's feeding. The Hollow One. Harry's spine went cold. You know about it. We know. The stars have screamed warnings for decades. The Hollow One stirs in its prison. It feeds on the poison that wizards pour into the earth without thought or care. It grows fat while the land grows thin. Megorian's expression was grim. Our seers say it will wake fully within the year. Your seers are probably right. And when it wakes, then we fight it. All of us. Together. The way the compact was designed to work. Megorian was quiet for a long time. The clearing held its breath. Stars appeared overhead, one by one, ancient lights watching an ancient conversation unfold in the forest below. The centaur herds will stand with the Pendragon, Megorian said. On one condition. Name it. The Forbidden Forest is ours. Not the Ministry's. Not Hogwarts. Ours. It was ours before the castle was built, and it will be ours when the castle is dust. The compact recognized this. The Ministry did not. Your wizarding world calls it forbidden. Forbidden to whom? Not to us. We were here first. The forest belongs to the centaur herds, Harry said. It always did. When the compact is renewed, centaur sovereignty over the forbidden forest will be the first article. Megorian stared at him. Then, slowly, he bowed. Not a deep bow. Not a submissive one. A warrior's bow, given between equals who have agreed to fight the same battle. The centaur warriors behind him bowed in unison, and the forest shivered. Harry and Neville walked back through the trees in the gathering darkness. The forest felt different now, still watchful, still ancient, but with a warmth that hadn't been there before. Welcoming, almost. As if the trees had heard the conversation and approved. That was incredible, Neville said. He'd been quiet through the entire meeting, standing at Harry's right with the shield on his arm, radiating the steady, unshakable presence that was becoming his defining quality. The way they looked at you when you told them about the forest being afraid. They believed you. I wasn't making it up. I know. That's why they believed you. Neville ducked under a low branch. Harry, can I ask you something? Yeah. Are you okay? Harry stopped walking. The question was simple, sincere, and precisely targeted at the thing he'd been trying not to think about. Neville had always been better at that than people gave him credit for, seeing the thing nobody else was looking at. I'm running on about 4 hours of sleep, Harry said. I can feel every damaged ley line in Britain like a bruise on my own body. There's an ancient entity of pure corruption waking up beneath the country, a dark lord trying to destroy it from above, a political system that's half convinced I'm a threat, and I'm 16 years old. He paused. So no. Not really okay. Neville nodded. Right. Just checking. They walked in silence for a minute. Then Neville said, You know you don't have to carry all of this yourself. I know. Do you? Because you've got that look. The Harry carries the weight of the world look. I've been watching it since first year. It's not about carrying it myself. It's about being the only one who can feel it. The ley lines, the corruption, the Hollow King, nobody else is wired into the network the way I am. Daphne can sense the junctions, the goblins can feel the deep lines, but I'm the one who feels all of it. All the time. That sounds exhausting. It's like having a headache that covers an entire country. Neville was quiet again. Then, you know what Gran told me, after she found out about the shield? What? She said the Longbottom shield bearers had a saying, the king carries the crown. The shield carries the king. She said the whole point of the shield was that the Pendragon didn't have to stand alone. That the role existed specifically because the weight of the ley lines was too much for one person. Harry looked at him. I'm saying I'm here, Neville said. Not just as a friend. As the shield. Whatever you need to put down, put it on me. That's what I'm for. The simplicity of it hit Harry harder than any of the day's politics. He stopped walking, and for a moment, standing in the ancient forest with the ley lines pulsing beneath his feet and the stars wheeling overhead, he felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Less alone. Thanks, Neville. Don't mention it. Seriously. If you tell anyone I made a speech, I'll deny everything. They emerged from the forest and walked across the Hogwarts grounds in companionable silence. The castle glowed against the night sky, its windows warm with light, and Harry felt the familiar tug of a place that had been his first real home. But the tug was different now. He could feel the castle's magic, really feel it, the way he felt the ley lines and the forest. Hogwarts was built on a junction of 7 major ley lines, which was why it was the most magically powerful location in Britain. The castle's wards drew on that power, creating the dense web of enchantments that protected the school and its students. And some of those wards were failing. Harry felt it as they crossed the grounds, gaps in the protective matrix, places where the magic stuttered and thinned. Dead zones, small but growing, scattered through the castle's magical infrastructure like holes in a net. He stopped and pressed his hand against the stone wall of the entrance hall. The castle's magic responded to his touch, warm, familiar, ancient. But wounded. "Hogwarts is sick," Harry said quietly. Neville looked at the wall. "Can you fix it?" "Not yet. Not without the full compact. But I can feel where the damage is." He closed his eyes and mapped the castle's magic, tracing ley lines through corridors and towers and dungeons. "There are dead zones on the 3rd floor, near the divination tower, and," he opened his eyes. "In the room of requirement." "The room of requirement? Why there?" Harry thought about it. The room of requirement sat at a nexus of 3 internal ley lines. It was why the room could reshape itself, drawing on massive amounts of ambient magic. But something was contaminating that nexus. Something dark and old and familiar. "There's a Horcrux in the castle," Harry said. Neville went pale. "You're sure?" "I can feel it. Dark magic, concentrated, sitting on a ley line junction and poisoning it. It's been there for years, decades, maybe. Slowly corrupting the castle's magic from the inside. Voldemort hid a Horcrux in Hogwarts. Where better? The most magically powerful location in Britain. A ley line junction that would feed the Horcrux and amplify its corruption. Dumbledore right upstairs, too arrogant to think anyone would dare violate his domain. Harry paused. "I need to talk to Dumbledore." Dumbledore's office was the same as always, cluttered, eccentric, filled with spinning silver instruments and sleeping portraits and the faint smell of lemon drops. Fawkes sat on his perch and trilled softly when Harry entered. The sound was warm and sad and knowing. Dumbledore was behind his desk. He looked old tonight, not the ageless sage of Harry's childhood, but a genuinely elderly man carrying the weight of a long life and too many mistakes. His damaged hand, the blackened, dead-looking thing that Harry had noticed at the start of term, lay on the desk before him, unconcealed. Harry sat down without being invited. The days of waiting for permission were over, and Dumbledore seemed to understand that. "You've been to the forest," Dumbledore said. "Megorian and the Centaur herds have agreed to renew the compact." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "That is, remarkable. The Centaurs have refused all diplomatic contact for decades. They refused contact with the Ministry. The Pendragon line predates the Ministry. Different relationship." A nod. Slow, thoughtful. "You're building alliances. Good. You'll need them. I need more than alliances. I need information." Harry looked pointedly at Dumbledore's blackened hand. "All of it. No more secrets. No more strategic omissions. No more deciding what I'm ready for." Dumbledore looked at his hand. Flexed the dead fingers. They barely moved. "You're right," he said. "You're right, and I have been wrong to delay." He took a breath. "This hand is the result of a curse. I found a ring, Tom Riddle's mother's ring, hidden in the Gaunt family home. It was a Horcrux. I destroyed the soul fragment but triggered the curse embedded in the ring. It is killing me." Harry felt the words land like stones. "Killing you. Slowly. Professor Snape has contained the curse to the hand, but it is spreading. I have, perhaps, a year." The office was very quiet. Fawkes trilled again, the same sad note, the song of a phoenix who knew what was coming. Harry had spent the last month angry at this man. Furious, sometimes. The keeper of secrets, the chess master, the man who treated Harry's life as a piece on a board. And now that man was sitting across from him, telling him he was dying, and Harry felt something he hadn't expected. Grief. Not anger. Not satisfaction. Grief, because despite everything, Albus Dumbledore was one of the few people who'd ever stood between Harry and the darkness, and the world was going to be worse without him. "Tell me about the Horcruxes," Harry said. Dumbledore told him. All of it. The diary, destroyed in second year. The ring, destroyed by Dumbledore at the cost of his hand. Voldemort's obsession with Founder artifacts, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, something of Ravenclaw's. The snake, Nagini, who Dumbledore suspected was a Horcrux as well. And the piece of soul that Dumbledore had never spoken of, the one that lived behind Harry's scar. I have suspected since your first year, Dumbledore said. His voice was barely above a whisper. The connection to Voldemort. The Parseltongue. The scar pains. When you described feeling his emotions, seeing through his eyes, I'm a Horcrux. You carry a piece of his soul, yes. Harry sat with that. Let it settle. The horror of it, the violation, Voldemort's soul, anchored in his body, a parasite he'd been carrying since infancy. But underneath the horror was something else. Understanding. The scar had always been wrong. He'd always known it was wrong. Now he knew why. Can it be removed without killing me? Harry asked. I don't know. Dumbledore's voice cracked. I have been searching for an answer to that question for 5 years, and I have not found one. The standard method of Horcrux destruction requires the destruction of the container. Then we find a non-standard method. Dumbledore looked at him. Something shifted in the old man's eyes, surprise, or maybe the memory of surprise, the echo of a reaction he'd once been quick enough to have in the moment. The ley line connection, Dumbledore murmured. Of course. The Pendragon bond, it changes the equation. If you are connected to the land's magic at a fundamental level, then perhaps the soul fragment could be burned away by channeling sufficient. We'll figure it out, Harry cut in. But not tonight. Tonight I need to know where the Horcruxes are. Dumbledore listed the suspected locations. The locket, Grimmauld Place, possibly, based on information from Creature. The cup, Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. The unknown Ravenclaw artifact, Hogwarts, most likely. Nagini, wherever Voldemort was. There's a Horcrux in the castle right now, Harry said. I can feel it. Near the Room of Requirement. It's sitting on a ley line junction and poisoning the castle's wards. Dumbledore straightened. You can feel, the ley lines tell me where the corruption is concentrated. There's a dark magic signature near the Room of Requirement that matches what I felt at the other dead zones. It's a Horcrux, or something very like one. Ravenclaw's diadem, Dumbledore said softly. Of course. Tom was always obsessed with the Founders. He would have hidden it here, in the place he considered his true home. They looked at each other across the desk. Two people who'd spent years dancing around the truth, finally standing in the same room with all the cards on the table. I have failed you, Harry, Dumbledore said. In trying to protect you, I left you vulnerable. In trying to control the situation, I lost control of everything that mattered. I am sorry. Not as a strategy. Not as a manipulation. I am genuinely, deeply sorry. I know, Harry said. And I'm still angry. I'll probably be angry for a long time. But right now, anger isn't useful. Right now, I need the greatest wizard of the age to help me save a country. Can you do that? Dumbledore's eyes were bright. Not twinkling, wet. Tears that an old man didn't quite let fall. Yes, he said. I can do that. Then let's get to work. They worked through the night. Dumbledore shared everything, his research, his theories, his contacts, his assessment of Voldemort's psychology and strategic tendencies. Harry shared what he'd learned from the ley lines, from the goblins, from the centaurs. They built a picture together, and the picture was terrifying. 6 Horcruxes confirmed. 2 destroyed, the diary and the ring. 4 remaining, the locket, the cup, the diadem, and Nagini. Plus the fragment in Harry's scar, which they set aside as a separate problem requiring a separate solution. Each Horcrux sat on or near a ley line junction. Each one was actively poisoning the network. And the Hollow King was feeding on that poison, growing stronger with every passing day. The Horcruxes are the key, Harry said. Destroy them, and we cut off the Hollow King's food supply. But the Hollow King is waking up faster than we can hunt Horcruxes. We need to do both at once, contain the Hollow King while destroying the Horcruxes. The containing will require the compact, Dumbledore said. The full magical weight of every race, channeled through you. I know. And I'm not ready for that yet. The centaurs are in. The goblins are in. I still need the merfolk, and I need the wizards, which means I need the Wizengamot. Thaddeus Vane. Thaddeus Vane. They were both quiet for a moment. Then Dumbledore said, Vane is not your enemy, Harry. He is your skeptic. There is a meaningful difference. I know. He's the hardest one to bring around because he's the most principled. If he was just power-hungry, I could work around him. He actually believes what he's fighting for. That is what makes principled opposition both the most difficult and the most valuable kind. If you can earn Vane's support, genuine support, not reluctant acquiescence, you will have something no amount of magical power can provide. Legitimacy. Dumbledore smiled. Not the twinkling, grandfatherly smile. A real one. You understand more than I gave you credit for. Yeah. I've been hearing that a lot. Dawn was breaking by the time Harry left the headmaster's office. He stood on the castle steps and watched the sun rise over the lake, painting the water gold and pink. The ley lines hummed beneath his feet, stronger here than anywhere, fed by the junction of 7 major lines, damaged by the Horcrux in the room of requirement but still powerful. He could feel the diadem. Now that he knew what he was looking for, the dark signature was unmistakable, a cold, pulsing wrongness in the castle's magical tapestry, like a splinter buried deep in living flesh. It was corrupting everything around it, slowly, insidiously, the way Voldemort corrupted everything he touched. Harry wanted to go find it. Right now. Rip it from its hiding place and destroy it and watch one more piece of Voldemort's stolen immortality crumble to dust. But that wasn't the plan. The plan was methodical. The plan was careful. The plan was to prepare everything before striking, so that when they moved with overwhelming force and coordination. Harry was learning patience. He didn't love it, but he was learning it. He found Daphne at the Greengrass estate that afternoon. She was in the walled garden, sitting cross-legged on the grass with her eyes closed, deep in a ley-line meditation. Harry watched her for a moment before she sensed his presence and opened her eyes. How was Dumbledore? She asked. Dying. Daphne went still. What? Harry sat beside her and told her about the cursed ring, the blackened hand, the timeline. He told her about the Horcruxes, all of them. He told her about the soul fragment in his scar. He told her everything, because he'd made a promise to himself that the people who stood with him would never be kept in the dark the way Dumbledore had kept him. Daphne listened without interrupting. Her face went through several emotions, shock, anger, fear, something fierce and protective that made Harry's chest ache, before settling into the focused composure she wore when she was processing something enormous. There's a piece of Voldemort's soul in your head, she said when he'd finished. Yes. And the standard method of removing it would kill you. Yes. But the ley line connection might offer an alternative. Maybe. Dumbledore thinks so. He's not sure. Daphne was quiet for a long time. She was sitting close enough that Harry could feel the warmth of her shoulder against his. The afternoon sun was warm, the garden peaceful, the ley line junction beneath them pulsing with slow, steady magic. I'm going to find a way to remove it, she said. Daphne, don't. Don't tell me it might not be possible. Don't tell me to be realistic. I am going to find a way, because the alternative is unacceptable, and I don't accept unacceptable things. Harry looked at her. Her jaw was set, her eyes fierce, her entire being radiating the kind of determination that could move mountains or shatter them. "Okay," he said. "Okay. Okay. You'll find a way. I believe you." She stared at him. Then her composure broke, not into tears, not into the dramatic collapse of a worried lover, but into something smaller and more real. Her shoulders loosened. Her eyes softened. She leaned into him, just slightly, and he felt the contact like a ley line pulse, warm, steady, alive. "You're infuriating," she murmured. "So I'm told. You walk into my life, turn everything upside down, make me care about things I spent years convincing myself were pointless, and then tell me there's a piece of a Dark Lord's soul in your head. When you put it that way, it does sound like a lot. It is a lot. Sorry. Don't be sorry. Just don't die." She pulled back and looked at him. Her eyes were bright. "I mean it, Harry. Don't you dare die. I haven't finished yelling at you yet. You haven't started yelling at me. I'm building up to it. It's going to be spectacular." He laughed, and the sound was easier than it had been in weeks. Something about being with Daphne made the weight lighter, not gone, never gone, but distributed differently. Shared. They sat in the garden as the afternoon faded. They didn't talk about Horcruxes or politics or ancient entities of corruption. They talked about small things, her younger sister Astoria, who was 13 and obsessed with Quidditch. His memories of Hagrid, who'd been the first person to ever tell him he was a wizard. Her father's collection of pre-conquest magical texts, which he guarded with the jealousy of a dragon sitting on gold. His inability to cook anything that didn't involve a toaster. Normal things. Human things. The kind of conversation that reminded you that the world contained more than wars and crowns and darkness. At some point, without either of them consciously deciding to, they ended up lying on the grass side by side, watching the clouds drift overhead. The ley line junction hummed beneath them. The garden's magic wrapped around them like a blanket. "Harry," Daphne said. "Yeah. I'm scared." He turned his head to look at her. She was staring at the sky, and her profile was limned in late afternoon gold, and she looked both older and younger than 16. "Of the Hollow King?" he asked. "Of caring about someone who's going to be at the center of every battle. Every fight, every crisis, every impossible situation, you'll be there. Because you can't not be. Because you're built that way, you stupid, brave, impossible person." Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "I can't promise to be safe." "I know. I can promise to come back." She turned her head. They were very close, inches apart, lying on the grass in a sunlit garden with the world's oldest magic humming beneath them. Her eyes were gray-blue and beautiful and terrified. "Promise," she said. "I promise." She kissed him. It wasn't smooth. It wasn't practiced. She leaned in and he leaned in and their noses bumped and she made a small frustrated sound and adjusted and then her lips were on his, warm and soft and insistent, and the ley line junction beneath them flared with golden light that neither of them noticed because the world had narrowed to a single point of contact. It lasted 3 seconds. Maybe 4. Then they pulled apart, both slightly stunned, both breathing faster than the moment strictly required. "That was," Harry started. "Awkward," Daphne said. "I was going to say nice. It was awkward and nice. Both can be true simultaneously." "Good. Because I'd like to do it again. With less nose bumping." She kissed him again. This time it was better, slower, more certain, his hand finding the curve of her jaw and her fingers curling into the collar of his robes. The ley lines sang beneath them and the garden bloomed in colors that shouldn't have existed and somewhere, distantly, they both knew that the world was falling apart, but right now, in this moment, the only thing that mattered was this. When they finally separated, Daphne's composure was thoroughly demolished. Her hair was mussed, her cheeks were flushed, and she was smiling in a way that transformed her entire face, open and unguarded and radiant. "If you tell anyone I smiled like this, I'll hex you," she said. "Your secret's safe. I'm serious. My reputation depends on people believing I'm incapable of genuine emotion. You're an excellent actress." "I'm not acting." She paused. "That's the problem." Harry reached out and took her hand. She let him. Her fingers intertwined with his, and they lay in the garden and watched the sky change color and didn't let go. The world could wait 5 more minutes. The betrayal came 3 days later. Harry was at Gringotts, meeting with Ragnarok about the merfolk negotiations. The merfolk had agreed to send a delegation to the Black Lake, but their demands were complex and required underwater diplomacy that presented unique logistical challenges, when Sharpclaw interrupted with a message. "An emergency communication from your contact in the Wizengamot," the goblin said. "Counselor Vane has called a special session. He's presenting evidence that you are hunting artifacts of dark magic connected to the Dark Lord. He's calling it reckless vigilantism by a minor with delusions of sovereignty." Harry went cold. "Evidence? What evidence?" "The communication doesn't specify. But the source is described as a member of the Order of the Phoenix who came forward out of concern for the public good. Someone in the Order had talked." Harry's mind raced through the list of people who knew about the Horcruxes. Dumbledore himself. Daphne. Neville. The Inner Circle. Nobody else should know. He'd been meticulous about information security, a lesson learned the hard way from years of having his secrets exposed at the worst possible moment. But Dumbledore had been less meticulous. Dumbledore, who trusted the Order implicitly, who held meetings where information was shared freely among members who'd been vetted but not bound. Dumbledore, who'd spent 50 years building a network of allies based on personal loyalty and good faith. Good faith had failed. Harry fled to Hogwarts. Found Dumbledore in his office. The old man's face told him everything. "Elphia's Doge," Dumbledore said. He looked shattered. "I mentioned the Horcruxes in a private conversation with him 2 days ago. I trusted him absolutely. He has been my friend for over a century. He went to Vane. He went to Vane. Not out of malice, Harry, I am certain of that. Elphias is a good man. But he is a man of the system. He has served in the Wizengamot for 60 years. He believes in institutional governance. And when I told him what we were planning, he decided that a 16-year-old hunting Dark Lord's soul anchors was too dangerous to leave unchecked, and that the proper authorities needed to be involved." Dumbledore closed his eyes. Yes. Harry wanted to be furious. He wanted to rage, to throw things, to let the anger he'd been carrying for months explode outward and destroy something. But anger wasn't strategy. He'd learned that. Daphne had taught him. "What exactly does Vane know?" Harry asked. His voice was controlled. Calm. The kind of calm that people who knew him well would recognize as dangerous. That we've identified the existence of multiple dark artifacts created by Voldemort. That these artifacts are anchoring his immortality. That we intend to locate and destroy them. Does he know about the ley line connection? The Hollow King? The Dead Zones? No. Elphias didn't know those details. I hadn't shared them with him. Small mercies. Harry paced. The ley lines of Hogwarts hummed beneath his feet, and he drew on their steadiness. Vane is going to use this. He'll argue that I'm conducting an unsanctioned military operation on British magical soil. He'll demand oversight. He'll try to bring the Horcrux hunt under Wizengamot control. Which would be catastrophic, Dumbledore said. The moment the Wizengamot gets involved, information flows to dozens of people. One of them is almost certainly a Death Eater sympathizer. Voldemort will know we're hunting his Horcruxes, and he'll move them. Then we can't let Vane take control of the hunt. But you can't be seen to refuse Wisengamot oversight. Not when you've just claimed a title that depends on institutional legitimacy. Harry stopped pacing. He was standing by the window, looking out at the grounds. The forbidden forest was dark against the evening sky. Beyond it, the mountains. Beyond them, a country that was dying by inches while its leaders argued about jurisdiction. "I need to talk to Vane," Harry said. "He won't listen. He has evidence, he has principle, and he has the political wind at his back. He'll listen. Because I'm going to tell him the truth. All of it." Dumbledore looked alarmed. "Harry, the Hollow King. The ley lines dying. The dead zones. The Horcruxes feeding the corruption. Everything. Vane is opposing me because he doesn't have the full picture. He thinks this is about power. It's about survival. If he understood what's actually at stake, he might still oppose you. Then I'll deal with that. But he deserves to know what he's opposing. He's too smart and too principled to fight in the dark." Dumbledore studied him. Then, slowly, he nodded. "You're right. Against my instincts, but you're right. Vane is not the enemy. He's the skeptic who needs to become the ally." He paused. "You've grown, Harry. In ways I didn't foresee. I had good teachers. And bad ones. Both were useful." That got a real smile from the old man, wry, self-aware, tinged with the kind of sadness that comes from knowing your own mistakes. Harry went to Vane. He didn't go through official channels. Didn't request a meeting through the Wisengamot Secretariat. He found out where Vane lived, a modest townhouse in magical Chelsea, tasteful and understated, like the man himself, and showed up at his door at 9 o'clock in the evening. Vane answered the door in reading glasses and a cardigan, which was so dissonant with the intimidating political operator Harry had faced in the Wisengamot that it took him a moment to reconcile the images. "Mr. Potter," Vane said. He didn't seem surprised. "I expected you might come. Can we talk?" Vane studied him for a long moment. Then he stepped aside. The townhouse interior was lined with bookshelves, hundreds, possibly thousands of volumes, covering everything from magical law to Muggle philosophy. A fire burned in the sitting room. A half-finished cup of tea sat beside a well-worn copy of something Harry didn't recognize. Vane sat in his reading chair and gestured Harry to the sofa. He didn't offer tea, which Harry appreciated. It meant this wasn't a social call, and neither of them needed to pretend otherwise. "You're going to present evidence to the Wisengamot tomorrow that I'm hunting Voldemort's Horcruxes," Harry said. "I am. Your source is Elphia's Doge, who heard it from Dumbledore and decided that the proper authorities needed to be involved." Vane's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes shifted, a fractional widening that said Harry had surprised him. "I don't discuss my sources." "You don't have to. I know it's Doge because he's the only person outside my inner circle who had that information." Dumbledore trusted him. Doge's loyalty to the Wisengamot overrode his loyalty to the Order. Harry paused. "I don't blame him. He did what he thought was right." Vane was watching him very carefully now. "That's an unusually generous assessment. Doge isn't the problem. The problem is that you're about to bring the Horcrux hunt under Wisengamot oversight, which will expose it to at least 3 people who are either Death Eaters or Death Eater sympathizers. Within a week, Voldemort will know we're coming for his soul anchors. He'll move them, protect them, and our best chance of destroying them, of destroying him, will be gone. You're asking me to suppress evidence and abandon oversight on national security grounds. I'm asking you to hear me out before you act. Give me 20 minutes. If you still want to go to the Wisengamot after that, I won't stop you." Vane removed his reading glasses. Folded them carefully. Set them on the side table. 20 minutes, he said. Harry told him everything. The ley lines. The dead zones. The Hollow King. The containment wards beneath Gringotts. The Centaur star readings. The Horcruxes as poison vectors. The connection between Voldemort's dark magic and the ancient entities awakening. The fact that magic itself, the fundamental energy that made the wizarding world possible, was dying. He didn't hold back. Didn't filter. Didn't try to present it in the most favorable light. He laid out the truth in its entirety and let Vane's formidable intellect do the work. Vane listened without interrupting. His face was unreadable for the first 10 minutes. Then something shifted, a gradual tightening around the mouth, a deepening of the lines on his forehead, a stillness that spoke not of composure but of someone whose world was being restructured in real time. When Harry finished, the room was very quiet. Vane stood. Walked to his bookshelf. Pulled a volume, old, leather-bound, dusty with disuse, and opened it to a page he clearly knew well. In the event of the Compact's dissolution, he read, the ley lines of Albion shall decay at a rate determined by the magnitude of the breach. Complete dissolution shall result in total ley line failure within 1 millennium. He looked up. This is from the Compact's original text. I've had it for 30 years. I always assumed it was metaphorical. It's not. No. I can see that now. He closed the book. Set it on the table. Looked at Harry with an expression that was new, not hostile, not suspicious, not the careful political mask. Something raw. Something afraid. How long? Vane asked. Before the ley lines fail completely? Centuries, probably. But the Hollow King won't wait that long. The Centaur seers say it wakes fully within a year. When it does, it won't just feed on the corruption anymore. It'll actively consume the ley lines. The whole network. Every magical creature, every enchantment, every ward, all of it depends on the ley lines. If the network collapses, magic dies, Vane said flatly. Magic dies. The fire crackled. Somewhere outside, a car passed on the street. Normal sounds in a world that didn't know how close it was to losing everything that made the magical world possible. Why are you telling me this? Vane asked. You could have fought me in the Wizengamot. You could have used your growing political capital to outmaneuver me. Why come to my house and lay your cards on the table? Because you're not my enemy. You're a man who's spent his life building systems that protect people from the abuse of power. That's valuable. That's necessary. Even if, especially if, I turn out to be everything you're afraid of, the systems you've built are the safeguard. Harry met Vane's eyes. I need those systems. I need the Wizengamot. I need someone who'll watch me and hold me accountable and tell me when I'm wrong. But I need that someone to understand what's actually happening, so they can hold me accountable for the right things. Vane stared at him for a long time. The fire painted shadows on his lined face. You're nothing like what I expected, Vane said. People keep saying that. It's because you're 16. People don't expect 16-year-olds to be this politically sophisticated. I'm not politically sophisticated. I'm just honest. It's surprisingly effective. The ghost of a smile crossed Vane's face. Yes. It is. He sat back down. I won't bring the Horcrux information to the Wizengamot. You're right, the security risk is too high. But I want oversight. Not institutional oversight. Personal oversight. I want to be informed of every step of the Horcrux hunt, every alliance you build, every military action you take. Done. And I want veto power over anything that puts civilian lives at risk. Harry thought about that. Advisory power. Not veto. If you have a legitimate concern, I'll listen. But I can't give a non-combatant veto authority over field decisions. Vane's eyes narrowed. You negotiate like someone twice your age. I've been negotiating with the universe since I was 11. The universe drives a hard bargain. Another pause. Then Vane nodded. Advisory power. Agreed. He stood and offered his hand. Harry took it. The handshake was firm, brief, and carried the weight of two very different men choosing to trust each other for reasons that neither would have predicted a month ago. Mr. Potter, Vane said as Harry moved toward the door. Sir. The Hollow King. If this thing is real, and I believe you, God help me, then everything I've spent my career building is irrelevant. None of it matters if the ley lines collapse. It matters, Harry said. The ley lines won't collapse, because we're going to stop it. And when we do, the world you've built will still need to function. Systems, oversight, accountability, all of it. The Crown doesn't replace the Parliament. It supports it. Vane studied him. Be careful with that kind of talk. It sounds dangerously close to constitutional monarchy. Is that a problem? It's the only form of monarchy I could ever support. Harry smiled. Then we might have more in common than you thought. He left Vane's house and walked into the cool London night. The ley lines hummed beneath his feet, steady, familiar, carrying him home. He felt the network stretching out in every direction, north to the Scottish Highlands, south to the coast, east and west to the borders of magical Britain. Damaged, corrupted, dying by inches. But still there. Still fighting. Like him. The attack on Hogsmeade came at dawn. Harry felt it before the first spell was fired, a sudden, violent disruption in the ley lines, a scream of corrupted magic that ripped through his awareness and threw him out of sleep like a physical blow. He was on his feet with his wand in his hand before his eyes were fully open, the ley lines flooding him with information, dark magic signatures, dozens of them, converging on Hogsmeade from multiple directions. Death Eaters. A large force. This wasn't a raid, it was an invasion. And beneath the dark magic, something else. Something cold and vast and wrong. The ley lines around Hogsmeade were failing, not gradually, the way the dead zones had been spreading, but catastrophically. The corruption was accelerating, as if someone had opened a dam and let the poison flood through. The Hollow King was awake. Not fully, not yet. But it was no longer merely dozing. It was actively pulling at the ley lines, draining the magic from the area around Hogsmeade, creating a zone of magical dead space that was expanding in real time. Harry fled to Hogwarts and found chaos. The castle's alarm wards were screaming, a keening, atonal sound that echoed through every corridor. Students in the summer program were being herded to the Great Hall by prefects and professors. Dumbledore was at the gates, wand drawn, his silver beard whipping in a wind that shouldn't have been there. McGonagall stood beside him, her face white and set. Hogsmeade, Dumbledore said as Harry arrived. At least 40 Death Eaters. And something else, the wards are failing in ways they shouldn't. Magic itself is becoming unreliable. It's the Hollow King. It's draining the ley lines. Creating a dead zone around the village. Harry pressed his hand against the castle wall and felt Hogwarts shudder. The mighty fortress's wards were straining, their 7-ley-line foundation being pulled and twisted by the corruption spreading from Hogsmeade. The castle wards will hold, but Hogsmeade is unprotected. There are people in Hogsmeade, McGonagall said. Her voice was controlled but fury burned beneath it. Shopkeepers. Families. Children visiting the village for the summer fair. Harry didn't hesitate. Professor McGonagall, lock down the castle. Nobody in or out except combat-rated personnel. Dumbledore, can you hold the gate? The old wizard's eyes were steady. I can. Then hold it. If the Death Eaters try for the castle, they go through you. Harry turned to the courtyard where his allies were assembling. Neville was already there, shield blazing, face grim. Augusta Longbottom stood behind him, and she'd shed the vulture hat. Underneath, her expression was pure, cold battle readiness. Daphne appeared from the Floo connection, armed and armored in combat robes that Harry had never seen before, fitted dark material reinforced with protective enchantments, her wand in one hand and a silver knife in the other. She looked at Harry and didn't ask questions. She didn't need to. "How bad?" she asked. 40+ Death Eaters. Ley lines failing. Dead zone expanding. Civilians trapped. What's the play? Neville, take Augusta and anyone who can fight. Defensive perimeter around the village. Get the civilians out and hold the line. Neville nodded. The shield pulsed gold on his arm. On it. Daphne, with me. We're going to the source. The source? The dead zone. Something is anchoring it, a point of concentrated corruption that's pulling the ley lines apart. I need to find it and shut it down. And the 40 Death Eaters between us and it? That's what wands are for. They moved. Hogsmeade was under siege. Death Eaters filled the main street, casting with the disciplined coordination that spoke of pre-planned tactics and Voldemort's personal direction. They were methodically destroying the village, not the random carnage of Diagon Alley, but targeted demolition, hitting the structures that housed protective wards and magical infrastructure. They were dismantling Hogsmeade's defenses piece by piece. And the dead zone was making everything worse. Harry felt at the moment they crossed the village boundary, a sudden, terrifying weakening of his magic. His ley line connection didn't disappear, but it stuttered, like a radio signal breaking up. Spells that should have been effortless required concentration. His shield charm, usually instinctive, needed active focus to maintain. The dead zone suppresses ambient magic, Daphne said. Her voice was tight. Our spells will be weaker, less reliable. The Death Eaters will be affected too, but they have numbers. And they were expecting this. The first Death Eater squad found them near the 3 broomsticks. Harry engaged with a ferocity that surprised even himself, stunners and reducers and disarmers firing in rapid succession, each spell demanding more effort than it should have, each impact weaker than normal. He compensated with volume and accuracy, putting 4 Death Eaters down in 30 seconds through sheer tactical efficiency. Daphne covered his flanks with the cold precision he'd come to depend on. She fought differently in the dead zone, conserving energy, choosing her targets carefully, making every spell count. A stunner to an exposed back. A hex that shattered a Death Eater's shield from an angle he didn't expect. A perfectly timed body bind that caught a woman mid-curse and dropped her like a puppet with cut strings. They pushed forward through the village. The sounds of battle echoed from every direction. Neville's defensive perimeter was holding, the golden glow of the shield visible in the smoke and chaos. Augusta Longbottom's voice carried over the noise, sharp and commanding, directing fighters with the authority of a woman who'd survived 2 wars and had no intention of losing the third. Harry reached the center of the dead zone and stopped. He could feel it now, the source. Not a Horcrux this time, but something else. A tear in the ley line network, a place where the corruption had eaten through the barrier between the normal magical world and the dark space where the Hollow King dwelled. Magic was pouring through the tear like blood from a wound, draining the ley lines, feeding the entity below. And through the tear, Harry could feel it looking at him. The Hollow King's attention was like nothing he'd experienced. Not the sharp, hostile focus of Voldemort's mind pressing against his scar. This was slower, deeper, more fundamental. It was the attention of something that had existed for millennia and would exist for millennia more. Something that didn't hate or fear or want in any human sense. It simply consumed. That was its nature. That was all it was. It looked at Harry the way a black hole looks at light. The tear is in the ley line junction beneath the village square, Harry said. His voice was steady but his hands were shaking. I need to close it. Can you? I think so. The ley line connection, if I can channel enough energy through the junction, I can seal the breach. Burn the corruption away and close the tear. What will that cost you? Harry didn't answer. They both knew the answer. There has to be another way, Daphne said. There isn't. Not in time. The tear is expanding. If it reaches the castle's ley lines, the wards will collapse and Hogwarts is unprotected. He looked at her. I need you to cover me. This is going to take everything I have, and I'll be completely vulnerable while I'm doing it. The expression on Daphne's face was something Harry would remember for the rest of his life. Terror and fury and love and determination, all compressed into a single moment of absolute clarity. Then nobody gets through me, she said. Harry knelt in the village square. Pressed both palms flat against the cobblestones. Closed his eyes. Reached down. The ley line was there, damaged, weakened, polluted with dark magic, but still flowing. Harry reached into it and felt the tear in the network, a ragged hole in reality, cold and wrong, the Hollow King's presence seeping through like poison gas. He began to channel. The energy came sluggishly at first, the dead zone resisting him. But Harry pushed, drawing on reserves he didn't know he had, pulling magic not just from the local ley line but from the broader network, reaching along the connections to adjacent junctions, gathering power the way a river gathers tributaries. Golden light erupted from his hands. It spread across the cobblestones, sank into the earth, flowed along the ley line toward the tear. Where it met the corruption, it burned, a searing, purifying fire that consumed the dark magic and closed the breach inch by inch. The Hollow King pushed back. The resistance was enormous, the weight of an ancient, incomprehensible intelligence pressing against Harry's magic with the patient inevitability of a glacier. The tear stopped closing. The golden light flickered. The corruption surged, and Harry felt it, cold, vast, hungry, reaching through the connection toward him, trying to flow up the channel he'd created and into him. He held. Gritted his teeth and pushed harder. The ley line screamed in his awareness, not pain but effort, the ancient magic of the land straining against an enemy that had been growing stronger for centuries. He wasn't strong enough. The realization hit him like ice water. Alone, channeling a single junction's power, he couldn't overcome the Hollow King's resistance. The entity was too strong, too deeply entrenched, too well-fed on decades of Horcrux poison. Harry could hold the tear where it was, prevent it from expanding, but he couldn't close it. He needed more power. He needed the compact. But the compact wasn't complete. He had the goblins. He had the centaurs. He didn't have the merfolk. He didn't have the wizards. The full magical weight of Britain's races wasn't available to him yet. Harry opened his eyes. The world was hazy, his vision blurred by the strain of channeling, his body trembling with effort. Blood was running from his nose, hot and copper-tasting. His hands were burning where they pressed against the stone. Daphne was fighting. 3 Death Eaters had found them, drawn by the golden light like moths to a flame. Daphne stood between them and Harry with her wand blazing, casting with a speed and precision that took Harry's breath away. She wasn't just defending, she was devastating. Each spell was a masterwork of efficiency and power, placed with the accuracy of a surgeon and the force of a battering ram. The first Death Eater went down to a hex that shattered his shield and his jaw simultaneously. The second got off one curse, Daphne sidestepped it by inches, her hair trailing through the spell's wake, before her stunner caught him in the chest and dropped him. The third was smarter, casting from behind cover, lobbing curses that Daphne had to dodge rather than deflect. She couldn't dodge and protect Harry at the same time. A curse got past her. A dark, sizzling thing that seared through the air toward Harry's unprotected back. He didn't see it. Didn't feel it. He was too deep in the ley line, too focused on holding the tear closed. Daphne moved. She didn't think about it. Didn't calculate. She threw herself into the curse's path and cast a shield at the last possible instant, a shield that stopped the curse but shattered on impact, the backlash throwing her backward and to the ground. She hit the cobblestones hard. Rolled. Came up on one knee with her wand already tracking, and put the third Death Eater down with a stunner that crackled with rage. Then she turned back to Harry. Blood was running from a cut on her forehead where the shield's backlash had caught her. Her combat robes were torn at the shoulder. She was shaking. "Harry," she said. "The tear, is it closing?" "I can't close it alone," he gasped. "Not enough power. But I can hold it." "For how long?" "I don't know." He pushed harder. The golden light intensified. The ley line responded, not just the local junction, but the broader network, the adjacent lines feeling his effort and reaching toward him. The centaur herd's contribution, their ancient connection to the forest's ley lines, added a thread of wild, green power to his channeling. The goblin nation's deep earth magic added another, channeled through the network from Gringotts. It wasn't the full compact. But it was more than one person alone. The tear began to close. Slowly, painfully, 1 inch at a time. The Hollow King resisted, but the combined power of 3 races, wizard, goblin, centaur, pushing through Harry's connection to the ley lines was enough to overcome its grip. The corruption burned away. The breach sealed. The dead zone began to contract. Harry felt the moment it closed, a snap of magical pressure, like a bone being set. The ley line surged, its natural flow restoring, and the dead zone collapsed like a soap bubble. Magic flooded back into Hogsmeade, amplifying every spell cast by the defenders and weakening the Death Eater's curses. The tide of battle turned in an instant. Neville's defensive perimeter surged forward, the shield blazing like a sun. Death Eaters, suddenly outmatched by defenders whose magic had doubled in strength, began to break and run. Apparition cracks split the air as the attackers fled. Harry slumped forward. His palms peeled away from the cobblestones, they'd been literally fused to the stone by the intensity of the channeling, and the skin tore as they separated. Blood ran from his nose, his ears, and the corners of his eyes. The world was spinning. Daphne caught him before he hit the ground. "Harry. Harry, look at me." Her voice was sharp with fear. She had his face in her hands, tilting it up, and her grey-blue eyes were wide and searching. "How many fingers?" "You're not holding up fingers. Then you're conscious enough to be annoying." "Good." She pulled him against her, one arm around his back, supporting his weight. "Don't you ever do that again. Close a ley line tear. Probably going to have to. Nearly kill yourself doing it. There's a difference. Fine line. There is no fine line. There is alive and there is dead, and you are staying on this side." He wanted to argue, but his body had other ideas. His vision was going dark at the edges, his muscles were turning to water, and the ley lines were fading from his awareness as his overtaxed magical core shut down non-essential functions. "Did the kids make it?" he asked. His voice was barely a whisper. "The ones in the village. The families." Daphne stared at him. Her eyes were bright with tears, she was furiously blinking back. "Yes," she said. "They made it. Neville got them out." "Good." The word was barely audible. "That's good." He passed out. He woke in the Hogwarts hospital wing. The ceiling was familiar, the same high, vaulted stone he'd stared at too many times over too many years. The bed was familiar. The smell, healing potions and clean linen, was familiar. Even the vague sense of having overdone it and being in trouble for it was familiar. What was new was Daphne asleep in the chair beside his bed. She was curled up with her knees to her chest, her head resting on her arms, her hair falling across her face. The cut on her forehead had been healed, but the bruising around it was still visible, a purple-green shadow that told Harry the wound had been significant. Her combat robes were gone, replaced by someone's spare shirt and trousers, and she looked simultaneously exhausted and ferocious, even in sleep. Harry watched her for a moment. The ley lines were quiet in his awareness, not gone, but dimmed, his connection operating at low power while his core recharged. He could feel Hogwarts around him, the castle's magic humming its familiar song. The dead zone was gone. The tear was sealed. It had worked. Not perfectly, not completely, but enough. He tried to sit up and every muscle in his body screamed in protest. Daphne's eyes opened immediately. She went from asleep to alert in less than a second, a survival reflex, Harry recognized, the kind you developed when you grew up in a world where danger could arrive without warning. "You're awake," she said. "Apparently. Don't sit up." "I was going to, don't. Sit up." Her voice was very calm in the way that meant she was absolutely not calm. "You channeled enough ley line energy through your body to power Hogwarts for a week. Your magical core is depleted. Your nerve endings are fried. You bled from 7 different orifices, which I didn't even know was possible. Madame Pomfrey said you're lucky to be alive, and she used the word lucky with quotation marks. How long was I out?" 14 hours. Harry lay back. 14 hours. The battle was long over. The Death Eaters were gone. The village was, he reached for the ley lines and felt the answer, damaged but intact. The tear was sealed. The dead zone had been replaced by a slowly healing ley line that was already beginning to regain its natural flow. Neville. Fine. Minor injuries, healed. The shield took most of the impact. Daphne's voice softened fractionally. He was incredible, Harry. He held the eastern approach against 12 Death Eaters for 20 minutes. 12. By himself. The shield created a barrier that nothing could get through. Augusta cried. "Don't tell him I told you." Who else was hurt? 17 injuries, mostly minor. 3 serious, Hestia Jones, Daedalus Diggle, and a Hogsmeade shopkeeper named Elgin Forge. All at St. Mungo's. All expected to recover. Deaths? A pause. None. Harry closed his eyes. The relief was so intense it was almost painful. "You did that," Daphne said quietly. "When you closed the tear, the dead zone collapsed and the defender's magic came back to full strength. The Death Eaters didn't stand a chance after that. You turned the battle. I nearly died doing it." "Yes. You did. And we are going to have a very long conversation about that when you're recovered. Looking forward to it." "You shouldn't be. I've been composing it in my head for 14 hours and it is going to be spectacular." He opened his eyes and looked at her. She was trying to be stern. The effect was undermined by the fact that her eyes were red-rimmed and her lower lip was doing the thing it did when she was fighting back emotion. "Come here," he said. She hesitated. Then she moved from the chair to the edge of his bed and he reached up, his arms protesting, his muscles screaming, and pulled her down. She resisted for about half a second before folding against him, her face pressed against his shoulder, her body shaking with the silent tremors of 14 hours of fear finally finding release. "I thought you were dead," she whispered. "When you collapsed. The blood. The light going out of your hands. I thought, I'm here. You promised to come back." "I came back. Barely. Counts." She laughed. It was wet and shaky and muffled against his hospital gown, and it was the best sound Harry had ever heard. They stayed like that for a while. Harry's arms ached and his core was empty and the ley lines were whisper quiet in his awareness, but Daphne was warm against him and alive and her heartbeat was steady and real. Madame Pomfrey found them 10 minutes later and gave Harry a look that combined professional disapproval with grudging human sympathy before making Daphne move back to the chair. Daphne went, but she kept her hand on Harry's, and Pomfrey pretended not to notice. The aftermath of Hogsmeade rippled outward like shockwaves. The attack was front-page news in every magical publication in Britain. The Prophet's headline, "Death Eater Army Attacks Hogsmeade, Repelled by Student LED Defense," was both accurate and misleading in the way that headlines always were. The details that mattered, the dead zone, the ley line tear, the Hollow King's involvement, were absent, replaced by speculation and political commentary. But the truth was spreading through channels the prophet didn't control. The goblins knew. Ragnarok sent Harry a message the day after the battle. We felt the tear through the deep lines. The containment wards shuddered but held. The entity's strength has increased. The wards will not survive another event of this magnitude. The centaurs knew. Megorian sent word through Forenza, the stars dimmed during the battle. We felt the Pendragon struggle through the forest's roots. The herds are mobilizing. We will be ready. The merfolk knew. Through channels that Harry didn't fully understand, ley lines that ran through water, carrying information between the surface world and the deep, the merfolk of the Black Lake had felt the battle and the Hollow King's awakening. Their chief, a being named Merchiftanus Mercus, sent a delegation to the surface for the first time in 40 years. Harry met them at the lake shore, 3 days after the battle, still weak from the channeling. Daphne stood at his side. Neville stood at his right, the shield gleaming on his arm. Dumbledore watched from the castle steps, his blackened hand hidden in his robes. The merfolk delegation surfaced at dawn, 3 beings that were simultaneously beautiful and terrifying, their silver-green skin gleaming in the early light, their eyes large and dark and ancient. They spoke in a language that Harry shouldn't have been able to understand but did, the ley line connection translating their meaning directly into his awareness. The negotiation was brief. The merfolk had felt the Hollow King stirring through the water ley lines. They understood the threat. They had their own grievances, centuries of being ignored by wizards, their territories polluted by magical runoff, their culture dismissed as primitive. But the immediate danger transcended grievance. "We will join the compact," Mercus said. Her voice resonated through the water and the air simultaneously. Not for the surface dwellers. Not for old loyalty. For survival. If the ley lines die, the waters die. If the waters die, we die. The compact will protect the waters, Harry said. Your territories, your rights, your sovereignty. All of it. We have heard promises from wizards before. I'm not just a wizard. I'm the Pendragon. And the compact isn't a promise, it's a magical binding. Once sealed, it cannot be broken. Not by me, not by the Wisengamot, not by anyone. Mercus studied him with those dark, fathomless eyes. Then she extended a hand, webbed, clawed, alien, and Harry took it. The ley lines surged, and for a moment, the surface of the Black Lake glowed gold. 4 races. Wizards, goblins, centaurs, merfolk. 3 of 4 bound to the compact's renewal. Only the wizards remained, and the wizards were the hardest, because the wizards had the most to lose. That evening, Harry stood over a map. It wasn't a normal map. It was a ley line map, created by Daphne and Cyrus from centuries of Greengrass family records, enhanced by Harry's direct sensing of the network. It showed every major ley line in Britain, hundreds of glowing threads crisscrossing the islands, connecting junctions and nodes and sacred sites in a web of living magic. It also showed the dead zones. Dark spots scattered across the web like drops of ink on a spider's silk. And it showed the Horcrux locations, marked with red pins based on Dumbledore's intelligence and Harry's own ley line sensing. The correlation was exact. Every Horcrux sat on a major ley line junction. Every dead zone radiated outward from a Horcrux like disease spreading from an infection point. The cup in Bellatrix's vault, junction beneath Gringotts. The locket at Grimmauld Place, junction beneath London. The diadem in the Room of Requirement, junction beneath Hogwarts. Nagini, wherever Voldemort kept her, another junction poisoned. He's been feeding it for 50 years, Harry said. His voice was quiet in the Greengrass study. Daphne, Neville, and Cyrus surrounded the table, their faces lit by the map's glow. Every Horcrux is a poison pump, sitting on a ley line junction, draining the magic and feeding the corruption to the Hollow King. He probably doesn't even know he's doing it. Does it matter if he knows? Neville asked. It matters because it means the Horcruxes aren't just soul anchors, they're the Hollow King's food source. Destroy the Horcruxes, and we starve the Hollow King. Keep the Horcruxes intact, and the Hollow King keeps getting stronger. We can't fight one enemy without fighting both. Can we destroy them fast enough? Daphne asked. The Hollow King's awakening is accelerating. The Hogsmeade tear was the biggest manifestation yet. If it can create tears in the ley lines at will, it can't. Not yet. The tear at Hogsmeade was opportunistic. The Death Eater attack generated so much dark magic that it weakened the ley line enough for the Hollow King to push through. It needed the external damage to create the opening. Harry studied the map. But every Horcrux we destroy will weaken it and strengthen the ley lines. It's a feedback loop, in our favor, this time. Then we need to move, Cyrus said. He'd been quiet through most of the discussion, but his eyes were sharp and his mind was clearly working. The locket is the most accessible. Grimmauld Place is under your control. You could retrieve and destroy it tonight. The cup is at Gringotts. Ragnarok can help with that. The goblins have their own interest in removing a Horcrux from their bank. The diadem is at Hogwarts. We know where it is. That leaves Nagini, Harry said. Which means getting to Voldemort. Silence. And the one in your head, Daphne said. Her voice was controlled but her fingers were white where they gripped the table's edge. And that one. They looked at the map. 4 Horcruxes. 4 ley line junctions. 4 poison pumps feeding an ancient entity that was getting closer to full awakening with every passing day. We hit them simultaneously, Harry said. Not one by one. All at once. Multiple teams, coordinated strikes, timed to the minute. We destroy every Horcrux in a single day. Before Voldemort can react, before the Hollow King can adapt, before anyone can interfere. That's ambitious, Cyrus said. That's necessary. You'll need teams you can trust absolutely. People who can handle the most dangerous dark magic in existence without flinching. Harry thought about the people in his life. The friends who'd fought beside him, bled beside him, risked everything because he asked them to. Hermione's brilliance. Ron's loyalty. The Order's experience. The Goblin's skill. The Centaur's strength. I have people, he said. And the last Horcrux? Daphne pressed. Nagini is with Voldemort. You can't send a team after her without it being a direct assault on Voldemort himself. I know. Harry's jaw tightened. That one's mine. Daphne opened her mouth to argue. Closed it. Opened it again. We'll discuss that later. We will. Outside the study window, the sky had turned the color of a bruise, deep purple and gray, shot through with veins of sickly green. Harry could feel it through the ley lines, a wrongness in the atmosphere, a distortion in the ambient magic. The Hollow King's influence, spreading upward from the deep, tainting the world in ways that most people couldn't perceive but everyone could feel. The dead zones were growing. The corruption was spreading. The ancient entity was feeding and growing and pressing against its containment wards with increasing force. And above it all, Voldemort was planning his next move, unaware that his greatest weapon against death was simultaneously the greatest weapon against life. Harry looked at his allies, Daphne with her fierce intelligence, Neville with his quiet strength, Cyrus with his deep knowledge. He thought about Ragnarok and Megorian and Mercus, waiting for the compact that would bind them all together. He thought about Dumbledore, dying slowly from a cursed hand, pouring his remaining time and brilliance into a fight he wouldn't live to see finished. He thought about Vane, the skeptic who was becoming an ally, the principled man who was choosing to trust against his own instincts. He thought about the ley lines, sick and struggling, carrying the weight of a world that didn't know how close it was to losing everything. We move in 1 week, Harry said. That gives us time to prepare teams, secure the locations, and set up the synchronized strikes. 1 week to get everything in order. And the compact? Neville asked. The compact requires the full weight of the magical community. Goblins, centaurs, and merfolk are in. Wizards are the last piece. And for the wizards to join, the Wisengamot needs to ratify it. Vane will help with that, Daphne said. If he's seen the evidence. He has. He'll help. But the Wisengamot is still the Wisengamot. Getting them to ratify something this unprecedented will take time and political capital. Then we start spending capital. Harry nodded. 1 week. 7 days to prepare for the most important synchronized military operation in the history of magical Britain. 7 days to convince the Wisengamot to ratify a treaty that hadn't been active for 8 centuries. 7 days before the Hollow King grew too strong to contain. The weight of it settled onto his shoulders like a physical thing. He felt it in his bones, in his still depleted core, in the ley lines that pulsed beneath his feet with their steady, damaged rhythm. But he also felt something else. Not just hope, certainty. The quiet, unshakable conviction of someone who knew what needed to be done and was going to do it, regardless of the cost. 1 week, he repeated. He looked at each of them, his allies, his friends, the people who'd chosen to stand with him not because of a crown or a bloodline but because of who he was. Let's get to work. The map glowed between them. The ley lines pulsed. The sky outside darkened further, the sickly green veins spreading like cracks in a shell. And somewhere deep beneath the earth, in the spaces between ley lines where light went to die, the Hollow King felt the new Pendragon's resolve like a flame in the dark. It laughed. The sound traveled through the deep ley lines, a vibration that made the containment wards shudder, that cracked another inch of ancient stone, that sent a tremor through the bedrock of magical Britain. In Gringotts, Ragnarok felt it. His hand closed on the hilt of a sword he hadn't drawn in 40 years. In the Forbidden Forest, Megorian felt it. The centaurs began to sing, an ancient war song, deep and resonant, that made the trees straighten and the shadows retreat. In the Black Lake, the merfolk felt it. They dove deep, gathering weapons of coral and enchanted pearl, preparing for a war that would be fought in darkness. And in the Greengrass study, Harry Potter felt it, the laughter of something ancient and terrible, the promise of a confrontation that had been building for 800 years. He didn't flinch. Didn't look away. Didn't reach for his wand or his allies or the comfort of the ley lines. He smiled. Not the reckless grin of a boy charging into danger. The steady, measured smile of a king who knew the stakes, knew the cost, and was coming anyway. 1 week, he said. The ley lines heard him. The land heard him. The old magic stirred, and for the first time in 8 centuries, the Pendragons will ran through the network like fire through dry wood, not destroying, not consuming, but illuminating. Lighting the way. The Hollow King's laughter faded. In its place, silence. The deep, watchful silence of an ancient predator reassessing its prey. The storm was gathering. The king was ready. Chapter 5, Crown of Albion. The War Council met at midnight. Not in a grand hall or a formal chamber, in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, around a scrubbed wooden table that still bore the scorch marks from Sirius's teenage experiments with fireworks. Harry had chosen the location deliberately. This was the house of the man who died fighting. It felt right to plan the final battle here. They filled the kitchen to capacity. Ragnarok sat at the far end, flanked by 2 goblin war captains in full armor. Neville stood against the wall with the shield on his arm, Augusta beside him. Dumbledore had taken a chair near the fire, his blackened hand resting on his knee, his face drawn and tired but his eyes still sharp. Daphne sat at Harry's right, a stack of maps and tactical documents in front of her. Cyrus Greengrass stood behind his daughter, his face carefully neutral. And at the kitchen door, arriving last, Thaddeus Vane. The old politician looked around the room, at the goblins, the teenagers, the dying headmaster, the ancient war map spread across a kitchen table, and his expression went through something complicated before settling into grim resolve. "Quite the coalition," he said. "Have a seat, counselor," Harry said. "We're just getting started." Vane sat. He didn't look comfortable, but he didn't look like he was going to leave either. That was enough. Harry stood. The room quieted. "In 3 days, we're going to destroy every remaining Horcrux simultaneously. 4 teams, 4 targets, precisely coordinated. At the same time, I'm going to Stonehenge to claim the crown of Albion and use its power to seal the Hollow King." He paused. "Let that settle. This is a one-shot operation. If we miss a Horcrux, Voldemort moves the rest and we lose our chance. If I fail at Stonehenge, the Hollow King breaks free and the ley lines collapse. There is no margin for error and no second attempt." The kitchen was very quiet. "The Horcrux targets." He laid 4 markers on the map. "The locket is here, in this house. We've already located it. Creature found it in Regulus Black's old room. That's the easy one. Hermione and Ron will handle the destruction using basilisk venom from the Chamber of Secrets." "Wait," said a voice from the doorway. Ron Weasley leaned against the frame, arms crossed, trying to look casual and failing spectacularly. Hermione stood beside him, her hair wilder than usual, her eyes bright with the particular intensity she got when she'd been reading for 48 hours straight. "We're destroying a Horcrux with basilisk venom. Brilliant. Where'd we get basilisk venom?" "Dumbledore harvested the fangs from the basilisk corpse in the chamber 5 years ago," Harry said. "He's been preparing for this longer than any of us realized." Dumbledore inclined his head. The ghost of a smile crossed his worn face. Ron and Hermione had arrived that morning. Harry had told them everything, all of it, start to finish, holding nothing back. Ron's reaction had been a long silence followed by, "So you're a king, you've got a girlfriend none of us knew about, and there's a giant evil thing under England. Anything else?" Hermione had pulled out a notebook and started writing before Harry was halfway through the explanation. She'd already filled 30 pages. "The cup," Harry continued, "is in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts." "Ragnarok?" The goblin director spoke with clipped precision. "My people will handle the vault breach. The cup is protected by multiple enchantments, including a Gemino curse and a Flagranti charm. We have prepared countermeasures. A team of 6 cursebreakers will enter the vault, neutralize the protections, and extract the cup. Destruction will be carried out using goblin-forged weapons, which are equally effective against Horcruxes as basilisk venom." "The diadem," Harry said, placing the 3rd marker on Hogwarts, "is in the room of requirement. I can feel it through the ley lines, it's been sitting on a junction node for decades, poisoning the castle's wards. Neville, this one's yours." Neville straightened. "What do I need to do?" "Take a team into the room. Retrieve the diadem. Destroy it." Harry met his friend's eyes. "The room sits on one of the most powerful ley line junctions in Britain. When the Horcrux is destroyed, the junction will release a massive surge of purified energy. You'll need the shield to contain the blast and protect your team." "I can do that." "I know you can." "And the 4th? Vane asked. His voice was quiet but carried. "Nagini." Harry placed the last marker. "Voldemort's snake. She's with him at all times, which means destroying her requires going through him." He paused. "That's my job." The room reacted. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look of practiced alarm. Augusta Longbottom's hand tightened on her wand. Daphne's face went very still. "You're going after Voldemort alone?" Ron asked. "Not alone. But I'm the one who has to face him. The prophecy binds us, neither can live while the other survives. And the soul fragment in my scar means I have to be there. It's the 5th Horcrux. The last one." Silence. How exactly do you plan to survive the destruction of a Horcrux that's inside your head? Hermione asked. Her voice was controlled in the way that meant she was terrified. The Crown of Albion. Harry looked at Daphne, who took over. The crown isn't a physical object, Daphne said. It's a state of being, a full merging with the ley line network, channeled through the compact. When all four races are bound together and the Pendragon stands at the nexus of the network, the combined magical power of every race flows through him. In that state, his body isn't just a wizard's body anymore. It's the living anchor of Britain's magic. She paused. Our theory, and we've tested this as much as we can, is that the crown's power can burn away the soul fragment in Harry's scar without destroying Harry himself. The Horcrux is a foreign object, a piece of dark magic embedded in a living magical being. The crown's energy is the opposite, pure ley line magic, the fundamental power of the land. If we channel enough of it through Harry, it should purify the fragment the way sunlight purifies a shadow. Should, Hermione repeated. Should, Daphne confirmed. We can't be certain. Because no one's ever done this before. Because the last person who tried to use the crown was consumed by the Hollow King before he could complete the merging. Yes. More silence. Right, Ron said. No pressure, then. Harry almost smiled. The crown ritual has to happen at Stonehenge. It's the original seat of the High King, the point where the ley line network converges. Every major line in Britain passes through or near the stone circle. It's the nexus. The heart of the network. Voldemort will know you're there, Vane said. The moment you begin drawing on the ley lines at that scale, every magical being in Britain will feel it. He'll come. I'm counting on it. If Voldemort comes to Stonehenge, he brings Nagini. That puts the last two Horcruxes, the snake and the one in my scar, in the same place. We destroy the other three Horcruxes simultaneously, I claim the crown burns away my scar fragment, and we destroy Nagini at Stonehenge. All 6 Horcruxes gone in a single coordinated strike. And then you fight the Hollow King, Ragnarok said. And then I fight the Hollow King. The room absorbed this. Harry could feel the weight of it pressing on everyone, the impossibility of the plan, the number of things that could go wrong, the sheer audacity of attempting to fight a Dark Lord and an ancient entity of corruption on the same day. But he could also feel something else. Something he'd been building for weeks, through goblin negotiations and centaur meetings and midnight conversations and battles in burning streets. Trust. These people trusted him. Not because of the crown or the bloodline or the prophecy. Because of who he was and how he'd shown up, again and again, when it mattered. Questions, Harry said. Hermione had 17. Ron had 2, both practical. Neville had none, he was ready. Augusta Longbottom wanted to know the defensive arrangements for the non-combatant population. Ragnarok confirmed the Goblin War Captain's deployment schedule. Vane asked about the Wisengamot's role. The Wisengamot ratified the compact renewal yesterday, Harry told him. Thanks to your advocacy. The wizard signatory is official. All 4 races are bound. Vane nodded. He'd spent the past 3 days working the Wisengamot with the same methodical brilliance he'd previously used to oppose Harry. The vote had been close, 37 to 31, but it had passed, and the magical binding was in effect. The old compact was renewed. 800 years of broken promises, mended in a single session. Then my role in this is political, not military, Vane said. Your role is to keep the Wisengamot from panicking when the ley lines start going haywire. The Horcrux destructions and the crown ritual will cause massive disturbances in the magical network. People will feel it. They'll be scared. I need someone they trust to keep order. You want me to babysit the government while you fight a war. I want you to be the government while I fight a war. That's what you're good at. That's what you've spent 40 years perfecting. Vane studied him. Then, for the first time in their acquaintance, he laughed. It was short and sharp and surprised out of him. "You're managing me. Is it working?" "Disturbingly well." He shook his head. "Very well. I'll hold the Wiesengemot. But if you die, Potter, I'm reinstating the Republic." "Fair enough." The meeting went until 3 in the morning. By the end, every team had their assignments, every contingency had been addressed, and every person in the room understood what was at stake. As people began to leave, Harry caught Dumbledore's eye. The old wizard lingered, and when the kitchen had emptied except for the two of them, he spoke. "I should be going with you," Dumbledore said. "To Stonehenge. You should be resting. The curse will kill me regardless. Whether I die in a bed or on a battlefield is a matter of aesthetics, not substance." Harry looked at him. The headmaster of Hogwarts, the defeater of Grindelwald, the most powerful wizard of the age. Dying by inches from a cursed ring, pouring his remaining strength into a fight he'd started before Harry was born. "I need you at Hogwarts," Harry said. "When Neville destroys the diadem, the ley line surge will test the castle wards. You're the only one powerful enough to reinforce them." Dumbledore's eyes were bright. "You're protecting me. I'm using you where you're most effective. There's a difference." A long pause. Then Dumbledore smiled, the real smile, the one that reached all the way through the twinkle and the performance to the genuine warmth underneath. "Yes," he said. "I suppose there is." He stood, slowly, leaning on the table. "Harry. Professor. Whatever happens at Stonehenge, whatever the crown demands, remember that the power is not yours. It flows through you, but it belongs to the land and the people on it. Don't try to own it. Let it use you. You sound like Daphne. Miss Greengrass is considerably wiser than I was at her age. Or at mine." He moved toward the door. "I am proud of you, Harry. Not as a mentor. Not as a chess master. As a man who has watched a boy grow into someone remarkable despite every obstacle placed in his path, many of them by me." Harry's throat tightened. "I know." Dumbledore nodded. There was nothing else to say. He left, his footsteps slow and careful on the stairs, and Harry stood alone in the kitchen of Sirius Black's house and felt the weight of everything pressing down. Daphne appeared at the door. She'd changed out of her formal robes into a jumper and jeans, and she looked tired and beautiful and determined. "Everyone's gone," she said. "You should sleep." "So should you." "I will." "No, you won't." She walked to the table, pulled out a chair, sat across from him. "Talk to me." Harry leaned back. The house was quiet around them, the ancient Black family residence, purged of its darkness by months of Harry's ley line work, now humming with a clean, steady magic that felt nothing like the oppressive gloom of Sirius's time. "In 3 days, I'm either going to save the world or die trying," Harry said. "Possibly both." "You're not going to die. You don't know that." "I know you." She held his gaze. "You've survived Voldemort 4 times. You've channeled enough ley line energy to seal a tear in reality. You've united 4 magical races for the first time in 8 centuries. You fought Bellatrix Lestrange, beat a master duelist, and convinced the most stubborn politician in Britain to trust you. You're not going to die because some ancient corruption wants a snack." Despite everything, Harry laughed. "When you put it like that." "I always put it like that. Accurate, unflattering, and slightly insulting. It's my love language." The word hung in the air. Daphne's expression didn't change, but a faint color rose in her cheeks. "Love language?" Harry repeated. "Figure of speech. Is it?" She was quiet for a moment. Then, "No. It's not." The kitchen was very still. The fire crackled. The ley lines hummed beneath the floor. "I'm in love with you," Harry said. In case that wasn't clear. Daphne stared at him. Your timing is terrible. I've been told. We're 3 days from a battle that could end magical civilization. You've got a piece of a Dark Lord's soul in your head, and you choose now to. When would be better? After, when I might not be here. Before we met, when I didn't know you existed. Now is the only time I've got, and I'm done waiting for better timing. She opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. I know. You know. Of course I know. You're not exactly subtle, Potter. The ley lines light up when you look at me. The garden blooms in impossible colors when we're together. You literally changed the weather with your emotions. So you've known and you didn't say anything? I was working up to it. I had a speech planned. It was very eloquent. Give me the short version. She stood, walked around the table, took his face in both hands, and kissed him with a thoroughness that left no room for uncertainty. I love you too, you impossible person, she said against his mouth. Don't die. I'll do my best. Your best had better be excellent. He pulled her onto his lap and she went willingly, curling against him with a vulnerability she showed no one else. They sat in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, wrapped around each other, and for a little while the war and the crown and the darkness were somewhere else and the only thing that existed was the warmth of another person who knew you completely and loved you anyway. 3 days, Daphne murmured into his shoulder. 3 days. I'm going with you. To Stonehenge. I know. That wasn't a request. I know that too. She pulled back and looked at him. Her grey-blue eyes were serious. The crown ritual requires you to drop every defense. No shields, no occlumency, nothing. You'll be completely open. Completely vulnerable. I know. Someone needs to guard you while you're in that state. Someone who can fight. Someone the ley lines recognize. I know, Daphne. I'm that someone. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I know. I've known since the day you stood in front of 3 Death Eaters at Hogsmeade and didn't blink. I blinked. I just did it very quickly. He laughed. She smiled. And for one more moment, the world was small and warm and safe. Then the ley lines pulsed, a deep, slow throb from somewhere far below, and the moment passed. The war was still there. The Hollow King was still waking. The clock was still ticking. 3 days. They didn't waste them. The first day was logistics. Harry met with each team individually, walking through their assignments in granular detail. Ron and Hermione rehearsed the locket destruction in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. They'd found the locket in Regulus's room, heavy and malevolent, its dark aura pulsing against Harry's ley-lined senses like a migraine. Hermione had analyzed the protections and designed a precise sequence. Ron would open the locket using Parseltongue that Harry taught him phonetically, and Hermione would strike with the basilisk fong the instant the soul fragment was exposed. You'll have about 2 seconds between the locket opening and the fragment's defenses activating, Harry told them. The fragment will try to protect itself. It'll show you things, fears, doubts, whatever it thinks will make you hesitate. Don't listen. Don't look. Just strike. What kind of things? Ron asked. The worst things you can imagine. The things you're most afraid of. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. Something passed between them, years of friendship, of loyalty tested and proven, of a bond that had survived everything the wizarding world had thrown at it. We'll handle it, Hermione said. Harry believed her. Neville's team consisted of himself, Augusta Longbottom, and 2 Order members, Kingsley Shacklebolt and Hestia Jones, who'd recovered from her Hogsmeade injuries and volunteered with a quiet ferocity that brooked no argument. They would enter the room of requirement, locate the diadem, and destroy it using a basilisk fong that Dumbledore provided from his supply. The room will resist you, Harry warned. Voldemort used it as a hiding place. There's 50 years of accumulated junk in there, and the room's magic has been corrupted by the Horcrux. The ley line junction beneath it will be volatile. When the Horcrux is destroyed, the junction will release everything it's been storing. The shield should contain it, but it will contain it, Neville said. No uncertainty. No qualification. Just fact. Ragnarok's goblin team needed no coaching from Harry. The goblins had been preparing for this since the day the Pendragon blood was confirmed. They'd spent weeks mapping Bellatrix's vault defenses, crafting countermeasures, and forging the weapon that would destroy the cup. It was a goblin war axe, ancient and terrible, its blade inscribed with runes that hummed with the same deep magic as the ley lines. The cup will be destroyed, Ragnarok said with the flat certainty of a being who'd spent 97 years watching empires rise and fall. Concern yourself with your own battle, High King. The goblins will not fail. The second day was preparation of a different kind. Harry went to the Forbidden Forest alone. Megorian met him at the central clearing. The Centaur Elder was in full war regalia, armor of hardened leather and enchanted wood, weapons that gleamed with starlight, war paint and patterns that Harry's ley-line senses read as protective wards. The herds are ready, Megorian said. 300 warriors. The largest mobilization in 4 centuries. I need them at Stonehenge. The outer perimeter. Death Eaters will come, Voldemort won't let me claim the crown without opposition. We will hold the perimeter. No enemy will pass through the Centaur lines. Megorian. Harry paused. When the crown activates, the ley lines will channel through me. I'll need to reach out to every race, to ask for their power, not command it. The Centaur's contribution will come through the forest ley lines. Your warriors need to be ready for that. It'll feel strange, like something reaching into them and asking permission. We understand. The old songs describe the crown joining. We have been preparing our warriors for this since the compact was renewed. Megorian studied him. You are afraid. Yes. The last Pendragon was not afraid. He was certain. Certain of his power, certain of his right, certain of his victory. His certainty consumed him. Fear is wiser. I'd rather be brave than wise. You are both. That is why the stars chose you. Harry returned to the castle. He spent the afternoon in the room of requirement with Neville, mapping the space and locating the diadem. It was buried under a mountain of centuries-old junk, discarded furniture, broken artifacts, forgotten heirlooms. The dark aura was unmistakable, a sick pulse that made Harry's ley-line senses recoil. It's there, he said, pointing to a tarnished tiara sitting atop a cabinet. Feel it? Neville closed his eyes and reached out with the shield senses. The shield could feel dark magic the way Harry could feel the ley lines, a secondary perception, attuned to threats. After a moment, his face hardened. Yeah. I feel it. It's angry. It knows we're coming. Let it. They left the room and walked through the castle corridors in companionable silence. The castle felt different now, the diadem's corruption was still there, but the ley lines around it were stronger than they'd been a month ago. Harry's presence, his daily connection to the network, had been slowly healing the damage. Not enough. But something. Harry, Neville said as they reached the entrance hall. Yeah. After this is over. If we survive. What happens? What do you mean? The crown. The compact. All of it. What kind of king are you going to be? Harry thought about it. The kind that makes himself unnecessary as quickly as possible. Neville raised an eyebrow. That's a strange goal for a monarch. The point of the High King isn't to rule. It's to hold the balance. Maintain the compact. Keep the ley lines healthy. Make sure no one race dominates the others. Once the systems are working, the king should be the least important person in the room. You really believe that? Vane was right about one thing, concentrating power in one person is dangerous. Even if that person has good intentions. The crown should be a safety valve, not a throne. Neville was quiet for a moment. Then he smiled. You're going to be a good king, Harry. Let's survive tomorrow first. Fair point. The third day dawned grey and still. Harry stood at the window of his room at Grimmauld Place and watched the London sky lighten. The ley lines were tense, he could feel them vibrating at a higher frequency than normal, as if the network itself knew what was coming. The dead zones pulsed with malevolent energy. The containment wards beneath Gringotts groaned. Today. He dressed in combat robes, not the formal black family attire, but practical gear that Daphne had sourced from a specialist outfitter. Reinforced dragon hide, lightweight but spell-resistant, with built-in shield charms and emergency port key anchors. His wand sat in a holster on his right forearm. A goblin-forged knife, a gift from Ragnarok, hung at his belt. He looked at himself in the mirror. Messy hair. Green eyes. The scar. The scar that contained a piece of Voldemort's soul. The scar that had shaped his life, connected him to his enemy, caused him pain and nightmares and visions. Today, one way or another, it would end. Harry went downstairs. The kitchen was already occupied. Ron and Hermione sat at the table, the locket between them, the basilisk fong beside it. They looked scared and resolute and entirely themselves. Ready? Harry asked. As will ever be, Ron said. Hermione reached out and squeezed Harry's hand. Be safe. You too. Both of you. He looked at them, his first friends, his best friends, the people who'd walked into danger beside him again and again without ever asking for anything in return. Whatever happens today, I want you to know, we know, mate, Ron interrupted. We know. Don't go getting sentimental on us. It's weird. Harry grinned. It felt real. It felt good. Daphne arrived by Flo, in combat robes that matched Harry's, her wand and silver knife in place, her hair braided tight against her head. She looked lethal and focused and so beautiful it made his chest hurt. Neville's in position at Hogwarts, she reported. Ragnarok's team is ready at Gringotts. The centaur herds are moving toward Stonehenge. The merfolk are stationed at ley line nodes along the southern coast. She paused. Vane has the Wisengamot convened in emergency session. He's briefed them on the operation without specifics. Good. Harry checked his watch. Synchronized strike in 3 hours. Horcrux destructions at exactly noon. Crown ritual begins at 12:15. And if Voldemort arrives before the crown ritual is complete? Then I fight him while incomplete. Wouldn't be the first time I faced him unprepared. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be honest. She held his gaze. Then she nodded, once, and something unspoken passed between them, a promise, a prayer, a refusal to say goodbye. At 11 o'clock, Harry and Daphne apparat to Stonehenge. The stone circle stood on Salisbury Plain under a sky the color of old iron. Muggle tourists had been cleared away by a team of obliviators working under Bones's authority. The cover story was an archaeological emergency, which was technically true. Anti-Muggle wards surrounded the site in a mile-wide perimeter. Harry stepped between the ancient stones and felt the world open beneath him. The ley line convergence at Stonehenge was beyond anything he'd experienced. Every major ley line in Britain passed through this place, dozens of them, crossing and recrossing in a pattern that was too complex for coincidence and too beautiful for design. The power was staggering. It hit him like a physical force, pressing against his senses from every direction, filling him with a vibrating intensity that made his teeth ache and his blood sing. This was the heart of magical Britain. The Nexus. The place where the old kings had stood and spoken and channeled the full power of the land through their bodies. The stones themselves were alive with magic. Each one was a focus point, a shaped and enchanted monolith that directed and amplified the ley line energy. They formed a pattern that Harry's ley-line senses read as a vast, three-dimensional rune, the crown sigil, carved into the landscape itself by hands that predated recorded history. Merlin, Daphne breathed. She could feel it too, even without the Pendragon blood, the sheer concentration of magic at this site was overwhelming. It's incredible. It's going to get a lot more intense in about an hour. Centaurs began arriving. They came from the north, moving through the morning mist with a silence that belied their size, 300 warriors in full war gear, spreading out around the stone circle in a defensive perimeter that covered every approach. Megorian took his position at the northern edge, where the most powerful ley line entered the circle, and planted his war spear in the earth. The spear's tip blazed with starlight. Goblin warriors arrived next, 100 of them, emerging from underground tunnels that connected to the deep earth network beneath the plain. They moved with military precision, forming ranks, raising shields, settling into defensive positions with the ease of warriors who'd been preparing for this battle for 8 centuries. And from beneath the earth itself, through ley lines that connected the stone circle to every body of water in Britain, the merfolk sent their power. Harry felt it arrive, a cool, deep energy, different from the warm earth magic of the goblins or the wild green magic of the centaurs. Water magic. Ancient and patient and immensely powerful. 4 races. All present. All bound by the renewed compact. Harry stood at the center of the stone circle and felt the convergence building, the combined magical will of every race in Britain, channeling through the ley lines, converging on this point. On him. 1 hour, he said to Daphne. She checked her watch. Drew her wand. I'm ready. The wait was the hardest part. Harry stood in the center of the stones and felt the ley lines build. The power was accumulating like water behind a dam, growing, pressing, seeking release. The crown ritual would be the release point. But the timing had to be precise. At 11:50, he reached out through the ley lines and found his teams. Ron and Hermione in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. The locket on the table. The basilisk fong in Hermione's steady hand. Harry felt their magical signatures, bright, warm, familiar. Ready. Neville in the room of requirement. The shield blazing on his arm. Augusta and Kingsley flanking him. The diadem visible atop its cabinet, its dark aura pulsing like a heartbeat. Ready. Ragnarok in the depths of Gringotts. His team in Bellatrix's vault, the cup gleaming on its shelf, surrounded by multiplying gold and searing heat. The goblin war axe raised. Ready. Harry sent the signal through the ley lines, not words, but intention. A pulse of golden light that traveled the length of the network in a heartbeat, touching every team simultaneously. Now. At exactly noon, 3 Horcruxes died. Harry felt each destruction as a distinct event, 3 simultaneous spikes of released dark magic, 3 wounds in the ley line network tearing open and then healing, 3 fragments of Voldemort's soul shrieking into dissolution. The locket screamed when it opened. Ron heard himself mocked, heard his deepest fears given voice, least loved, always second, never enough, and stood his ground while Hermione's arm drove the basilisk fong through the soul fragment with surgical precision. The scream cut off. The locket shattered. Ron stood breathing hard, Hermione's hand on his arm, the silence of victory ringing in their ears. The cup erupted in black fire when the goblin axe struck it. The fire lashed out at the strike team, but Ragnarok's cursebreakers were prepared, containment wards snapped into place, channeling the dark fire into the stone walls of the vault where it dissipated harmlessly. The cup melted. The soul fragment dissolved with a sound like tearing metal. The goblins stood in the smoking vault and allowed themselves a moment of fierce, private satisfaction. The diadem fought back. When Neville reached for it, it hit him with a wave of despair so intense that his vision went black, every failure, every disappointment, every cruel word ever spoken about him compressed into a single devastating blast of psychological warfare. For one terrible second, Neville's grip on the shield faltered. Then Augusta Longbottom put her hand on his shoulder and said, very quietly, your parents would be proud of you, Neville." The shield blazed. The despair shattered. Neville seized the diadem, threw it to the ground, and drove the basilisk fang through its center with both hands. The soul fragment detonated, a blast of dark energy that would have killed everyone in the room if the shield hadn't been there, its golden barrier expanding to fill the space, containing the explosion, absorbing the blast, holding the line. The surge hit the ley line junction. Purified energy erupted through the castle's network, and at the gates of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore raised his wand and channeled the surge into the castle wards. The wards blazed to life, stronger than they'd been in decades, the diadem's corruption scoured away, the 7 ley lines running clean and clear for the first time in half a century. Dumbledore staggered. The effort cost him more than it should have. His blackened hand trembled. But the wards held, and the castle was safe, and the old wizard allowed himself a smile that no one saw. At Stonehenge, Harry felt the destructions ripple through the network. 3 down. The ley lines surged with released energy, the dead zones associated with each Horcrux beginning to collapse. The network was healing, slowly, imperfectly, but healing. And far below, the Hollow King screamed. Not a sound. A vibration. A frequency of rage and pain that shuddered through every ley line in Britain and made the stones of Stonehenge tremble. The entity's food supply had just been cut by more than half. 3 of the 6 poison pumps that had been feeding it for decades were gone, destroyed in a single coordinated strike. It was hurt. It was angry. And it was awake. "It's starting," Harry said. "The crown ritual. Now." He knelt at the center of the stone circle. Pressed his palms flat against the ancient stone. Closed his eyes. And opened himself. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done. Harder than facing Voldemort. Harder than channeling the ley line at Hogsmeade. Harder than anything, because it meant dropping every wall, every shield, every defense he'd ever built. The occlumency barriers. The emotional armor. The instinctive guardedness of a boy who'd learned at the Dursleys that vulnerability meant pain. All of it. Gone. Open. The ley lines poured into him. Not a stream this time. Not a river. An ocean. The combined magical energy of every ley line in Britain, channeled through the Stonehenge nexus, flowing into Harry through the Pendragon blood connection with a force that was beyond comprehension. He felt the goblin's magic, deep, fierce, forged in darkness and fire, carrying the weight of a race that had fought for survival for millennia. He felt the centaur's magic, wild and free, woven from starlight and ancient forests, carrying the wisdom of beings who read the future in the sky. He felt the merfolk's magic, vast and deep and patient, carrying the memory of oceans that had covered the world before the land was born. And he felt the wizard's magic. Hundreds of thousands of magical signatures, each one unique, each one connected to the ley lines by threads so fine they were usually invisible. The Wizengamot, bound by the renewed compact, channeled the collective magical will of every wizard and witch in Britain through the network and into the nexus and into Harry. The crown didn't settle on his head. It settled in his blood. In his bones. In the spaces between his cells, the gaps between his thoughts, the pauses between his heartbeats. He became the nexus, the living point where every ley line crossed, the human embodiment of the land's magic, the bridge between races and the anchor of the compact. For one brilliant, terrible moment, Harry Potter was the most powerful magical being in the history of Britain. And then Voldemort arrived. The sky split open. Not metaphorically. The clouds tore apart and dark magic poured through the gap like black water through a breached hull. Death Eaters descended on Stonehenge from every direction, on brooms, on thestrals, operating into the perimeter with crack after crack of displaced air. Harry counted 50, 60, more, the largest force Voldemort had ever deployed, his entire remaining army thrown at a single point. The centaurs met them. Megorian's war cry split the morning like thunder, and 300 centaur warriors surged forward with a violence that was breathtaking. Hooves against earth, arrows against shields, the wild fury of a race that had waited 8 centuries for this fight. Centaur archery was devastating at range, arrows that trailed starfire, each one guided by celestial magic that made them nearly impossible to dodge. Death Eaters fell from their brooms like swatted flies. The goblins hit the flanks. Small, fast, armored and armed with weapons that cut through magical shields like paper. They fought in coordinated squads, each unit moving with the mechanical precision of beings who'd been training for war since birth. Their battle cries were sharp and harsh and terrifying. But the Death Eaters kept coming. More and more, pouring through gaps in the perimeter, pressing toward the stone circle where Harry knelt in the blaze of the crown's power. Daphne stood between them and him. She fought like nothing Harry had ever seen. The ley line energy flowing through the stone circle amplified her magic tenfold, her spells hit with devastating force, her shields were nearly impenetrable, and she moved through the combat with a fluid grace that was less fighting and more choreography. Death Eaters approached the inner circle and were met with a wall of spell fire so intense that the air itself burned. One got through. A massive Death Eater who plowed through Daphne's spells through sheer power and momentum. She pivoted, drew her silver knife, and met him at close range, a brutal, efficient engagement that ended with her knife in his wand arm and her stunner in his face. He went down hard and she was already turning to the next threat, blood on her blade, fire in her eyes. And then the sky went dark. Not cloud dark. Not storm dark. The kind of dark that exists in the spaces between stars, the absolute absence of light that you only find in the deepest places of the world. It descended on Stonehenge like a curtain, swallowing the battlefield in shadow, and in the shadow, something moved. The Hollow King. Harry felt it before he saw it. The crown connection gave him total awareness of the ley line network, and the Hollow King was a void in that network, a space where magic didn't exist, where light went to die, where everything alive and bright and warm was consumed and left nothing. It didn't have a body. It didn't need one. It was a negative space in the shape of something that had once been human, a king-shaped void, a crown-shaped absence, the shadow of everything the High King was supposed to be. Where the Pendragon channeled magic for protection and balance, the Hollow King consumed it for entropy and oblivion. It stepped onto the plane of Stonehenge and the grass beneath its feet died. Not wilted, died. Turned black and crumbled to ash in an expanding circle of decay. The ley lines in its vicinity went dark, their energy consumed, their light extinguished. Death Eaters screamed. Those closest to the Hollow King's manifestation found their magic failing, spells sputtering out, wands going dead, the ambient magic that sustained every enchantment on their bodies draining away. Some of them ran. Some couldn't move, frozen by the primal terror of facing something that shouldn't exist. Centaurs felt it too. Their starfire arrows dimmed as they passed through the dead zone. Goblin weapons lost their enchantments. Magic itself was dying in the Hollow King's presence. But the Hollow King wasn't interested in Death Eaters or centaurs or goblins. Its attention, vast, cold, patient, was fixed on a single point. Harry. The Pendragon. The living nexus. The one thing in all the world that could satisfy its hunger permanently. Voldemort arrived in the Hollow King's wake. He operated into the stone circle itself, past the centaur lines, past the goblin ranks, past Daphne's defense perimeter. Direct apparition into a heavily warded space should have been impossible, but Voldemort was beyond the rules that governed normal wizards. He'd been beyond them for 50 years. He stood 10 feet from Harry. Nagini coiled at his feet. Tom Marvolo Riddle. The boy who'd wanted to be special. The man who'd torn his soul apart to cheat death. The Dark Lord who'd built an army, terrorized a nation, murdered without hesitation or remorse. He looked at Harry with red eyes that burned with a fury so intense it seemed to distort the air between them. "Hello, Tom," Harry said. Voldemort's face twisted. The name, his father's name, the name he'd rejected, the name that reminded him of everything he hated about himself, struck him like a physical blow. You dare, Voldemort whispered. His voice was barely human. You dare claim the Pendragon title. You, a half-blood child of a mud-blood and a mediocre pure-blood. You dare claim what I could never. He stopped. The admission, what I could never, had slipped out involuntarily, and the rage that followed it was nuclear. The crown was mine. Voldemort screamed. The veneer of control shattered. 50 years of carefully maintained composure, of calculated cruelty, of cold, strategic evil, all of it incinerated by the white-hot jealousy of a man who had spent his entire life trying to be the most special person in the world and had just discovered that someone else was. He attacked. The killing curse erupted from his wand with a force that cracked the stone beneath their feet. Harry didn't dodge. The crown's power was flowing through him, the combined magic of 4 races channeled through the Stonehenge nexus, and he met the curse with a shield that wasn't a shield, it was the ley line itself, rising from the earth to form a barrier of golden light that absorbed the killing curse and converted its energy into warmth. Voldemort stared. Harry rose from his kneeling position. The crown's energy blazed around him, not fire, not light, but something more fundamental. The raw power of the land made visible, made real, flowing through a 16-year-old boy who was also an ancient king and a living nexus and the last hope of a dying world. You poisoned the ley lines, Harry said. His voice carried across the battlefield, amplified by the nexus, heard by every being present. Your Horcruxes sat on the ley line junctions for decades, draining the magic, feeding the corruption. You've been killing the land, Tom. Not just the people. The magic itself. Voldemort's red eyes flickered. Confusion pierced the rage he hadn't known. In all his scheming, all his dark research, all his obsession with power and immortality, he'd never considered the possibility that his actions had consequences beyond the human sphere. You're a parasite, Harry said. You've been feeding on the world you want to rule, and you didn't even realize you were killing it. Lies. Voldemort hurled curse after curse, dark magic of a magnitude that should have leveled the stone circle. Each one hit the crown's barrier and was absorbed, converted, channeled back into the ley lines as purified energy. Harry wasn't deflecting the spells. He was cleaning them. But the effort was enormous. The crown's power was vast but not infinite, and Voldemort's magic was fueled by rage and the concentrated dark knowledge of 50 years of research into the worst magic humanity had ever produced. Each curse that Harry absorbed cost him something, a fraction of focus, a sliver of energy, a tiny erosion of the crown's perfect channeling. And Voldemort knew it. The Dark Lord had fought too many battles not to recognize attrition. He changed tactics. Instead of hurling curses at Harry directly, he targeted the stone circle itself, blasting the ancient monoliths, cracking the focus points that channeled the ley line energy. Each stone that fell disrupted the crown's connection, reduced the flow of power, weakened Harry's ability to channel the combined might of the races. Daphne! Harry shouted. She was already moving. Abandoning the perimeter defense, trusting the centaurs and goblins to hold, she sprinted toward the damaged stones and began casting, repair charms and reinforcement enchantments, her wand blazing with leyline amplified power, restoring the focus points as fast as Voldemort destroyed them. It wasn't enough. Voldemort was too powerful, too fast, too experienced. For every stone Daphne repaired, he shattered 2 more. The crown's connection was degrading. The ritual was failing. Harry made a decision. He stopped trying to maintain the full crown ritual. Stopped channeling the combined might of 4 races. Instead, he narrowed his focus to a single, devastating purpose. He attacked Voldemort directly. Not with spells. With the ley lines themselves. Harry reached into the earth and pulled the raw magic of Britain through his body and out through his wand and his hands and his blood. The golden light erupted from him in a wave that swept across the stone circle, hitting Voldemort with the accumulated magical will of every goblin, centaur, merfolk, and wizard in the country. Voldemort's shield shattered. His protective enchantments burned away. The dark magic that sustained his reconstructed body, the rituals and potions and stolen blood that had given him form, began to unravel under the purifying force of the ley line energy. But Voldemort did not fall. He was Tom Riddle, the most magically gifted student Hogwarts had ever produced. He was Lord Voldemort, the darkest wizard of the age. He stood in the center of a ley line hurricane and held himself together through sheer force of will, his wand blazing with dark fire, his body burning and reforming and burning again. And he drew his own power from the earth, not from the ley lines, but from their corruption. The poison his Horcruxes had been feeding into the network for decades. The dark residue that still lingered in the damaged junctions. The Hollow King's influence, spreading through the network like black ice. Dark magic rose to meet light. The stone circle became a war zone of competing energies, golden ley line power clashing with black corruption in explosions that sent shockwaves across the plane. The air itself seemed to tear, and through the tears, Harry could see the Hollow King watching. Waiting. Feeding on the conflict, growing stronger with every clash of magic. Harry understood, with a clarity that cut through the chaos like a blade, that this was exactly what the Hollow King wanted. The more Harry and Voldemort fought, the more magical energy was released, and the more the Hollow King consumed. They were feeding it. Both of them. Light and dark alike, the entity didn't distinguish. It consumed everything. He couldn't fight Voldemort and the Hollow King at the same time. Not like this. Not with brute force. Nagini. Harry shouted. The snake. The last Horcrux outside his own body. She was coiled at the edge of the stone circle, protected by a shimmering shield that Voldemort maintained even while fighting. She hissed, her diamond-patterned body raised, her eyes fixed on Harry with a malevolence that was more than animal. Harry couldn't reach her. Voldemort's shield was fed by the same dark energy that was sustaining him, the corrupted ley lines, the Hollow King's influence. Breaking through would require Harry to divert power from the crown ritual, which would leave him vulnerable to the Hollow King. He needed help. Neville. The voice came not from Harry's throat but from the ley lines. A call that traveled the length of the network, from Stonehenge to Hogwarts, riding the purified energy of the recently destroyed diadem. It reached the room of requirement in a heartbeat. And Neville answered. The Longbottom shield flared. The golden barrier that had contained the diadem's destruction expanded, reaching along the ley line, following Harry's call. In the room of requirement, Neville felt the pull, felt Harry's need, felt the shield's purpose surging through him. Go, Augusta said. She'd felt it too. She pushed Neville toward the door. Go. Neville ran. Through the corridors of Hogwarts, down the stairs, across the grounds, to the apparition point beyond the gates. He'd never been to Stonehenge. He didn't need to. The ley line pulled him. The shield pulled him. The bond between the Pendragon and his shield-bearer, dormant for 8 centuries and now blazing with renewed purpose, guided him like a compass needle to true north. He apparat. The world compressed and expanded and Neville Longbottom appeared on the plain of Stonehenge, the shield blazing like a sun on his arm, and he assessed the battlefield in a single glance, centaurs and goblins fighting Death Eaters on the perimeter, Daphne defending the stone circle, Harry and Voldemort locked in a clash of cosmic proportions, the Hollow King's darkness pressing in from every direction. And Nagini. Coiled. Protected. The last piece of Voldemort's fractured soul. Neville charged. The centaurs saw him coming and cleared a path. Death Eaters turned to intercept and found themselves facing the shield's barrier, a wave of golden force that swept them aside like leaves in a gale. Neville didn't stop, didn't slow, didn't hesitate. The shield was singing in his blood, and the song said protect, 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 and the best way to protect Harry was to destroy the thing that was keeping Voldemort immortal. He hit Voldemort's shield around Nagini at full speed. The shield's barrier collided with Voldemort's dark ward and the sound was like the world breaking, a crack of competing magics that shattered the ground and sent debris flying in every direction. Voldemort's shield held. But it wavered. And that wavering cost Voldemort a fraction of concentration. Harry saw the opening. He drove a lance of ley line energy at Voldemort, not to kill, not to destroy, but to occupy. To force Voldemort to choose between maintaining Nagini's shield and defending himself. Voldemort chose himself. The shield around Nagini flickered. Died. Neville swung the shield. It wasn't a conventional weapon. The Longbottom shield was never meant to be swung as a blade. But in that moment, with the shield's magic blazing and Neville's will focused to a diamond point, the shield's edge met Nagini with the combined force of goblin craftsmanship, Pendragon blessing, and 800 years of dormant purpose. The snake's head separated from its body. The Horcrux shrieked, a sound that wasn't a sound, a frequency of violated magic that made every living thing on the battlefield flinch. Dark mist erupted from the severed neck, writhing, reaching, trying to find a new anchor. It found nothing. Without the soul anchors, without the locket, the cup, the diadem, all destroyed, there was nothing left for the fragment to cling to. It dissolved. Nagini's body crumbled to ash. Neville stood over the remains, breathing hard, the shield dimming to a steady glow. He looked up at Harry. Harry looked at Voldemort. The Dark Lord had felt it. Every Horcrux destruction had been a wound, but this, the last external anchor, was a severing. Harry could see it in Voldemort's face, in the way the dark magic sustaining his body flickered and stuttered. For the first time, Tom Riddle was mortal. Almost. The scar burned. Harry gasped. The soul fragment in his forehead blazed with desperate energy, the last piece of Voldemort's soul outside his body, the final anchor, clinging to life with the frenzied desperation of a drowning man. It screamed through Harry's scar connection, and for a moment, Harry saw through Voldemort's eyes, saw the battlefield from Voldemort's perspective, saw the fear, the fury, the terrible understanding that death was possible for the first time in 50 years. And Voldemort saw through Harry's eyes. Saw the crown's power. Saw the ley lines. Saw the scope of what Harry had become. "You carry my soul," Voldemort whispered. His red eyes were wide. "I'm inside you. I am part of you. You can't destroy me without destroying yourself." "Watch me," Harry said. He closed his eyes and turned the crown's power inward. The ley line energy flooded through him, not outward, not as a weapon, but inward, into the spaces where the soul fragment lived. Into the scar. Into the connection. Into the dark place where Tom Riddle's broken soul had embedded itself in a 15-month-old baby and lived for 15 years. The pain was beyond description. Not physical pain, existential pain. The pain of burning away something that had been part of you for as long as you could remember, even if that something was poison, even if that something was wrong, even if that something was a piece of your worst enemy's soul. Harry screamed. The ley lines screamed with him. The four races felt it through the compact, a shared agony that rippled through every magical being in Britain, a collective gasp of pain and effort and determination. The soul fragment fought. It clawed at Harry's mind, showed him horrors, threatened him with death and madness and worse. It was Voldemort's last defense, the final piece of the darkest wizard who'd ever lived, and it would not go quietly. But Harry was not alone. Through the compact, through the ley lines, through the bonds he'd built with every race and every ally, he felt them. Neville's steadfast courage, pouring through the shield. Daphne's fierce love, anchoring him to the world he was fighting for. Ragnarok's ancient determination. Megorian's starlit wisdom. The merfolk's deep patience. Ron's loyalty. Hermione's brilliance. Dumbledore's fading but unbroken will. All of them. Channeled through the crown. Flowing through Harry. The soul fragment burned. It burned the way darkness burns in light, not with fire but with absence, the simple impossibility of shadow existing when there is no obstruction to the sun. The combined magical will of four races, channeled through a living Pendragon, was not a weapon. It was a truth. And the truth was that Tom Riddle's broken soul had no right to live in Harry Potter's body. No right to poison his magic, corrupt his connection, occupy the space between his thoughts. The fragment screamed one last time. A sound of fury and fear and desperate, terrible loneliness, because that's what Tom Riddle had always been, underneath everything. Lonely. The most lonely person in the world, surrounded by servants and enemies and not a single soul who loved him. Then it was gone. The scar stopped burning. The connection severed. The pain vanished. Harry opened his eyes. The world was sharper. Clearer. As if he'd been looking at it through a dirty window for 15 years and someone had just wiped it clean. The ley lines blazed in his awareness with an intensity he'd never experienced, pure, uncontaminated, the full Pendragon connection operating without the interference of Voldemort's soul fragment for the first time ever. And Voldemort felt the severance too. The last anchor. The last piece of his stolen immortality. Gone. Tom Riddle was mortal. He looked at Harry and, for the first time, Harry saw something in those red eyes that he'd never seen before. Not fear. Tom Riddle had moved beyond fear long ago, had carved it out of himself along with everything else that made a person human. What Harry saw was worse than fear. Understanding. Voldemort understood, in this final moment, what he'd done. The Horcruxes. The murders. The systematic destruction of his own soul, each piece torn away leaving him less and less and less until what remained wasn't a person anymore, just a void shaped like one. A hollow king, long before the ancient entity had earned that name. You could have been great, Tom, Harry said. And he meant it. The brilliant orphan boy who'd walked into Hogwarts and seen magic for the first time. The boy who could have been anything. Who chose to be nothing. Voldemort raised his wand. His hand was shaking. I am Lord Voldemort, he said. But the words were empty. Even he could hear it. He fired the killing curse. One last time. Everything he had left, poured into a single bolt of green light. Harry didn't shield. Didn't dodge. Didn't channel the ley lines. He simply stood. The killing curse struck the crown's connection, not Harry's body, but the living bond between him and the land. The curse was designed to sever the soul from the body. But Harry's soul was bound to the ley lines of Britain, anchored by the compact, supported by the combined will of 4 races. The curse tried to sever that connection and found that it couldn't. It was trying to kill the land itself. And the land refused. The curse rebounded. Green light struck Tom Marvolo Riddle in the chest, and the body that had been built from dark ritual and stolen blood and poisoned magic came apart. Not violently, gently, almost. Like a breath being released. Like a weight being set down after being carried too long. The red eyes dimmed. The white face softened. For one impossible instant, the thing standing before Harry wasn't Lord Voldemort, it was Tom Riddle, the 11-year-old orphan, seeing magic for the first time, and the expression on his face was wonder. Then he was gone. The body crumbled. The wand fell. The Dark Lord who had terrorized magical Britain for decades, who had murdered and tortured and destroyed, who had feared death above all things and had done everything in his power to cheat it, met the end he'd spent his whole life running from. It was quiet. It was final. It was over. Harry stood in the stone circle and breathed. The crown's power still blazed through him, the ley lines still sang, the compact still held. Voldemort was gone. But the Hollow King remained. The darkness pressed closer. With Voldemort dead and the Horcruxes destroyed, the entity's food supply was severed, its connection to the ley line corruption weakened. But it was still vast, still ancient, still hungry. And it was fully awake now, driven to the surface by the massive magical energies released during the battle. It manifested at the edge of the stone circle. A void in the shape of a king. A crown-shaped absence. A thing made of nothing, defined by what it consumed, light, magic, warmth, life. It stood where the grass had died and the earth had blackened, and it looked at Harry with eyes that were holes in reality. The battlefield fell silent. Centaurs, goblins, the remaining Death Eaters who hadn't fled, all of them froze, pinned by the sheer wrongness of the entity's presence. This wasn't a Dark Lord. This wasn't a magical creature. This was something outside the categories entirely, an absence given form, an entropy given will. Harry, Daphne was at his side. She was bleeding from a cut on her arm and her robes were torn and she was the most welcome sight he'd ever seen. What do we do? Harry looked at the Hollow King. Felt its hunger pressing against the crown's power, testing, probing, searching for a weakness. Felt the cold certainty that brute force wouldn't work, the last Pendragon had tried that and been consumed. The last Pendragon fought it alone, Harry said. He tried to overpower it. He tried to be stronger than the void. You can't be stronger than nothing. No. But you can fill it. He understood now. The crown's purpose. The compact's true design. Not a weapon. Not a shield. A bridge. The Hollow King was a void, an absence of magic, a space where nothing existed. You couldn't fight nothing. You couldn't overpower nothing. But you could fill it. You could pour magic into the void until it wasn't a void anymore. You could take the combined power of every race in Britain and pour it into the darkness until the darkness drowned. But it would cost something. Filling a void that had been growing for 8 centuries required an ocean of magic, and that ocean had to come from somewhere. It would come from the ley lines, from the network, from the land, from every magical being connected to the compact. And it would come from Harry. The conduit. The nexus. The point through which the ocean had to flow. The last Pendragon had been consumed because he tried to fight the void with his own power. Harry wasn't going to fight it at all. He was going to ask. He reached through the ley lines. Not as a command. Not as a demand. As a request. Help me. The words traveled the network, through every ley line in Britain, touching every magical being connected to the compact. Goblins in their mines. Centaurs in their forests. Merfolk in their waters. Wizards and witches in their homes and shops and schools. Something is trying to eat the world. I can stop it, but not alone. I need your magic. Not all of it, just enough. A trickle from each of you, flowing through the ley lines, converging here. Will you help me? He didn't know if they'd answer. The compact bound them together, but the compact was new, barely days old, untested, built on trust that hadn't had time to deepen into certainty. He was asking an entire nation of magical beings to give a piece of themselves to a 16-year-old they barely knew, on the promise that he'd use it to save them. For one heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the goblins answered. Deep in the earth, in mines and forges and vaults, the goblin nation opened their connection to the ley lines and gave. Not reluctantly. Not grudgingly. They gave with the fierce, proud generosity of a people who'd been denied their place in the world for 8 centuries and were finally being asked instead of told. The centaurs answered. In every forest in Britain, centaur warriors planted their hooves in the earth and channeled their starlit magic into the network. Megorian's war cry echoed through the ley lines, not a shout of battle this time, but a declaration. We stand with the Pendragon. The merfolk answered. From the depths of every lake and river and coastal water in Britain, the merfolk sang, a haunting, powerful melody that traveled through the water ley lines and converged on Stonehenge in a wave of deep, ancient magic. And the wizards answered. In homes across Britain, magical people felt the request. They didn't understand it fully, most had never felt the ley lines consciously, had never known they were connected to something larger than themselves. But they felt the need. They felt the urgency. And they chose. An old witch in Devon put her hand against her garden wall and let her magic flow. A shopkeeper in Hogsmeade, still rebuilding after the attack, pressed his palms to the floor and gave what he could. Students at Hogwarts, feeling the ley lines for the first time, reached out instinctively and added their small, bright contributions to the flood. At the Wizengamot, Thaddeus Vane felt the request and made a choice that went against everything he'd ever believed about the concentration of power. He closed his eyes, opened his connection to the ley lines, and gave. At Grimmauld Place, Ron and Hermione felt it. Ron grabbed Hermione's hand and they gave together, their combined magic flowing into the network with the particular resonance of a bond forged through 7 years of friendship and shared danger. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore felt it. The old wizard, dying, his blackened hand spreading, his power fading, felt the call and answered it. He poured what remained of his considerable magic into the ley lines with the quiet satisfaction of a man making his final contribution to a world he'd loved imperfectly but deeply. The magic converged on Stonehenge. On Harry. It was an ocean. A universe. The combined magical will of every being in Britain, flowing through the ley lines, through the compact, through the crown, into the 16-year-old boy who stood at the center of the oldest stone circle in the world and faced the void. Harry opened his arms. The golden light erupted from him, from his hands, his eyes, his scar-free forehead, every pore, every cell. It blazed outward in a wave that swept across the plain, hit the Hollow King, and kept going. The void resisted. It consumed the light, as it had consumed everything for 8 centuries. 8 magic, 8 warmth, 8 life. But the light kept coming. More and more and more, an endless river of magic flowing from every corner of Britain, channeled through a living king, poured into the darkness without cease. The void consumed. The magic flowed. And slowly, impossibly, the balance shifted. Because the void was finite. It was vast, but it had limits, limits defined by 8 centuries of feeding, by the Horcrux poison ley lines, by the containment wards that had kept it sleeping. It was enormous. But it was not endless. And the magic of 4 races, the combined will of every magical being in Britain, was. The Hollow King fought. It thrashed against the light, consumed faster, tried to expand its void beyond the capacity of Harry's channeling. For one terrible moment, it nearly succeeded, the flow of magic stuttered, Harry's body screamed with the strain of channeling an ocean through a single point, and the darkness surged forward. Harry felt himself beginning to break. The crown's power was burning through him, and his body, human, mortal, 16 years old and exhausted and still healing from Hogsmeade and the Scar destruction, couldn't sustain it. Neville was there. The shield pressed against Harry's back, and the golden barrier wrapped around him, supporting him, taking part of the strain. The shield did what it was designed to do, carried the king when the king couldn't carry himself. Daphne was there. Her hand on his arm, her magic flowing through their connection, steadying the channel, smoothing the flow. She couldn't take the weight, but she could help him balance it. Harry held. The magic poured through him. The void filled. The Hollow King consumed and consumed and consumed, and there was always more, always another trickle from another source, another magical being adding their strength to the flood. And then it was full. The void, the ancient, hungry absence that had devoured a king and slept beneath Britain for 8 centuries, was full. Not destroyed. Not defeated. Full. Every gap filled with magic, every absence replaced with presence, every void space packed with the combined will of a nation that had chosen, together, to stand against the dark. The Hollow King didn't scream. It didn't rage. It simply settled. Like a fire running out of fuel. Like a hunger being satisfied. The void shape lost its form, dissolved into the light, and was absorbed into the ley line network, not consumed, but integrated. The darkness became part of the magic, the absence became presence, the emptiness became fullness. The ancient evil that had terrorized the old world, that had consumed a king and slept for 800 years and nearly destroyed magical Britain, was healed. Not destroyed. Healed. Because that was what the crown was for. Not fighting. Not winning. Healing. Harry felt the moment of completion as a physical sensation, a click, a settling, a rightness that resonated through every ley line in Britain. The network blazed with purified energy. Dead zones across the country collapsed as clean magic flooded through channels that had been blocked for decades. The corruption was gone. The poison was gone. The void was filled. Magic surged. In every corner of Britain, wizards and witches felt their power strengthen. Centaurs in the forests felt the trees straighten. Goblins in their mines felt the deep earth sing. Merfolk in their waters felt the currents clear. The world was healing. Harry fell. Not dramatically. Not heroically. He just stopped being able to stand. His legs gave out, his vision went white, and the ground came up to meet him. Neville caught him with the shield. Daphne caught him with her arms. They lowered him to the grass that was green again, alive again, the death circle of the Hollow King's presence replaced by soft, living earth. Harry, Daphne's voice, sharp with fear. Harry, stay with me. He could barely hear her. The crown's power was fading, not leaving him, but settling, becoming part of his baseline instead of an overwhelming flood. The channel was closing down from ocean to river to stream. His body was shutting down non-essential functions, conserving energy, beginning the long process of recovery. But one thing was clear. One thing he needed to know. Is it over? He whispered. Daphne looked at Neville. Neville looked at the battlefield, at the centaurs lowering their weapons, the goblins sheathing their blades, the surviving Death Eaters kneeling in surrender, the sky clearing, the sun breaking through. Yeah, Neville said. His voice was rough and wondering. Yeah, Harry. It's over. Harry closed his eyes. The last thing he felt, before consciousness faded, was Daphne's hand in his hair and the ley lines of Britain singing a lullaby that was 800 years overdue. He woke in stages. First, awareness of the ley lines. They were there, always there now, a permanent background hum in his awareness. But they were different. Stronger. Cleaner. The steady pulse of a healthy network, flowing through channels that were clear for the first time in living memory. No dead zones. No corruption. No poison junctions. The land's magic was whole. Second, awareness of his body. Everything hurt. Not the sharp, acute pain of injury, but the deep, systemic ache of a body that had channeled more magical energy than any human being in history and was politely informing him that it would like a very long rest, thank you. Third, awareness that he was in a bed, and the bed was comfortable, and there was sunlight on his face. Fourth, awareness that Daphne was asleep in the chair beside him. Again. He opened his eyes. He was in the hospital wing at Hogwarts. The ceiling was familiar. The smell was familiar. The feeling of having massively overdone it was extremely familiar. But the ley lines were singing. Harry lay still and listened. The 7 ley lines that converged beneath Hogwarts were flowing with a power and purity he'd never felt before. The castle's wards were blazing, not just restored but amplified, stronger than they'd been in centuries. The magic in the stones, the corridors, the very air, all of it was alive and healthy and humming with the particular satisfaction of a patient who'd been very sick and was finally getting better. He reached further. Felt the network spreading across Britain, every junction, every node, every sacred site. All of them clean. All of them flowing. The land was healing. And in the deep places, where the Hollow King had dwelled, there was peace. Not emptiness, fullness. The magic that had been poured into the void had taken root, filling the ancient spaces with light and warmth and life. The containment wards were no longer necessary. There was nothing to contain. Harry became aware that he was smiling. You're awake. Daphne's voice. He turned his head and found her watching him with red-rimmed eyes and a tremulous smile and the particular expression of someone who'd been waiting a very long time and was trying very hard not to cry. How long? He asked. 3 days. 3 days. Madame Pomfrey said your magical core was depleted to near zero. She said it was the worst case of magical exhaustion she'd ever seen, and she's been doing this for 40 years. Daphne's composure was crumbling. She said you should have died. But I didn't. No. You didn't. Her voice broke on the last word. She pressed her hand over her mouth, and the tears she'd been holding back for 3 days finally won. Harry reached for her. His arms were weak and his muscles screamed, but he reached, and she came. She climbed onto the bed beside him and buried her face in his neck and cried in a way that was completely at odds with every image she'd ever projected of herself, messy, inelegant, raw. He held her and stroked her hair and murmured things that didn't need to be words. "Don't ever," she managed between sobs. "Don't ever do that to me again." "I won't." "You will. You absolutely will. Because you're you. Because there will always be another fight and another impossible situation and you will always run toward it. Probably. I hate you." "No, you don't." She pulled back. Her face was blotchy and her eyes were swollen and her hair was a disaster. She was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. "No," she said. "I don't." She kissed him. Soft. Gentle. Nothing like the desperate, fierce kisses of the garden or the battlefield. This was a kiss that said you're alive and I'm alive and that's enough. "I love you," she said. "I know. That's a terrible response." "I love you too." "Better?" "Marginally." He laughed, and the laughing hurt his ribs but he didn't care. Daphne was in his arms and the ley lines were singing and the sun was warm and the world was still turning. They came in waves after that. Neville was first. He appeared at the hospital wing door with the shield on his arm, dimmed now, settled into a quiet golden glow rather than a battle blaze, and a grin that split his round face in two. "You look terrible," Neville said. "You look like you've been crying." "I have not been, okay, yes, a little. But only when Gran wasn't looking." "How is she?" "Terrifying. Magnificent. She apparently dueled 4 Death Eaters at Stonehenge after the Hollow King manifested and took out 3 of them. She's been insufferable about it. Give her my compliments. She says you're the finest king since Arthur. She also says your hair is a disgrace and you need to present yourself with more dignity." Noted. Neville sat on the edge of the bed. The humor faded, replaced by something quieter and more real. "Harry. What you did out there, the crown, the ley lines, the whole thing with the Hollow King. I've never seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. I didn't do it alone. No. But you were the one who stood in the center and held it together. You were the one who asked instead of commanded. That's why it worked. The last Pendragon tried to fight it by himself because he thought the crown made him strong enough to handle anything. You asked for help. It was the only way. It was the right way." Neville paused. "I'm proud of you. I know that sounds weird coming from me, but it doesn't sound weird. It sounds like something a shield-bearer says to his king." Neville's eyes went bright. He looked down at the shield on his arm, then back at Harry. "We did it. We did it." They clasped hands. No grand words. No dramatic declarations. Just 2 friends who'd stood in the fire together and come out the other side. Ron and Hermione arrived next. Ron was sporting a spectacular bruise on his jaw, the locket had exploded with more force than expected, and a piece of debris had caught him. Hermione had a bandage on her hand where the basilisk venom had splashed. "You look like death warmed over," Ron said cheerfully. "Thanks, Ron." "No, really. Like, specifically death. Warmed over. With a side of mashed potatoes. Your concern is overwhelming." Hermione hugged him carefully, mindful of his exhaustion, and then stepped back and gave him the look, the Hermione look, the one that said I have questions and I will be asking all of them. The crown of Albion, she said. The full ley line integration. The channeling of the combined magical will of 4 races. Harry, the theoretical implications alone, Hermione. Right. Sorry. Later. Much later. But definitely later. Ron rolled his eyes. Some things never changed. Dumbledore didn't come. Harry felt his absence through the ley lines before anyone told him. The bright, complex magical signature that had been part of Hogwarts for as long as Harry could remember was dimmer. Fainter. The cursed hand had spread. The effort of reinforcing the castle wards during the Diadem's destruction had cost Dumbledore the last of his reserves. McGonagall came to tell him. He's resting, she said. Her voice was steady in the way that meant she was using every ounce of her considerable will to keep it that way. The curse has spread to his arm. Severus is doing what he can, but... how long? Days. Perhaps a week. Harry closed his eyes. The ley lines pulsed their slow rhythm. The crown's connection hummed at the back of his awareness. Can I see him? He asked for you specifically. Dumbledore's office was quieter than Harry had ever experienced. The spinning silver instruments were still. Fawkes sat on his perch, his plumage dimmed, his song a low, mournful note that made the air taste of tears. Dumbledore sat in his chair behind his desk. He looked small, smaller than Harry had ever seen him. The blackened hand had spread to his elbow, the dead skin crawling up his arm like a slow tide. His face was drawn, his eyes sunken, but they still had their light. The twinkle was gone, but the intelligence, the warmth, the profound humanity that had made Albus Dumbledore who he was, all of it was still there. Harry. His voice was soft but clear. Sit down. Harry sat. They looked at each other across the desk where so much of their relationship had played out, the revelations, the arguments, the silences, the lies, and finally, the truth. You did it, Dumbledore said. We did it. Yes. We. A smile. Tired, but real. I am told the ley lines are singing. I can feel it, even now, even dying, I can feel the difference. The magic is stronger. Cleaner. The castle wards are the strongest they've been since the Founder's time. You reinforced them during the Diadem destruction. I did. It was, if you'll forgive the self-indulgence, the finest piece of magic I ever performed. The culmination of 150 years of study and practice, distilled into a single act of protective enchantment. I confess I'm rather proud of it. You should be. It also killed me. Or rather, accelerated the process that was already killing me. He looked at his blackened hand with an expression of mild academic curiosity. Fascinating, really. The curse responds to magical exertion. The more I channel, the faster it spreads. By reinforcing the wards, I used the last of my reserves and gave the curse free rein. Professor, don't. Dumbledore raised his good hand. Don't apologize. Don't blame yourself. I made my choice. I have been making choices, good ones and bad ones, wise ones and foolish ones, for a very long time. This was one of the good ones. He leaned forward, and his eyes, those extraordinary blue eyes that had seen more than any living person, were bright with something that Harry finally recognized. Not wisdom. Not power. Not even love, exactly. Peace. I have lived a long and eventful life, Dumbledore said. I have made terrible mistakes. I have hurt people I cared about, including you, in ways I can never fully atone for. But today the ley lines are singing and the compact is renewed and the Dark Lord is dead and a 16-year-old boy who I failed again and again has become a king who is better than I ever was. If that is my legacy, I will take it. Harry's throat was tight. He couldn't speak. He didn't need to. Be a good king, Harry, Dumbledore said. Be better than the system you're replacing. Be better than me. You already are. I'm not, you are. The old wizard smiled. You are, and the wonderful thing is that you don't believe it. Stay that way. The moment a king believes in his own greatness is the moment he stops being great. They sat together for a while. Not speaking. Just existing in the same space, two people at the end of a very long, very complicated road, sharing a silence that held more than any conversation could. When Harry left, Fawkes sang. A single, clear note that rose into the vaulted ceiling and hung there like a promise. The Phoenix's song, a song of endings and beginnings, of death and rebirth, of the eternal cycle that made all things possible. Harry carried the note with him down the spiral staircase and into the corridor. He didn't look back. The days that followed were a blur of activity and recovery. The magical world was transforming. The ley line healing sent ripples through every aspect of magical life, spells were stronger, enchantments more stable, magical creatures more vital. The dead zones were gone, replaced by healthy, flowing magic that was already encouraging new growth. The Forbidden Forest was visibly healthier, trees that had been dying for years were putting out new leaves, and the centaurs reported that the star readings were clearer than they'd been in living memory. The political landscape was shifting too. The Compact's renewal and the defeat of Voldemort and the Hollow King had changed the terms of every debate in magical Britain. The question was no longer whether the High King was legitimate, the crown had been claimed, the trials had been passed, the old magic had spoken. The question was what kind of governance the future would hold. Harry had an answer for that. He convened a council, not a court, not a throne room, but a round table. Literally. Cyrus Greengrass found one in the Greengrass estate storage, and they hauled it to Hogwarts and set it up in a chamber off the Great Hall. Around the table sat representatives of every race bound by the compact. Ragnarok for the goblins. Megorian for the centaurs. Mercus for the merfolk, speaking through an enchanted translation pool. Thaddeus Vane for the Wizengamot. Augusta Longbottom for the noble houses. Amelia Bones for the ministry administration. And Harry at the head of the table. Or rather, at the table, there was no head. It was round for a reason. The compact establishes the High King as the guarantor of the agreement between races, Harry said. Not the ruler. Not the commander. The guarantor. My job is to make sure the compact is honored, the ley lines are maintained, and no single race dominates the others. And the governance of wizardkind specifically? Vane asked. He was in his element, political framework, constitutional design. He'd been waiting for this conversation his entire career. The Wizengamot continues as the legislative body for magical humans. The ministry continues as the executive branch. The High King has authority over interracial matters, disputes between races, ley line management, compact enforcement, but not over the internal governance of any single race. A constitutional monarchy, Vane said. With limited sovereignty. Limited and defined. The crown's powers should be explicitly enumerated, with everything else defaulting to the Wizengamot. Vane stared at him. Then he pulled out a quill and parchment and began writing. I'll draft the charter. It'll need to be ratified by all parties. By all parties. Including the non-human races. Equal representation at this table for every signatory of the compact. Ragnarok's granite face showed something that might have been satisfaction. Megorian stamped one hoof, approval, in centaur language. Mercus's translation rippled with something warm and assenting. The work of building a new world had begun. Dumbledore died on a Tuesday. Quietly, peacefully, in his bed in the headmaster's quarters. Fawkes was at his side. The old wizard's last words, according to McGonagall, were, "How marvelous." Harry felt the death through the ley lines, a bright point of light dimming, flickering, and going out. Not vanishing. Changing. Becoming part of the network, the way all magical beings' signatures eventually return to the land. Albus Dumbledore was part of the magic now. Part of the land he'd spent his life protecting. Part of the future he'd helped build and would never see completed. The funeral was held at Hogwarts, beside the lake. Every race was represented. Centaurs stood silent among the trees. Goblins in ceremonial armor flanked the white tomb. The merfolk sang from the lake, a haunting dirge that made the water shimmer and the air taste of salt. Harry didn't speak at the funeral. He didn't need to. He stood at the tomb with the ley lines singing around him and let the crown carry his grief into the network, where it became part of the land's memory. A permanent record of a man who'd been brilliant and flawed and human and, in the end, brave enough to admit it. After the funeral, Harry found Daphne at the edge of the lake. She was sitting on the grass, her formal robes discarded, watching the sun set over the water. He sat beside her. She leaned into him. He wasn't perfect, she said. No. But he was necessary. Yes. They sat in silence as the sky turned gold and pink and purple. The ley lines hummed. The lake gleamed. Somewhere in the forest, a centaur began to sing, a different song, not a dirge but a celebration. A welcome. The stars were coming out, and the centaurs were greeting them the way they'd greeted them for millennia. What happens now? Daphne asked. Harry thought about it. About the compact, still being formalized. About the Wizengamot, still adjusting to a new reality. About the ley lines, still healing. About the 1,000 small challenges and large opportunities that lay ahead. Now we build, he said. Not the old world. Not the Ministry's world. Something new. Something that includes everyone. That's going to take a long time. Good thing I've got help. She looked at him. Her gray-blue eyes were soft in the fading light. Is that your way of asking me to stay? That's my way of telling you I can't do this without you. Any of it. The crown, the compact, the politics, the magic. You're the one who taught me what the ley lines meant. You're the one who showed me how to fight without a wand. You're the one who told me to be genuine when every instinct said to be clever. He took her hand. I'm in love with you, Daphne Greengrass. Not because you're useful. Not because you're strategic. Because you make me better than I am, and you don't let me get away with being less than I should be. Stay with me. Not because of the crown. Because of this. He gestured between them. The space that held everything they'd built, the arguments and the lessons and the late nights and the garden and the battles and the kisses and the quiet moments that were worth more than all the rest combined. Daphne looked at him for a long time. Then she said, you know, I had a speech prepared for this too. Give me the short version. I love you. You're an idiot. I'm staying. That's the same thing you said last time. It bears repeating. She kissed him. The ley lines sang. The sun set over the lake. And somewhere in the magic of the land, in the deep places where the old power flowed, the crown of Albion hummed its quiet, steady note, the heartbeat of a kingdom that was being born. Neville found them later, as the first stars appeared. He was carrying 3 bottles of butterbeer he'd liberated from the kitchens, and his face wore the expression of a man who'd saved the world and was ready for a sandwich. Augusta said I should give you space, he said, handing them each a bottle. But I figured you'd been through enough today without me being polite about it. Harry took the butterbeer. Neville Longbottom, Shield of the High King. Saving me from emotional solitude 1 bottle at a time. It's what I do. He sat on the grass beside them, his shield set on the ground beside him, its golden glow reflecting the starlight. Beautiful night. It is. They sat together, the king, the shield, and the woman who taught them both what they were made of, and drank butterbeer and watched the stars and didn't talk about crowns or compacts or the weight of the world. The ley lines hummed beneath them. The castle glowed behind them. The lake shimmered before them. And the future stretched out in every direction, vast and uncertain and frightening and wonderful, waiting to be built. Harry Potter, orphan, wizard, Pendragon, king, looked at the people beside him and the world around him and felt, not for the first time but more deeply than ever before, the thing that had carried him through every darkness. Not power. Not destiny. Not the magic in his blood or the crown in his soul. Love. Simple, stubborn, unreasonable, unbreakable love. The stars wheeled overhead. The ley lines sang their ancient song. And in the deep places of the world, where the Hollow King had once dwelled, something new was growing. Not darkness. Not corruption. Magic. Pure, clean, uncontaminated magic, spreading through channels that had been blocked for centuries, reaching toward the surface, toward the light, toward a world that was finally, after 800 years, ready to receive it. The land was healing. The king was home. And the ley lines of Britain hummed a welcome that was 800 years in the making, carrying it across every hill and valley and forest and shore, from the deepest cave to the highest peak, from the oldest stone to the newest leaf. The song said, "Begin." The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.